at Collecco for Monday, March 3rd's live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here and we are officially ready to begin almost a new week. Technically, the new week began with Paul. Paul's in the back. I forgot to tell them about that flip video. I wonder if they pulled that stuff. Welcome everybody though. And show's officially on the road. Let's start sharing. Man. Let's go over here to Collecco. Who's all here today? Paul and John? Oh, and Laura. Whole gang's here. Okay. I got auction pictures from Paul, so I wasn't for sure. So everybody's here. Laura's here. John's here. Paul's here. I hadn't even really got to visually see them yet, so I'm not for sure. I think I've seen John. Have I seen Paul? Okay. I still don't think Laura's actually here. All right, let's go ahead and hit the share button. Copy link. And group. And share it here. And here. And here. Copy link. And over here. Alrighty. So right now, here's what's going on at Collecco. Today we officially Tanner and Ed is up front marking new vinyl. I think there's like 6 or 9 crates. There's a bunch. A lot of pre-orders to read through tonight. They're up front right now marking that stuff, and then the whole record pricing gang's here today. So they're in the back marking records and records and records. Ed, if you just want, is that the newest stuff? Is that some you've already brought back? Okay, you can just put them in front of that black tub, like over there. I'll clear a path, that way I know. Yeah, I'll come over there and get them one at a time. But yeah, big day here at Collecco. Let me tag that. Got followers tagged. All right, so we're gonna have a big week as usual. Looks like tonight's auctions are pretty killer. I do want to make an announcement. I just walked back here and I forgot to tell Ed about this flip video. I forgot to tell Ed and Tanner about this flip video I posted Sunday. So that's okay. We'll get it started. I'll just tag them live tonight as I go back through this stuff. And I'll just let everybody know in the video these will be tagged for the next invoice. Torona just asked. Torona, we can add that, or if you want it on this upcoming week's invoice, we can do that too. It just hit me. I shot that Sunday. I was here all day Sunday, and I didn't tell them about it. So you let me know, and I'm just going to comment on the video here in a minute and tell everybody it's going to go on this month, a week from today. But if you want them pulled and added, we can do that too. And he can add them tomorrow. So you just let me know if you, it might be best logistical if we just started on a new fresh one. But if you want them tonight, or if you want them added for the invoice that went out, that's okay too. We can add it for tonight. I'll set them aside. And then everybody else, if they're watching I'll pull them, and hopefully those people are watching, and we'll get them added. Some people's probably already paid and hadn't even noticed that those aren't on there. That happens a lot. Some people pay for their invoice and not realize that the Sunday stuff wasn't added, right, Ed?
Yeah, like good customers that pay.
Yeah, the people that pay right away, they're like, well, Chad's probably going to do it another day. So Ed just said, I'll pull Matt Shiker, Torona Shikers. We'll add it tomorrow. I'll leave it on Ed's desk. He's giving me a thumbs up, head nod. And then anybody else that's watching tonight, I'll pull them. I'll pull them live. And I forgot to remind Tanner. I'm actually talking to Tanner right now. He's up front. And we're just going to add those later. So that's bad. I forgot a flip video. I forgot a whole crate of sold records that was supposed to go out. So let's go back up here. And so I've got that shared. I'm basically blah 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 while I'm sharing links. And Torona and Matt says I've got the monies now. Some people's like, you better. Some people's like, Chad, you better bill me now because I've got the money to pay you. If you don't send me a bill now, I'm not gonna have the money in a few days. So that makes perfect sense, and we'll take care of that. Actually, what I'll do is I'll start pulling that stuff as the warm up here in the first 30 minutes. Then we'll do all of our new vinyl, then all the vintage stuff they've marked. It's gonna be a great night. So let me see here. I've got link shared. Let's share it over on Instagram, and I'll stop talking, and we'll officially get rolling. And let's go over here to story, and let's put Def Leppard as our story. Who doesn't love Def Leppard? Sean says he can put it on next week. Okay, so the one that goes out a week from today. Thank you. So that's 2 confirms. And Sean said next week's, and Matt and Torona said this week. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I do a flip video every day. Sundays messes it up because I've got to pull them for them. Sundays I don't have a live show. I probably could start having Paul do it, but the problem is it just got really posted and people still commenting. All right. Here we go. So I need 3 empty crates to start putting sold records into to make my little tower over here. Is there any empty crates, Ed? I see some over here. I got them. All right. 3 blind mice. That's the first song played on a James Bond movie. 3 blind mice. Trivia. You may need that one day, Paul. He's shaking his head no. Dead Kennedys. Oh, he's holding a Dead Kennedys record. That looks interesting. Wow. Dead Kennedys. First time I heard that, I was like, what a name. Okay. All right, and let's see here. I'm unbanned on Facebook. Thank you. Now, I didn't do that, Matthew. Somebody must have done that. So, all right, make sure I didn't miss anything. Sean said next week, Dio Rainbow Sabbath. I'm unbanned. Next week's invoice would be better. I like to pass that one again. All right, Courtney, I'll bill yours next week too. I'll start pulling that stuff. I think this is the new vinyl that Paul ordered. Yeah, it definitely looks like it. So let's see what we got in here. We got some Bad Brains. Bad Brains is $33.99 remastered, and this one I think is technically self-titled. It is. That's the first record of the night there. Bad Brains, self-titled, $33.99. Let's go ahead and grab a cassette. Let's do 2 cassettes for $5 starts. New Order. We got New Order, and we got Led Zeppelin. New Order, Power, Corruptions, and Lies, and Led Zeppelin 2. $5 starts on Led Zeppelin and New Order cassettes. $5 start on New Order and Led Zeppelin cassettes. And then over here in the New Orleans, we've got a couple $5 LPs here. We have, $5 45 starts. First thing we have here is the Tidal Waves. The Tidal Waves from the New Orleans 45s is a $5 start. And what do we have here? We have another single here, Green Monkey Records, Bob Blackburn and Liquid Generation. Interesting. That's going to go up as well for a $5 start. So those are $5 and $5 starts. We got Bad Brains for $33.99. Bad Brains for $33.99. I have Beach House Teen Dream. Beach House is $36.99. Beach House Teen Dream. Also, the Black Keys Thick Freakness. Black Keys is $33.99. $33.99. The Breeders Last Splash. The Breeders is $29.99 for Last Splash. I've got 2 copies here of Phoebe Bridgers and Rob Moose Copycat Killer. That's $24.99. Going through some new sealed vinyl here. Just to warm up the night and the week. We got to get warmed up. You don't want to go out there and pull a hamstring. Deer Hunter. This is Deer Hunter All Haul You Digest, maybe? $29.99. And we have Francois Hardy. I don't feel like I'm saying that accurately, but it's $24.99. And this is Melody's Echo Chamber. Melody's Echo Chamber is $28.99. So there's 4 items already up for auction. Led Zeppelin got bids for 5. Led Zeppelin got bids for 6. Tidal got a bid for 5. Bob got a bid for 5. Led Zeppelin 7. New Order 5. And Led Zeppelin 8. This is Slow Dive just for a day. $44.99 on Slow Dive. And Yola Tango. I Can Hear the Heart Beating is 1. Yola Tango's $38.99. And then the Strokes is $28.99. The Strokes, and that's called Is This It? That's the Strokes. And we got 2 copies of Sigur Rós. I don't think I'm saying that correctly either, but it's $59.99. And Ohm, God is Good, $33.99. All right, so final call on the New Order cassette for $5. Final call on the 245s back there for $5 and $5. And yeah, this was stuff Paul ordered for his Sunday show. He probably went through those a couple times last night. They were right here on the table, so there they are. I'm taking a drink of caffeine right quick. Sigur Rós, really, Sigur Rós, wow. There it is, and we're good to go. Okay, so let me start transferring the auction records over here next to me that Paul has tagged for tonight. And
it's imminent.
Okay.
The gift.
Sounds good to me.
Is that cool?
Yeah, I'll auction off this $10 bill that belonged to Paul. This is a $10 bill that belonged to Paul Bowles. I'm putting that right in my pocket. Thank you, Paul. All right. Okay, let me swap out crates. Sorry, what was I saying? Paul totally distracted me there. Oh, yeah, he's got great auctions here. Actually, we got some... Boy, I wonder if Tanner knows where these cards are. Are they inside the jackets? Please be inside the jackets. I bet they're not, though. No. I've got to find these. There's no telling where they're at. I've got some autographed records here, but I don't have the JSA cards for them. They're mixed in with some others over here on the shelf. It'll probably be something I have to sell tomorrow, which is no big deal, but just letting y'all know about it. Let me move these in here. Paul's got some great looking auction stuff here, but I've just got to transfer it up here next to me. So this crate's out of my way. And now let's go ahead and start tagging. That stuff I was talking about earlier that has been tagged or was supposed to be tagged, I'm going to start bringing some of that over right now. And let's go through some of that, okay? Welcome, everybody. New week. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Mine went by fast as usual for 2 reasons. One, it's really, I'm here working Friday and Saturdays, and then Sunday I was here I was here earlier on Sunday than I normally are any other day, and I was here all day. I was here Sunday from 10 to midnight. And so usually my day of rest turned into me here all day on Sunday. I was here on Sunday from 10 till midnight. So 10 a.m. that is. So I didn't really have a weekend. Went from one day right into the next, which I kind of prefer. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Time to sell these first auctions as soon as I pull this video up, okay? And let me find this. Boy, they're still hitting it. There's already 6 crates of new vinyl back here, and they're already hitting the price guns more. All right, so I'm looking for, these will go on next Monday's invoice unless you absolutely need them to be put on the one that went out on 033. There we have it. Okay. So first thing we have here is new order is sold to Ryan Anderson for $5. Thank you, Ryan. New order cassette is sold to you for $5. Robert got these 245s for 5 and 5. Robert Warner, thank you. Those are sold to you. And I think the only thing they still may be bidding on there is Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin. Let's see what's going on with Led Zeppelin. And the newest bid on Led Zeppelin I've seen come in was Todd Wara for $11, which means that Ryan Eaton, you got outbid. Todd Wara has that for $11. Robert got those 245s. Those are sold and sold. We're looking for Best of Morrissey, Built to Spill, Muddy Water, Samantha Fish, Pop Smoke, Toys in the Attic, 3-6 Mafia, Best Day Ever, Halsey, and FOB, Built to Spill, The Strokes, Luther, 3-6 Mafia, Alaya, Public Enemy, Morrissey, Cope, Miles Davis, CCR, Fall Out Boy, Muddy Waters, Interrupters, Fall Out Boy, Muddy, Luther Vandross, CCR, Luther, Interrupters, The Kinks, Mississippi, Explosions in the Sky, Mac, Czar. Wow. Okay, so there we have it. First thing we have is Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic. This is a new and sealed RTI pressing. These are $34.99. We're down to one copy, and this is officially sold. This is officially sold to Adrian Wimmer. He got Toys in the Attic. Thank you, Adrian Wimmer. That's sold to you. Go ahead and put up some new 45s and some new albums. Let's go ahead and put up a Miles Davis. Wow, this one's not too easy to get. A 1983 US MoFi pressing. This is EX Plus condition, $115 start. Miles Davis, Someday My Prince Will Come. That's MoFi, $115 start. Miles Davis. Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $12 with Tony McDaniel. New bid on that for $12 to Tony McDaniel. That's the Led Zeppelin cassette. Let's go ahead and put up Matchbox 20. This is called Yourself or Someone Like You cassette. That has a little bit of a crack in the jewel case. That's a 90s essential there. $5 start on that. This is Explosions in the Sky. The Earth Isn't a Cold Dead Place. Explosions in the Sky is sealed for $24.99. $24.99 for Explosions in the Sky. That's new and sealed. $24.99 on that. And I don't see any claims for those, so I'm going to go ahead and put that away. Here is the Interrupters. Now, there was a lot of claims for these. I don't think everybody's going to get one. The Interrupters is sealed $34.99. The Interrupters is sealed $34.99. And the first person who claimed one of these was Kelly W. That's sold to Kelly W. Now, keep in mind that these are going to be pulled and tagged for next Monday. You know, the invoice that goes out for this cycle, okay? So Kelly W. got that one, and there's one more there, and I'm pretty sure Scott Beebe. Yes, Scott Beebe got that one. So the Interrupters are sold out. Both of those are gone. Matchbox 20 has a bid for $5. Led Zeppelin's at $12 of Tony McDaniel. We're about to sell it. Miles Davis is $115 start. I put up a big auction early, Paul.
Big ones are in the front.
I love it. We have great auctions tonight. We have Peter Gabriel, In Your Eyes. Peter Gabriel in the picture sleeve. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Peter Gabriel. Also, we have Cope, Live at the Earl. Cope is sealed on bone-colored vinyl, $19.99. Cope is $19.99. Cope, and this is COPE, Live at the Earl. Make sure there was no other claims for these, and I'm pretty sure there was. I knew I seen at least one Cope. I did. Fred Cardinale got a Cope. Fred Cardinale got a Cope, and there's one other in here. Let me make sure there's no other claims for Cope. I don't see one, but I do see a claim for Explosions in the Sky. Explosions in the Sky is sold to John Howard. Thank you, John Howard. Explosions in the Sky is sold to you. And we have the Pineapple Thief, and this one is called 137. Pineapple Thief is $24.99. That's called 137. By the way, Cope, there was one claim for Fred Cardinale, and I don't think there is another one in there. So we'll just keep going through that right now. And we have Miles Davis, Kind of Blue. Now, we had several of these, and there should have been several claims. Miles Davis, Kind of Blue. There was one here sold to somebody for sure. This is sold to Fred Cardinal as well, sealed $29.99. Now, if anybody else wants a kind of blue, this is $29.99. It's a 2021, okay? 2021. That's Miles Davis kind of blue, $29.99. This is Magdalene FKA Twigs. That is sealed for $24.99. FKA Twigs, that's the last copy of that. So we still got Pineapple Thief, and this cope, Laura says, is the Manchester Orchestra live album. There we have it. Scott Snee wants Pineapple Thief. That's sold to Scott Snee. And one of the Miles Davis is sold to Brandon Lack. There we have it. Is YouTube comments working? Test 1, 2. Is YouTube working? Let's see if we can get somebody to do a test comment on YouTube. I hadn't seen one in a while either. The Mountain Goats, the Sunset Tree. The Mountain Goats is sealed for $19.99. We still got 2 copies of the Mountain Goats and King Cruel, the Ooze, O-O-Z. I believe that's how that's pronounced. Sealed $24.99. Sealed $24.99. YouTube is working. There's King Cruel. And we have John Coltrane, Blue Train, another jazz essential. And this one's really good. It's a 2 LP with unreleased tracks mastered by Kevin Gray, sealed for $44.99. YouTube is working. All right, let's go ahead and sell some cassettes then. Tony McDaniel, you get YouTube for, Tony McDaniel, you get Led Zeppelin for 12. And then a Matchbox 20 is sold to Ryan Eaton for 5. Peter Gabriel is sold for 5 to Robert W. And I put up probably a really good auction way too early. Miles Davis is a $115 buy it now, but it'll be an early deal if somebody wants one. That is MoFi, Miles Davis. Someday my prince will come, $115 buy it now on that. Pop Smoke, and I did see a claim for Pop Smoke. Adrian Wimmer on Pop Smoke. That's sold to Adrian Wimmer. Thank you, Adrian Wimmer. That is sold to you, $49.99. And then Luther Vandross. We had 3 of these, and these were $19.99. I think they've all been claimed, but if you want one, I would comment right now. This is $19.99. Pop Smoke was sold to Adrian Wimmer. $19.99 for Luther Vandross. Let's give one to Courtney Duncan, and Courtney said that could go on this week's upcoming invoice. So that one sold to Courtney Duncan, Luther Vandross. And then the other Luther and Vandross was sold to Terry Gearhart. There's one sold to Terry Gearhart. And then the third and final one is sold to Scott Beebe. That's sold to Scott Beebe. So those are sold and sold. Luther Vandross is sold out. And then Time Out, Dave Brubeck Quartet. That's a music on vinyl pressing, $29.99. Let's grab some more New Orleans singles and other auctions to put up right quick. The next one I have is Mickey Lee Lane. This is the Zoo, the senior class. Mickey Lee Lane has a little bit of a crease there in the jacket and a little bit of a dented corner. That's a single from the New Orleans collection. That's going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start on that. And then our next single over here is going to go up for a $5 start. And that is Chuck Berry, Go Bobby Soxer. And the B-side of that is Little Marie, an original Chuck Berry single. It's in around VG Plus or EX condition. That's also going to go up for a $5 start. And then Porcupine Tree, The Sky Moves Sideways. We sold 2 of those. There's one left for $34.99. And the Best of Morrissey. Now, I don't think we have enough for everybody on these. This one for sure is going to Sean Fairweather. He was first on that, Best of Morrissey. And then there's one other Best of Morrissey. And these are $29.99, which was a great price. And Best of Morrissey is also sold to Fred Cardinal. And that completes his comments. Morrissey, Cope, and Miles Davis kind of blue. Those are sold, sold, and sold. And that means I didn't have enough Morrissey for maybe one other person. Maybe not. Maybe that was it on Morrissey. Fred got one. And yeah, Sean got one. That was it there. So the blue note was John Coltrane, and that was Coltrane kind of blue, okay? And this is $44.99. $44.99. So over here are the 2 singles. That is Mickey Lee Lane and Chuck Berry. Those are $5 starts. Just FYI. And then what happened to that other crate that was brought up? I got a crate here. I think Seth's got some miscellaneous auctions tagged as well. So let me see what's going on here with some of these. Yeah, here we go. Got a few other things I can throw up right quick. These have been tagged. And yeah, here we go. So I have John Lee Hooker here. Let's go ahead and put this up. This is called If You Miss Them, I Got Them. John Lee Hooker is a 1970 USOG. It's in a VG Plus condition. It's in VG Plus to EX condition, actually, right on the borderline. Cover still in shrink wrap. And John Lee Hooker is going to go up for a $25 start. This is called If You Miss Them, I Got Them. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Let's go ahead and get that running. And then next is a quick read through in here. Raymond, if you have an invoice correction, make sure you send us a message through Square, or if you're on Facebook, send us a Facebook message, okay? Explosions in the Sky, Cope at the Earl. Ed will take care of you tomorrow. If you message me here, it might get lost in the chat. They just make sure if you send us a page, Raymond Troutman, Ed will take care of you 100%. Explosions in the Sky, Cope live at the Earl. We had Miles Davis, Kind of Blue. We had FKA Twigs, The Mountain Goats, King Cruel. Also John Coltrane, 2 of those available. Dave Brubeck and Porcupine Tree. A lot of stuff sold out of there. If anybody else wants anything, just let me know. Time to go through another crate over here. John Lee Hooker and those 245s are now at final calls, just FYI. Those are final calls, just FYI. John Lee Hooker, Mickey Lee Lane, and Chuck Berry. Looking for 25, 5, and 5 on those. I'm going to set those right over here behind me. If anybody changes your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? Go ahead and give me the rest of everything in that bin. That would be fantastic for all of us, honestly. But before I do that, let me go over here and grab this crate here of other new stuff that was been claimed. Let's go through it and pull out some more stuff here that was claimed. Technically, this was Sunday's video, and it's going to be tagged for the invoice that goes out a week from today, except for one person. If you're just hopping on and you bought something from the Sunday video, we're going to go ahead and tag it next week, unless you absolutely need it on the invoice that's going out, that went out today. And if you hadn't paid for it yet, we can add it back on there, because that was my fault for not letting them know that I posted this video. More cassettes. Yes, I'm going to put up one right now. This is Neil Young, Ragged Glory. Neil Young, Ragged Glory is going to go up for a $5 start. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Ragged Glory, $5 start on that. One of these Mac Miller sold for sure. Mac Miller, this is called Best Day Ever, $29.99. Mac Miller, $29.99, and this is sold to John Howard. He got Explosions in the Sky, and he got a Mac Miller. Mac Miller's $29.99. This is 311. There's one Mac Miller left. I got 311 Evolver. 311's remastered, and that's unopened, sealed for $29.99. And the last Mac Miller is sold to Ryan Eaton. Now the Mac Millers are gone. Those are sold and sold. Also, we have Built to Spill, and I think I had 2 of these. I do. No, I've got one Built to Spill left, and I'm pretty sure it was claimed. Built to Spill is sold to Sean Fairweather. He got Built to Spill. Thank you, Sean Fairweather. And he got Best of Morrissey earlier. That was my only copy of Built to Spill. There's one copy here of Halsey, Hopeless Fountain Kingdom. And Halsey was sealed for $29.99. And that is, or no, that was actually Teal and Clear. That's open. That's sold to Adrian Wimmer. Adrian Wimmer gets Halsey. And then we have 311 Evolver. 311 Evolver is sold to live right now to Ben Dygert. Thank you, Ben Dygert. That's sold to you. Also over here, we got Life Without Bridges, Any Other City, $49.99. That's a 2014 reissue. Life Without Bridges, $49.99. And then Love, that's a 60s classic, a 2012 reissue, 180 gram. That's Forever Changes, $29.99. All right, time to sell some auctions. So Chuck Berry is sold for $5 to Robert W. Thank you. The New Orleans singles, a $5 buy it now. Mickey Lee Zane, that's a buy it now. And the John Lee Hooker, just one bid to Michael Butler. Great price there. Some early, couple LPs slipped through the gaps early here tonight. John Lee Hooker sold to Michael Butler for $25. This is David Byrne's America Utopia. David Byrne from the Talking Heads. That is sealed, $29.99. And 3-6 Mafia. I know there were some claims for this. Mystic Styles. These are sealed, $39.99. Mystic Styles is $39.99. Adrian Wimmer was first on 3-6 Mafia. He got 3-6 Mafia. That's sold to him. And then I think there's one more 3-6 Mafia, and that's also sold to Courtney Duncan. Courtney Duncan, thank you on 3-6 Mafia. I got that pulled for you. Appreciate that. And those are sold out. Let me make sure there's nobody else on 3-6 Mafia. There wasn't, and we're good to go, okay? Let me get back up to the top. And this is the Pretender self-titled, $24.99. The 311 we have was called Evolver, but it's already sold out. Now, a lot of this stuff in here is new and sealed, but if we were to sell out, that's it. Not really any waiting list for these. These is like old store stock that we've acquired through a collection. So some of this stuff, if it's gone, unfortunately, I won't be able to get another copy. Sometimes I'm able to. It just depends if it's still in print or not. Here is an Elvis picture sleeve. This is Are You Lonesome Tonight? and the RCA label here, and the B-side is I Gotta Know. And that is actually exceptionally nice. Really clean Elvis 45 there from this era. That's going to go up for a $7 start. And then Neil Young is a $5 buy now if anybody wants that. That was Ragged Glory cassette. I've got a lot of CDs, but I just usually don't think CDs are auctionable. We just have to wait for the right moment to put those up for sale. And we got so much other ground over here to cover right now. Let's go ahead and put up this auction here. This is called Heaven. And this is Where Angels Fear to Tread. Heaven's a 1983 U.S. original. Very nice. EX Plus or better. Heaven is going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that. Next is Terror. This is Total Retaliation. Hardcore sealed $29.99. Ed keeps bringing new vinyl crates. How many total are we up to now? 2, 4, 6, 7 crates of new vinyl tonight. That's like new sealed stuff. My last copy of the Postal Service. The Postal Service is sealed, $29.99. Elvis has bids for $778. Heaven is a $15 start. Also, we have the Kink Controversy. This is sold to Scott Beebe. The Kinks, that's sold to Scott Beebe. That was $24.99. Scott Beebe, $24.99. And this is Arm & Hammer. We buy diabetic test strips. That is sealed for $29.99. Travis Wade gets the Postal Service. Thank you, Travis Wade. That's sold to you. The Barbie soundtrack, that's on hot pink vinyl. We still got 3 of those, $19.99. And Muddy Waters Record Store Day, I think I've only got 2, and I think there were several claims. The first one is to Sean Fairweather. Sean Fairweather was the first one to claim one. That was Muddy Waters, and that was sealed, and that was $24.99. And the other one, Muddy Waters, is sold to Clifford Umstead. Now, unfortunately, I ran out. Next was Michael Nath, and I think maybe one other person. But unfortunately, I ran out of those. So those are gone to Sean Fairweather, and the other claim on those was Clifford Umstead. Next is Samantha Fish Faster, and I think I only had 1 copy of Samantha Fish. I did, and that's sold to D.L. Mitchell. Thank you. That's sealed DL, sold to you $24.99. Elvis is at 10, 10, and 15. And I do have, I'm going to sell 2 Leonard Skinner cassettes together, their first 2 albums. We got Leonard Skinner. We have Pronounced Leonard Skinner and Second Helping, their first 2 cassettes. Both of those together for a $12 start. So both of those together for a $12 start. Let's sell those together. Leonard Skinner and Leonard Skinner. Next is Abscess, Political Vomit. Abscess is $14.99. $14.99. And we have Fiona Apple, Fetch the Bolt Cutters. This is sealed, $29.99. Fiona Apple, Fetch the Bolt Cutters, $29.99. Fiona Apple. I've got 3 there. And then Harold Vick, Blue Mitchell, Grant Green, John Paxton, Ben Dixon, Stepping Out. That is unopened, $29.99. And we have the Mountain Goats, Jenny from Thebes. That is sealed for $19.99. And there's 3 of those available, okay? Now, let's go back up to the top. And we have Elvis. The last bid on that was $15. And we have a no bid on Heaven. So that's a $15 buy now if anybody wants that. And then these 2 Leonard Skinner cassettes are being sold together for a $12 start, just FYI. And Heaven, by the way, was a 1983 U.S. original. All right, I think I got everything claimed in there that I was supposed to. I think there's one more crate like this I'm going to run through right quick, and that will be the 3 crates that I posted on Sunday for that flip video, because I do see some stuff in here that still hadn't been claimed. Yeah, Elia, Paramore. There's a couple that I don't recall. I still see people's comments. I'm trying to figure out what they are. I might have been through fire. I might have skipped over something earlier and not knew what somebody's abbreviation. There's some abbreviations in here like FOB and Best Day Ever. I don't know if I've shown those or not. Maybe they're in the other crate. Heaven is sold to 4 different people, but only one's going to get it. John Dodd for $15. Then Shannon, then Robert, then Stephen. And we have a final call on Elvis. And Elvis is a final call to Tom Moran for $15, okay? Next thing we have is Life Without Buildings, Any Other City, Love, Forever Changes, David Byrne, The Pretenders, Terror, Total Realitation. That was Arm & Hammer, the Barbie soundtrack, Abscess, also Fiona Apple, which is at a great price, Harold Vick Blue Note, and then the Mountain Goats. If anybody else, FOB with Fall Out Boy, and Best Day Ever was Mac Miller. Gotcha. Okay, so that other Mac Miller then, I sold that too early then. Adrian claimed it on the video. I'll have to let him know I wasn't for sure what that was. And I'll try to get him another one, okay? And then he was next in line. I sold that one live. Yeah, some of these I'm not too familiar with. People either put abbreviations or the name of the album, and I'm like, wait a minute, what is that? Before I go back. And then there was Built to Spill too. I don't think I've got the Built to Spill. I think that's in the other video. I'll have to go back and try to get that. How much is Terror? Terror is sealed $29.99. Some of these I'll try to get for people since it's Monday if I've accidentally sold them live here. Otherwise, I may have to go back and do a correction to figure out how to do that, or let him know in the chat. Otherwise, some of these I'm like, what is this, Paul? I was just saying your name. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and go into the... Laura knows what they are because she marked them. She, boom, boom, boom. She knew exactly what those were. Next time, I'll just ask Laura. All right, nobody bid on Leonard Skinner. Both of those are a $12 buy now. And then Elvis. Elvis is officially sold. Elvis is officially sold, and this sold to Tom Moran for $15. John just brought me 30,000 more 45s. And he's not done yet. Wow. Okay, let's keep them rolling then. And we have people chomping at the bits for CDs. We've got them pretty much everywhere. You just have to give me a couple days. I'll start showing them again this week. I'll bring out more CDs. We try to rotate stuff when we can. Whoever tags this, make sure this goes behind this. That's sewed together, okay? The empty sleeve and the record, it's in a separate sleeve. Shane got the Leonard Skinner cassettes for $12, and let's put up new auctions. But yeah, just give me a day or two, and we'll bring out some more CDs. I'll try to show them during the sale. It just kind of slows down the record sometimes, and we got 10 billion of them, and we got to start selling them here and there. We did CDs for a long time. Now we're trying to chip away 45s, and then I'll jump back before long, and we'll do CDs, 45s. We try to rotate it. Okay, next thing we have is Devo, Working in the Coal Mine. Devo's a $5 start. That's called Working in the Coal Mine. And then the next auction we have, I'm going to put them right over here. Is this another box? I don't know if you can get over here or not. Put it right here on this table. John's bringing me 45s. I see Def Leppard. I'll take these. But this is heavy. Pretty cool box here. Oh, wow. Lots. Fantastic. All right, Def Leppard. I see Whitesnake and Blondie and Johnny Cash and Bob Dylan and Sleeping Beauty. Let's go ahead and put Sleeping Beauty up right now. And Alice in Wonderland. Wow, here we go. First thing we have here is Sleeping Beauty, Walt Disney Story of Sleeping Beauty. And this is really nice. It's got a couple scuffs right here. We'll call it VG Plus or EX for a Disney record. And Sleeping Beauty is going to go up for let me flip through it here. Sleeping Beauty is going to go up for a $10 start. Walt Disney Storybook and Record, and that's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Let's go back up to the top here, and I bid 12 on Skinner. There was 15. All right, let me go back to the top then. What happened here? I didn't see any bids on Heaven. I didn't see any bids on Leonard Skinner, but I'll go back and see what happened. So I put up 2 Leonard Skinner cassettes, and then we sold PS, Elvis 10, Elvis 15, LS, Ryan put 15. That was right when I put up Heaven. I thought you were in line for Heaven. You were bidding on Leonard Skinner. These are sold. I got to change this. Ryan Eaton, just go ahead and sell them for him for $12. I messed that up. I didn't see his bid. That's sold. As soon as he bid, all the comments came in for everybody trying to get Heaven for $15. And Ryan, the feed shifted and your 15 got blinded by the light. So sell those to Ryan for $12. You're going to get a $3 discount, and I apologize to Shane Devers. No one else had bid, though. He bid 15. I never did technically call that out, though. Then we sold Heaven. Then we had a question about Terror. Then 3 people tried to buy Leonard Skinner for the buy it now. And then we have Sleeping Beauty at 10 and Devo's at 5. Working in the Coal Mine and Working in the Coal Mine. It is a double-sided. It's not promo, though. It's just double-sided. Interesting. It's double-sided, though. All right, let's go through this bin one more time. Now, John has delivered 2 boxes that look like this of nothing of premium 45s, and that doesn't include all the New Orleans stuff, so he just delivered 2 boxes like this of really great-looking 45s. Looks like they're all clean, sleeved. I see red vinyl Motown. I see Bird's picture sleeves. I see Color Me Bad. I see Hard on red vinyl, Hall & Oates, Night Ranger, Hank Williams Jr., Cyndi Lauper's. I see lots of Disney stuff in here. White label promos, pink label promos. You too, Sammy Hagar. Those 45s will keep us busy for about the next 8 hours. So hope everybody's ready to bid on those. I'll start doing LPs in just a second. First thing we have, I got some more stuff to tag here, and then I'm going to get into some of our new vinyl. This is Mitski's, and this was claimed. I know some people got some Mitski's. This is sealed for $24.99, and the first person to get Mitski, the first person I think said they'll take both, and that might have been the only person. Yeah, Matt Shiker. Now, we got to set this... I'll set this off the side and make sure this gets added to their invoice today. So that's sold to Matt Shiker, Mitski, and we're going to amend the invoice and make sure they get that today. And then we have Paramore. All we know is Falling. Paramore is sealed for $29.99. We have Alaya, and this is sealed for $24.99. Alaya, $24.99. And Alaya, there was at least one claim. Courtney. Yep, give that to Courtney. Thank you, Courtney. That's so to you. And then there's another one here. Let me make sure nobody else got it. These are $24.99, okay? Alaya, $24.99, and nobody else. Yep, Matt Shiker got one as well. So that goes to Matt Shiker as well. I'll make sure those get added to the invoice, or if Ed's still here, I'll hand them to Ed right now. And then we have the Strokes, and this one's called Angels. The Strokes is sealed for $24.99. And there was at least one claim for this. Yep, Tim Miller. There's one for Tim Miller, the Strokes. That is sold to Tim Miller, the Strokes, and it looks like there's one more copy there of the Strokes if anybody else wants it. Let me make sure nobody else claimed it. Nobody else claimed it, and that is $24.99. That one's still available, it looks like, okay? Next record is Stanley Turrentine, Common Touch with Shirley Scott. That's a sealed blue note Stanley Turrentine for $19.99. We've got 3 of those. Denzel Curry, Imperial, that's $19.99. All right. The 45s are working in the coal mine, double-sided. Travis Wade has it one bid for $5. And we have Sleeping Beauty, and Sleeping Beauty has one bid for $10, and that's with Brad Waits. We're about to sell that, and we're about to sell that. Aaliyah, 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 just like the Donnie Ira song, Aaliyah. We have the Mountain Goats, Tallahassee. The Mountain Goats is sealed, $24.99, and Public Enemy, it takes a nation of millions to hold us back. Public Enemy is sealed, $29.99. There was at least one claim for this. It looks like I'm going to have extras. Let's give this one to Courtney Duncan, and that completes her comments. That was Luther 36 Aaliyah, and then Courtney gets a Public Enemy. There's 2 more here, $29.99. This is Public Enemy. It takes a nation of millions to hold us back. I've still got 2 more there if anybody else wants one. Fall Out Boy, we've ran out. We had like 7 the other night, maybe 6, and now we're down to 1. And this is sold to Adrian Wimmer. So Adrian Wimmer got this one first. This was Fall Out Boy. And that means that there was several people next. Eric Fisher was next and Kelly W. next. Now, Eric and Kelly, if y'all are watching, I can still get this, but $34.99 was a great price. I can still get that, but it's going to be a little bit more. If you want to go on a waiting list, let me know. Leslie Silverly wants a Stanley Turrentine. Chad Smith on Public Enemy. That's sold to Chad Smith. Devo sold $5, and that was sold to Travis Wade for $5. Brad Wade's got Sleeping Beauty for $10. Those are sold and sold, gone and gone, all right? Those are put over here. Next thing we have is Chad Smith on Public Enemy. I've already pulled that. And we have Muse, Origin of Symmetry, just $29.99 there on Muse, Origin of Symmetry. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's actually going to be an LP, and it's John Lee Hooker, Folk Blues. John Lee Hooker is a vintage reissue, no year given on Discogs. It is around a VG Plus record. It's called Folk Blues, and we're going to put it up for just a $15 start. $15 start there on John Lee Hooker. We've got 2 full boxes of 45s. I just showed you one. Right, here's the other. I think this is enough to keep us busy for like 3 shows. Here's another whole box of 45s that just got brought to me. Let's pull out Xanadu. All these will be put up for auction, $5 starts. There's Pink Floyd, more Def Leppards. There's Alice Cooper, Trash, Rolling Stones, Primal Scream, Mudhoney. Wow, Mudhoney. Let me go ahead and get that one out. That sounds interesting. Wang Chung, The Greatest American Hero, Styx, Paul McCartney, Billy Joel, Georgia Satellites, Prince, Madonna, Culture Club, David Lee Roth. Very cool stuff there. Let me go ahead. Whoop, those are about to slide off. Let me take this box off the table, and let's go ahead and start getting some of this stuff up for auction, okay? First thing we have is Xanadu, Olivia Newton-John from the motion picture. The vinyl is very nice, and it has a little bit of fraying up there. and a little bit of a stain down here. Xanadu is going to go up for a $5 start. And then Mud Honey, this is Deception Pass and Suck You Dry. Mud Honey from 1992. It is near mint minus, and it needs to go up for a $10 start. So I don't have any more Fallout Boys. What I'm going to do is get a price, and I'm going to let Kelly W know the price, and I'm going to let Eric know the price, and then Cameron, I can do the same for you. Mud Honey, 5, 10, whatever. I think I said $5 starts. That's fine. And then Nicki Minaj, I have a feeling Mud Honey's going to take off from there. Nicki Minaj is sealed. That is $29.99. Misfits, I'm down to 1. Misfits, $29.99. This is Carolina Polachek, and Caroline Polachek is sealed $29.99 on Tiger's Eye colored vinyl. This was Playboy Cardi, whole lot of red, sealed for $29.99. We still got 3 of those. This one is Don't Be Unkind. This was Through Fire presents Devil's Got You Dreaming. Through Fire. Those were sealed on colored vinyl, $19.99. Czarface. I know we sold a few of these. This is a Fistful Apparel. Czarface is $24.99. Czarface, $24.99. There was 1 for sure sold, maybe 2. Czarface is $24.99. And there was 1 for sure sold to John Howard. Yep, there's 1 sold to John Howard. Thank you, John Howard. That's sold to you. And then this was Mitski Puberty 2. And this is sold to Torona and Matt Shiker. I officially killed what was left of Mike's microphone, or Paul's microphone, Mike's microphone. What was left of Paul's microphone from Sunday. So CCR, let me go back a record. Creedence Clearwater, that's sold to Mark Chesler. Thank you, Mark Chesler. That is sold to you. And then the other CCR is sold to Scott Markheim, okay? And those are sold and sold. And then let's go up to Medor Mokhtar, Imdu Mokhtar, Afrik Victim. That is sealed for $24.99. And then this is the Arctic Monkey, Suck It and See, $19.99 on that. So the only thing I was asking Laura, I don't know if she could hear me, but the only thing I didn't see out of all those was Built to Spill. I'm not for sure. I didn't see any built, unless I already tagged them and didn't realize it, or who, if that was the artist, or maybe I did already tag those. Built to Spill. Maybe I did that already. And maybe there was only 1, because a lot of people wanted that record, and I might have tagged it early to Sean because he was the first one to claim it. And let me see here. Built to Spill. I might have claimed that early. Built to Spill. Let me see if I did. There's Mac. Yeah, okay, there was only 1 claim for Built to Spill. So make sure this goes to Sean Fairweather. He was the first one to claim it. And there was a lot of people who wanted that record. Let's make a note to order some Built to Spill. I don't know if I can get them for those same prices, but maybe close. And that was sold to Sean Fairweather. He got Morrissey, Built to Spill, and Muddy Waters. And then next on Built to Spill was Christopher Onzo. Sorry, Christopher, I've already sold out if you're watching. Then we got a waiting list going for Fallout Boy. And then Michael Nath, we'd sold out of Muddy Waters. And then the other one was Explosions in the Sky for John Howard. Explosions in the Sky. And I know we pulled 1 earlier, and I think there was another one. Give me 1 second. Explosions in the Sky. And if there was only 1 pulled for him, then that was him. Pop Smoke, Towards the Attic, 3-6 Mafia, Built a Mill, 3 Explosions. Yeah, I think that was only 1, and we've already pulled that for John Howard, okay? Should be good to go there. So John Howard got Explosions in the Sky. Should have been the only 1 there. Let me make sure. Yep, 1 there, and I think that was the only 1. I think I'm good to go on everybody now, okay? And sorry about that. Sorry about my mic dying, and let me update all these auctions. Let's get back to what's going on. Hope everybody's done me a favor. I need everybody to do me a favor and hit the like button. One of the last things I seen requested was Cameron asked for a Fallout Boy, which we've already sold out of, And then Mud Honey got bids for 5, Xanadu 5, Mud Honey 10. Mud Honey 10. What Misfits is this? It's known as the Collection, and it's sealed for $29.99. That was a question from Mystery Machine. What's the B-side of Olivia Newton-John? It's called Xanadu and Magic. Xanadu and Magic, Mud Honey, and then my mic died. Mic. No audio. No audio. Mic. And then Bob Riger got Arctic Monkeys. That's sold to Bob Riger. The Mitski here was, I think the one that's left is Puberty 2. Yeah, that one's sealed for $24.99. And that was to Burley Sullivan if they want that. And then Xanadu 8 and Olivia Newton-John 10. Okay? So here's where we're at on our auctions. This is the Xanadu picture sleeve. The vinyl's EX, and it has a high bid for $12 with Robert Matthews. And then Mud Honey, the last bid that came in on Mud Honey, which is an original 7-inch single. The high bid on Mud Honey is $10 with Chad Smith. $10 with Chad Smith, and he's the high bidder. John Lee Hooker is called Folk Blues. It was a reissue of an unknown year, and this was in VG Plus condition. And John Lee Hooker had an opening bid for $20, and that's now a final call to Michael Butler. That's called Folk Blues, vintage reissue, unknown year, $20, final call Michael Butler. Mud Honey just got a new bid, and we have the David Byrne, and Mystery Machine wants the Misfits. So Misfits get Mystery Machine. The Mystery Machine gets the Misfits. And we have David Byrne sold just a moment ago to somebody. I just saw it pop up and I walked away. Let me go ahead and find David Byrne here. And David Byrne is sold to Alan Smith. Okay? Great stuff. That was all basically stuff that was posted in Whole Lot of Records on Sunday for a tag video. Just kind of a recap. And all those comments I was pulling over here from that video. And I'm going to go through it again tonight and make sure I've got everything that I need to. The only thing I've got noted in my head to make sure everybody gets what they need, and then I'll let everybody know what they didn't get. And also, all those will go out on the invoices that were sent today. Okay, all those will be those will all go on the not on the invoices that sent out today. So those will be sent on the invoices that go out a week from today. Okay, so if you saw me pull something, this officially starts a new week. All right. Except for Torona and Matt Shiker, which we've got their pulled, and I'll leave those on Ed's desk, okay? John Lee Hooker was VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition. And there's a final call for $20 to Michael Butler. And let's go ahead and start knocking out some of tonight's newest new arrivals. So if anybody changes their mind over the course tonight of any of that new stuff, just let me know. It's all available. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second to take a drink of caffeine. And the show is officially continuing. All right. That was a lot of claims. I think that video had more claims than any flip video I pulled or posted all week in the group. That was a lot of stuff, probably because it's stuff that I've never had before. I think only just a couple records in that entire, all that's new kind of in-print stuff, and I've never ordered any of it. That just goes to show you how much new in-print vinyl is out there that is still available that I don't think we've ever really had before. So, very interesting. Let's go ahead and find one of the first big pre-orders tonight. We got some big pre-orders over here to go ahead and knock out. I'm going to start with Disturbed. And tonight, we're going to be going ahead and doing a pre-order, then probably a vintage bin, and then a pre-order, and then a vintage bin, or I should say pre-owned bin. And the pre-owned bins may have a lot of sealed stuff. So, who knows? We're about to find out. Let's go ahead and get started. And Laura says there's more crates where that came from. And now John Lee Hooker just got one bid for $20. Michael Butler got another great deal on a John Lee Hooker. Mud Honey's the final call to Fred for $11. I never did hear back from Chad Smith. I'm about to sell it for $11. Now Xanadu's at $15. And if you just hopped on, there's a few buy it nows that have already been ran tonight. First is this. I put this up way too earlier. Miles Davis, Someday My Prince Will Come. It's now a buy it now for $115. $115. MoFi 1983 EX Plus condition. We already have a Neil Young cassette for a $5 buy it now, Ragged Glory, and Mickey Z Lane for a $5 buy it now. Those are buy it nows, $1.15, $5, and $5. Let's go ahead and grab this right here, and give me 1 second to do this. All right, we're going to do the pre-order for Disturbed right now, and I probably will have enough on the button. If I start reading this off and you're like, yeah, I want one, I would go ahead and probably claim one. I may have like a couple extras right now, so we'll see what happens. Brandon Johnson wants the Neil Young cassette for $5. Xanadu, and now we have the Mudhoney single. Wow, $11. I figured it would do a lot more, but I'm about to have to sell it. Let's go ahead and put up an auction right quick. And this is going to be a sealed copy of Hall & Oates. Oh yeah, one of their original albums. This is a sealed original club copy from 1989. It's going to go up for a $15 start. 1989 sealed club copy of Hall & Oates. Oh yeah. So this is new. This comes out Friday. This Friday, Disturbed the Sickness. Disturbed's classic 2000 debut album. Now 25-year anniversary, green vinyl pressed for the first time on a gatefold. Let's read off the pre-orders if you want one. Green vinyl gatefold anniversary edition of Disturbed. One is sold to William Simmons. These are $33.99. We have one for Adrian Wimmer. We have two for Matt Lawson. So we have one for William Simmons, Adrian Wimmer, and then Matt Lawson got two. Those are sold and sold. Those are done and done. And then Edwin Riviera and Carla Breckie. Edwin Riviera and Carla Breckie, those are sold and sold. And then Scott Ranatan and Ben Dygert. Scott Ranatan and Ben Dygert, those are sold and sold. And then Autumn Betts and Scott Beebe. Autumn Betts and Scott Beebe. And let me pause right there because that fills up my crate. Mudhoney is sold for $11 to Fred Cardinale. Hall & Oates has a bid for $15. And then Xanadu is sold to Robert Matthews for $15, okay? Let me pause right there. I've tagged everybody. My next name is John Cassidy. But first, let me introduce a new single right quick. Check out these two really cool picture sleeves here. ZZ Top, Gimme All Your Lovin'. ZZ Top picture sleeve, Gimme All Your Lovin', a $5 start, and Def Leppard, Photograph. Very cool with the camera picture sleeve there. Photograph and ZZ Top, and those are nice. And those are $5 and $5 starts. Let me step over here and swap out crates because this one has gotten really full. And now let's continue reading off this pre-order. Give me 1 second. All right, had to grab a new empty crate, and let's continue reading this off. I've already seen a couple people claim one live. And the next one here is John Cassidy gets one. There's one for John Cassidy, one for Matt Algram, one for Kelly W., two for Kelly W. So John Cassidy, Matt Algram, two for Kelly W. Also Jim Sedal and Robert Matthews. Jim Sedal, Robert Matthews, and Paul Brothers. There's three more sold. And then we have Jimmy Ball, Paul Conway. Jimmy Ball and Paul Conway. Also Bob Riger and Fred Cardinale. Bob Riger and Fred Cardinale. And then Tim Floyd and Sean Druin. Tim Floyd and Sean Druin. And then Ryan Eaton. And that's all the pre-orders for Disturbed, okay? And that is everybody that pre-ordered one. We have William Simmons, Adrian Wimmer, Matt Lawson on two, Edwin Riviera, Carla Breckie, Scott Ranatan, Ben Dygert, Autumn Betts, Scott Beebe, John Cassidy, Matt Algram, Kelly W. with two, Jim Sedal, Robert Matthews, Paul Brothers, Jimmy Ball, Paul Conway, Bob Riger, Fred Cardinale, and then Tim Floyd, Sean Drew, and Ryan Eaton. There's three extra Disturbs, $33.99 green vinyl. I left off by saying we sold Mudhoney, we sold Xanadu, and then we have Disturbed to Ben Dygert, but he already pre-ordered, so he said cancel his claim. Cameron Lingafelt wants one. Now there's two Disturbs left. Hall & Oates is sealed, $15 start. Interest in the Hank Williams Jr. 45. If I can find it again, I'll put it up. Def Leppard 5, ZZ Top 5, Def Leppard 5, ZZ 5, ZZ 5. And then we have Def Leppard 8, ZZ 6, and Def Leppard 10. And then we have one copy of Jacob Denson, Slow Flow. This was a request for Troy Robinson. They're $33.99 if anybody else wants one. Jacob Denson, Slow Flow. One sold to Troy Robinson for a special request. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And this is the Morrison Project, Billy Morrison Deluxe Edition, $64.99. That's sold to Angie Leckington. Angie Leckington special ordered that. If anybody else wants one, let me know. There's 2 copies of the new Disturbed Anniversary Edition that comes out Friday. I have 2 left in stock if anybody wants one. That is Hall & Oates 18, Hall & Oates 18, ZZ Top 7, Def Leppard 12. Give me all your love and picture sleeve. The B-side is If I Could Only Flag Her Down, and then we got Def Leppard Photograph, and the B-side on that is Action, Not Words. That's at 14. ZZ Top's just at 7, I should say. Should be at like, what, 37? Def Leppard 14 should be at what, like 54? Let's go ahead and bring over another new vintage bin right now. Let's go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to do that right this moment. Without further ado, what is right in here? I feel like we've went through that recently. Let me find the next crate. Where's the next crate? There's Soundgarden. Somebody, I was on the hunt for a super unknown for somebody, but I never could find one. Wow. I have trying to find where we're going to go through here. How about we go ahead and go through new stuff? I mean, Paul's got a crate here. Let's go ahead, or Laura's got a crate here maybe. Yeah, let's go ahead and go through this crate right here. I'm not going to waste any more time. Let's do it right now. ZZ Top 11, Def Leppard 15, John Smetzer on Disturbed, John Smetzer on Disturbed, and Janet Grade, Super Unknown. Yeah, I just found another Soundgarden over here, but I hadn't found Super Unknown for you yet. I'll probably have to order some this week, which will be good because I'm sure somebody else at least needs one. How about we go straight into new stuff here? We got Hall & Oates 19, ZZ Top 10, Def Leppard 15, ZZ 11, and let's go right now. So ZZ Top is now at 11. That means that Larry Smith, you've been outbid. Now Larry Smith's back in at 13. Def Leppard's at 15, which means Stacy Metternich, you're out. The new bid on Def Leppard is 15, which is with Chad King. And then Hall & Oates is a sealed 89 club copy. Hall & Oates is a sealed 89 club copy, and Brad Waits has that for 19. All right, there's ZZ Top, there's Def Leppard. Next thing we have is Deep Purple, made in Japan. These are new vintage arrivals. Deep Purple is VG condition, $14.99, made in Japan. VG $14.99. Cream, Wheels of Fire. What a nice looking copy. VG $17.99. Cream, Wheels of Fire in the White Room. VG $17.99 on that. And we have If. This is VG Plus, $12.99. Allman Brothers Win, Lose, or Draw is VG Plus $19.99. And Rick James, busted out of L7. Rick James is VG condition, $9.99. For Rick James. All right, so Hall & Oates is now at 20, 21. ZZ Top's at 14, and now Def Leppard's a final call. Stacy said she's out. Photograph, picture sleeve. Chad King has that for 15. We're about to sell it. These are new vintage arrivals being shown live right now for the first time. Being priced as marked. First time showing these. We have the Graduate soundtrack. It's hard to get to me, I know. I'll have to stop the show early tonight just to clean up this back room. It is an absolute train wreck. Looks like a record bomb went off back here. Graduates VG $9.99. We have Charlie Crockett, Welcome to Hard Times. Charlie Crockett is EX edition, $17.99 for Charlie Crockett. And Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu, VG condition, $14.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu. That's an original VG, $14.99. Hall & Oates 20, Hall & Oates 21. Donna Hand Shoemaker wants Cream, Wheels of Fire. These are some new vintage records that Laura has marked. That is sold to Donna Hand Shoemaker. Def Leppard, just $15. Sold $15 to Chad King. ZZ Top is now at $16. We've got about 3,045 to auction over here. I've already flashed a couple. I messed up. I flashed a couple, and now everybody wants me to auction those. And honestly, I don't know what's happened to them because they're all in this box, and it's really hard to flip through them all. I'll try my best to get some of those out, but I try not to do too many teasers on the 45 because if I've read off everything in here is worthy of somebody probably saying, Chad, will you sell that one right now? And then I can't find it. Then it gets back in the box, and then it disappears for another hour. Next thing we have is Hank Williams Jr. Is that much fun to hurt someone? Here's a Hank Williams Jr. picture sleeve, and this one's going to go up for a $5 start. Looks like John's priced it for a lot more than that, but I'm going to put it up for a $5 start. That's Hank Williams Jr. And let me move back my camera. That might help with the glare. First is Ben Digert on Charlie Crockett. That sold ZZ Top 16, 17, 18. Next is Cheech and Chong, Los Conchinos. VG Plus $14.99. Hall & Oates, Ooh Yeah, is a sealed copy. Trina went out. Brad Waits has it for $21. Robert Matthews, Do You Want Back In? We also have ZZ Top at $18 now. We have Andy Gibbs, Shadow Dancing, EX for $12.99. Grace Jones, Slave to the Rhythm. Grace Jones is EX, $12.99. Paul Young, The Secret of Association, EX edition, $12.99. Also, this is VG Plus, $9.99. Charlie Sexton, Pictures for Pleasure, VG Plus, $9.99. Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida. Iron Butterfly is in VG condition, $9.99. And Billy Cobham, Inner Conflicts. Billy Cobham is EX edition, $14.99 on Billy Cobham, Inner Conflicts. So we're done on ZZ Top. I'm assuming Robert Matthews is done on that. Only one bid on the vintage Hank Williams Jr. picture sleeve. It is very nice, and it has a new bid now for $6. Just FYI. Next auction or next claim was Donna on AG, and AG over here was Andy Gibb. That is sold to Donna Hand Shoemaker. Thank you, Donna. Grace Jones condition and Grace Jones condition. Grace Jones was EX condition. $12.99, Fred, if you want that. Charles Owens put Claim Brom. And then we have out from Robert Matthews, Bill Sexton. Bill Stewart on Charlie Sexton. That's sold to Bill Stewart. Hank Williams has a new bid for 10. Now 7. It's already at 10. And then ZZ Top's at 20. And that means Hall & Oates is sold. HO is sold to Brad Waits for $21. That's sold. Next thing we have is John Cougar Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee, VG Plus $17.99, and the Charlie Daniels Band Traveling Man, EX $14.99. Info on Rick James. Was there a Cheech and Chong? Cheech and Chong Los Conchinos, VG Plus $14.99. Rick James busting out of L7 was VG condition $9.99. Hank Williams Jr. is at 20. ZZ Top's at 21. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next new auction is going to be Dylan and the Dead. That's Bob Dylan and the Grateful Dead. This is a 1989 US with the original inner sleeve, and this is going to be a $35 start. Dylan and Dead, that is an 89 US with the original inner sleeve, a $35 start. Donna Hand Shoemaker on JC, and JC was for John Cougar. That's sold to Donna Hand Shoemaker. Charles Owens says he wants the Billy Cobham. That's sold to Charles Owens. Thank you. Ryan Eaton wants the Cheech and Chong. Thank you. That's sold to Ryan Eaton. Now we just need somebody to buy the Rick James and the Grace Slick. Bread Guitar Man with textured covers, VG condition, $9.99. BG's Idea is VG condition, $9.99. And Eric Clapton Backless was EX $17.99 for Backless. This is Ariel Pink's Have Graffiti. What is this called here? Ariel Pink's Haunted Graffiti Before Today. That is Lo-Fi Pop, really good. That's the note on the back from Laura. VG Plus $14.99. All right, so back up at the top, we had Hank Williams Jr. at $20. Everybody else is out. Well, final call. ZZ Top's at 21 to John Gollin. Final call. And then we pulled JC. We have a pass on Grace Slick. Dylan and Dead has a bid for 35, and Travis Wade wants the Ariel Pinks. That's so to Travis Wade. Next thing we have is JoJo Gunn. That is VG Plus $12.99 for JoJo Gunn. We have In Games Building Beauty. That's VG Plus $12.99. Scott Oman wants the Rick James if it's passed. It was asked about by Robert Matthews. Robert, let me know if you want that. If not, Scott Oman does. And Frankie and the Knockouts is EX $9.99. All right, ZZ Top, Give Me All Your Lovin', so to John Gollin for $21. Shane gets Hank Williams Jr. for $20. Dylan and Dead, just one bid for $35. Final call on that. Next single that's going to go up right now is a Whitesnake. This is Slip of the Tongue, and the B-side is Deeper the Love. Whitesnake, and the B-side or the next single is going to be Debbie Gibson, Lost in Your Eyes. Picture sleeve. So Whitesnake, Slip of the Tongue, $5 start. Debbie Gibson, $5 start. Ted Nugent, VG Plus $17.99, and Sea Level, VG Plus $9.99. Rick James is sold, and that is sold to... One second. Who wanted this if they didn't want it? That was Scott Oman. That's sold to Scott Oman. Thank you, Scott. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? I'd greatly appreciate it. Box of Frogs is EX condition $12.99. That's like former members of the Yardbirds. EX $12.99 there on Box of Frogs. We have Boston Don't Look Back, EX $32.99. And REO Speedwagon, too. That's one in their discography. We don't see as much as the others. One of their earlier albums there, 1972. REO Speedwagon 2, VG Plus $12.99. Debbie Gibson has a bid for $5. Whitesnake's a $5 start. Dylan and the Dead is sold just one bid for $35 to Chad Smith. That is officially gone. I found that a little surprising, but it is sold. It's sold. It is gone. And now the next auction is going to go up right now. And it is Aretha Franklin, Aretha Now. And this is an original 1968 Monarch, U.S. original in shrink with the company Atlantic inner sleeve. And there's a note from Paul, fantastic copy. It's on the green and blue label. It is very nice, EX Plus. It has the original inner sleeve. These usually don't exist in this kind of condition. $65 start there on Aretha Franklin. That's now up for bid on Aretha. MT Matt is getting the Boston. Debbie Gibson 6. Donna on REO Speedwagon. That is sold. And we have John Lennon, Double Fantasy. That was the last check condition record in the bin. That was the last check condition there, the John Lennon. That's EX $17.99 on that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, please. All right. Now Whitesnake has bids for 5 and 5. Next thing we have is Switch. Switch is $14.99. Switch, that's a Gordy Motown record. $14.99 on that. And this is $9.99. And this is Hue and Cry, Seduced and Abandoned. $9.99 on that. Let me grab one of our next cassettes here. And I'm going to start getting some of these up for auction as well, as soon as I can get to them, along with all of our LPs tonight as well. Jason Boxel on Switch. Thank you, Jason Boxel. That's so to you. We also have the White Stripes, White Blood Cells. That's $24.99. $24.99 on the White Stripes, White Blood Cells, $24.99. And Seductive Reasoning, Maggie and Terry Roach, I believe, $19.99. And we have Cheek. This is Risque, $19.99. Jason Hughes on WS. That's for the White Stripes. Final call to get a bid on Aretha. By the way, Chad, you're out on Whitesnake. The first $5 bid was with Mick Mawson. Also, Brandon Lack, you never did get a bid again on Debbie Gibson. I've got to sell those. I had some bids, and then I never did hear back from some people. I'm going to have to sell them so we can keep those rolling. Let me know if you're in or out. Chelsea is called Evacuate. That is an 80s punk record, gold stamp promo. $24.99 on Chelsea. And Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. Fleetwood Mac is $24.99. Mystery to Me, $24.99. And John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie, in shrink with the original hype sticker on the front and the track listing informational sticker on the back, $24.99. Mike Massey on Chelsea. That's sold to Mike Massey. Next thing is Debbie Gibson. That's officially sold to Pam Murray for $7. Whitesnake is sold for $5 to Mick Masson. And Aretha Franklin is a $65 start. As of right now, no bid. We're about to make it a buy now if there's not a bid. Going once, going twice on that. Next single, Keith Whitley. Keith Whitley and Tracy Chapman. Keith Whitley, first country 45 of the night. Tell me something I don't know. And Wherever You Are Tonight. Keith Whitley, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. That is up for bid. Keith Whitley and Tracy Chapman. Baby, I Can Hold You. And If Not Now. Tracy Chapman. Those are both $5 start. Next is Foghat Stone Blue. Foghat is $19.99. Looks like it's a promo, not for sale. Warner Brothers and cassettes. In-store copy. Looks like a copy they shipped for in-store record play. $19.99 on that. And the Best of the Doobies is $19.99. That's Best of the Doobie Brothers, $19.99. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take a drink of this. All righty. Back up the top. Keith Whitley, 5. Keith Whitley, 5. Next thing, this looks familiar. This is of Monsters and Men, Beneath the Skin. Of Monsters and Men is on clear vinyl, $39.99. Aretha is a $65 buy it now if anybody wants that. In shrink, original inner sleeve. Really nice copy. Actually, there's a note. Fantastic copy. $65 buy now if anybody wants that. Miles Davis, the only other no bid. Miles Davis MoFi is $115 buy now. And Michael Butler wants Aretha Franklin. That's sold to Michael Butler for $65. Next is MIA Kala. What is this? Kala. It looks like. I'm pretty sure I'm butchering something there. $29.99 on that. Keith Whitley has 2 bids, 5 and 5. I have not heard back from Todd Wara. No one's bid on Tracy Chapman for $5 either. I'm about to make those buy nows. Andrew, you were second on Aretha Franklin. Ron, just make sure you message our page. If anybody out there is watching and you didn't get an invoice, or you have an invoice question, or you have an invoice concern, if you didn't get an invoice, all those have been sent. You got to send Ed a message. And Ron, if you just send the Facebook page a message and say, I didn't get an invoice, Ed will get to you as soon as possible. Just make sure you send the Facebook page a message, okay? Just send a message and say, I didn't get an invoice, and they will take care of you. We got management, MGMT, and this is 2008 US Original, $34.99. Usually people think they got a message or an invoice, or they did get an invoice and it's in their junk folder. That's usually what happens. It ends up in their junk folder in their email. Todd, we have a question. Guy Clark come up yet? Tyler, I will run it right now. I will put it right now. It's actually, I just shifted some stuff over, and it was one of the next things in here. Let me see if I can find it again. I just reshuffled them all. Here it is. Guy Clark is a 1988 U.S. repress, probably 1976 or 77, according to Paul. And it's a $55 start. Guy Clark, old number 1, $55 start on that. Next is Travis Wade on management. That's sold to Travis Wade. Lost Todd Wara. Wow, Keith Whitley, 45, selling for $5 to Alex Butler. Alex, that's sold you for $5 and no bid on Tracy Chapman. That's a $5 buy now on Tracy Chapman. Next is Art Blake and the Jazz Messengers, In My Prime. That is a 2022 record store day on purple vinyl, $24.99 on Art Blakey. And we have a Beatles single going up. This is the Beatles, She Loves You on Swan. The B-side is I'll Get You. There is a label attached to the back of that one. The Beatles, She Loves You on Swan, going up for a $5 start. What an interesting looking record here. This is Mother Goose and Nursery Rhymes. Gatefold opens up into a board game with unpunched game pieces. 3 LP set missing the first LP. Very interesting, though. $14.99 on that. Art Blakey is sold to John Dodd. John Dodd is getting the Art Blakey. Guy Clark's a $55 start. Old number 1, 76 repress. The Beatles is a $5 start. The next single is going up right now, and it is In Excess. One Thing Leads to Another in the original picture sleeve. That's going to go for a $5 start. I wonder if Stacy's still watching. 2 things. Stacy's got to keep her streak alive. She's either going to buy a K-Tail record this week, or she's going to buy a picture sleeve 45. We got to keep Stacy's streak going one way or another. One thing leads to another. Let's go ahead and run through these one more time. These are new vintage arrivals. If you just got on, 6:30, we're going through new pre-owned arrivals. This crate was pretty full. Now it's about half empty. I'd love to read through those one more time. The Fix, not In Excess. Thank you. Yes, The Fix. The Fix. I got a bunch of letters mixed up there. FIXS, INXS. If you rearrange those and put in an F and take out the S, it makes In Excess. And that's why I said that instead of The Fix. So, first thing is this. Give me 1 second, please. All right, here we go. First thing we have Deep Purple made in Japan. That was VG $14.99. If was VG plus $12.99. Also, Allman Brothers Win, Lose, or Draw, VG plus $19.99. And the Graduate soundtrack, VG $9.99. And we have a bid on In Excess for $5, going once, going twice. Excuse me, The Fix. We have one bid on The Fix for $5. Final call. One thing leads to another. No bid yet on the Beatles. We have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, VG $14.99. We have Paul Young is EX $12.99. Iron Butterfly is VG $9.99. Also, Grace Jones was EX $12.99. The Charlie Daniels Band was EX $14.99. Bread was VG $9.99. And BG's Idea was also VG $9.99.
We have Eric Clapton backless EX 17.99. JoJo Gunn was VG plus 12.99. In games, Building Beauty in games was VG plus 12.99. Frankie in the Knockouts was EX $9.99. Ted Nugent is VG plus 17.99. Sea Level VG plus 9.99. There is a new bid on the fix for $6. Todd Doris wants Charlie Daniels. That is sold to Todd Doris. The Beatles is She Loves You. $5 start on that. Next is another bid on the fix for $6. We have Reed at 6 already, though. And then Travis Wade on in games. That's sold to Travis Wade. Stacy Brown on Frankie the Knockouts. Almost lost it there. It's at the bottom. That was right here. That is sold. The Beatles is a bid for $5. And now Guy Clark is a final call for $55. The 13-4 elevators. I'll start running pretty much one LP auction after another here on some of the big stuff in about 20 minutes. Okay? In about 20 minutes. I've already put a couple up, but I'll start doing them basically all the main advertising stuff one after another here in just a second. Box Frogs is EX $12.99. John Lennon was EX $17.99. This one was Hue and Cry, Seduced and Abandoned. That was $9.99. Also, Seductive Reasoning, Maggie and Terry Roach, what was $19.99. Chic is $19.99. Risque, Fleetwood Mac $24.99. And then John Fogerty $24.99. Carol Puckett wants Box of Frogs. That is got new bids. Beatles 5, now Beatles 6. The fix is at 7. Guy Clark is a buy it now for $55 if anybody wants it. Oh, number 1. Mary second on Box of Frogs. Stone Blue by Foghat is Stone Near Mint, and it's $19.99. Best of the Doobie Brothers was $19.99. We have Of Monsters and Men. That was $39.99 on clear vinyl. Also, this was MIA Kayla. That was $29.99 if I'm close on that. And this was a actual Mother Goose and Nursery Rhymes record with a gatefold pop open board game and an unpunched pieces. However, it's missing an LP. I don't know how much that affects the game, but $14.99. There it is. All right, new LP. So we already got 2 LPs with no buy it nows. Let me go ahead and do a let's go ahead and grab let's see here. Where's some of those cassettes? Okay, here we go. Cassettes. I've got Sugar Ray, and here is Floored. I got some more 90s cassettes to run tonight. Here's the next one, Sugar Ray Floored. That's a $5 start on Sugar Ray. And I also have going up for auction right now a sealed record. Let me figure out what I've done with it. Yeah, this is going to be a $1 start. This is sealed Ringo Rotogravure. That's a sealed U.S. original retail copy. It's never been opened. It does have a saw mark here, but that's never been opened. Ringo is a $1 start. Okay, the Beatles at 6. I haven't heard back from Pam. And the fix is at 7. And I haven't heard back from Reed Gregory. I've got to sell those unless I have a new bid. Sugar Ray 5 Ringo is a $1 start. That's a sealed original copy. Carol, yes, you did get Box of Frogs. Let's go ahead and knock out another new vinyl pre-order. Let's go ahead and do that. I think the new Now Playings are in. I think the new everything's are in. Everything new's in. Plus, there's already a new crate up here from Laura. So let's go ahead and get started on that. Let's see what this next box of records are. Ooh, the new Neil Young and the new Hinder. Okay, I'll take them. The new Hinder and the new Neil Young. See if I can weasel my way through here. We got little pockets of records squirreled away everywhere in here. Don't know how, like squirrels, they like hide stuff. That's what we do with records in this building. We hide little things everywhere. Little boxes of 45s are hidden everywhere. We squirrel stuff away for a rainy day. And I found a bunch yesterday. Found all kinds of little pockets of stuff trying to look for stuff I hadn't seen in a while. I was like, wait a minute, where's that autographed record? Or where's that autographed poster? I hadn't seen that since such and such. All right, let's go ahead and do this right here. Give me 1 second. And let's look up Hinder. And here we go. All right, so there it is. First time ever on vinyl, right? Yeah, I think this is the first time ever on vinyl. Comes out Friday. Hinder, Extreme Behavior, first LP reissue. 20th anniversary release of the Triple Smash album featuring Lips of an Angel. Blackberry colored vinyl. Hinder is $39.99. This comes out Friday, and we have a pre-order posted, and let me start reading those out. The first one goes to Mike Helton, then Vince Lano, then Corey Lawson, then Vince Lano, then Corey Lawson. Also, Jerry Stone and Stacy Brown. Jerry Stone and Stacy Brown. If you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, now's the time. Jeremy Todd and Clarissa Zavala. Jeremy Todd and Clarissa Zavala. Brooks Valder and Matt Algram. Brooks Valder and Matt Algram. Shannon Mashaka and Trey Tidwell. Shannon Mashaka and Trey Tidwell. This is Hinder, Extreme Behavior with Lips of an Angel. We have Ryan Eaton and James Bragg. Ryan Eaton and James Bragg. Those are sold and sold. And then Marco Martinez and David Campbell, those are sold and sold. Let me pause there. Nowhere near done with the pre-order, but let me first go ahead and fill up my crate and swap them out. We got Crystal Newman, Richard Davis, and C. William Pop. Those are sold and sold. And then we have Angela Lewis and Brandon Johnson. Angela Lewis and Brandon Johnson. That is sold and sold, okay? Let's go over here and let me leave off right there, Brandon Johnson. Next is Eric, but before I do that, I've got to figure out what happened here on our auctions, okay? When I left off, I said the Beatles was at 6 and it was a final call. And the Fix was at 7 and it was a final call. And then Sugar Ray Cassette got a bid for $5. And then we had an offer on the Doobie Brothers, which all those are sticker price in the last bin. And then Ringo got a bid for 2. It's a sealed original copy. 2 and then 5 and then 10 and then 6. Is Iron Butterfly on the tricolor Atco label or the yellow Atco label? You'll have to give me a second. I'll go back and look. And then there's the pre-order for that. So these are officially sold then. The Fix is sold to Robert Matthews for $7. The Beatles is officially sold for $6 to Tom Moran. And then Ringo Starr is moving to a final call. Ringo's Rotogravure. And this is at 11. Pam, you've missed out on the Beatles. I've already sold it. And then Ringo's at 11. And Sugar Ray is sold for $5 to Brandon Lack. Let me go ahead and swap out crates. Sorry, Pam, I lost you there for a minute. I just did a final call, and then as soon as I got to the bottom, your bid came in. Don't worry, I've got about 300 more of those. Beetle, She Loves You on Swan. I bet we have 300 of them here in this store if we gather them all together. I bet I could fill up a box this big of that same exact record. Various conditions. We got a bunch of them, don't worry. We have Hinder. This is sold to Eric Fisher. That is sold to Eric Fisher. Thank you. That is done. That was Hinder. That was the next one. And then Todd Kilgore and then Autumn Betts. Todd Kilgore and Autumn Betts. There's 2 more there to Todd and Autumn. Kelly W. and Justin Randall. Kelly W. and Justin Randall. Those are sold and sold. Lisa Stanton and Brian Call. There's one for Lisa Stanton. There's one for Brian Call. There's one for Josh Tanner. There's one for Hayden Ernest. And then George Buchanan and Kathy Webb. And then George Buchanan and Kathy Webb. Okay, thanks everybody. That was a big pre-order. Thanks everybody on those. Those are sold and sold. And that leaves me with Hinder, Extreme Behavior, $39.99. First time I think it's ever seen a reissue. Blackberry colored vinyl, Lips of an Angel. And those are available. And I don't think anybody's claimed one live. No one has claimed one live. Nope, no one has claimed one live there. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. Ringo's now at 11. That's a sealed original copy of Ringo Starr's Rotogravure. Does have a saw mark on the bottom, and we're about to sell it. Next is Queen. It's a picture sleeve, and Queen is going to go up for a $10 start. This is We Will Rock You and Crazy Little Thing Called Love. We Will Rock You. That's a foreign picture sleeve. Queen is going to go up for a $10 start. We got Hinder sold to Chris Kirkley. Hinder sold to Greg Preston. Hinder sold to Samuel Kopich. And I still got some more left if anybody else wants one there. I also have one copy of Depeche Mode London Dungeon. And Depeche Mode was a waiting list. It's a 2 LP colored vinyl for $38.99. Let me pull up the pre-order, or excuse me, the waiting list for this right quick. And if you give me a second, I'll read off this. There was only one that come in. And I promise, if I ever show a record and there's only one copy, that means either a special order or that's all I could get. And there was one person on the waiting list, Melinda Gerhart. So Melinda, this is so to you. Queen has bids for 510 and now 111. I think you meant 11 though. So that's sold. If anybody else wants on that waiting list, I've got more back ordered. It's just a matter of whenever they come in, okay? Just a matter of whenever they come in. So if you want one, let me know. Next thing we have over here is Neil Young, and this is a new release from Neil Young. He puts out a new album about every 2 weeks, and sometimes it's stuff that was recorded 50 years ago. He must have literally just like had a cot in a studio back in the day, because he'll put out a new album of unreleased music from the 70s about every month. And I'm like, what was this man doing? He must have literally just like slept in a recording studio. Neil Young, this is called Oceanside Countryside, an unreleased 1977 album. Again, I feel like this happens all the time. A whole nother album recorded from 1977 that he's releasing for the first time. That's on clear vinyl. It's an all analog cut, and they're $33.99. Neil Young. We have one for R.J. Myers and one for Matt Lawson. One for R.J. Myers and one for Matt Lawson. One for Chris Pedzwar and one for Bill Sammis. Those are sold and sold. Autumn Betts and Chris Kirkley. Autumn Betts and Chris Kirkley. Greg Lee and Brett Bledsoe. Greg Lee and Brett Bledsoe. Debbie Blair and Aaron Below. And then Brandon Johnson also wanted one. Brandon Johnson also wanted one. That is all available right there in this crate. Pre-orders have been fulfilled. Quick update on our auctions. The last bid on Queen was 11, then 13, then 14 was Stacy Metternich. Stacy, I said earlier, I said Stacy's going to end up with at least one picture sleeve tonight. Daniel Booziden does one on the waiting list for Depeche Mode, and that's called London Dungeon. Waiting list for Daniel Booziden. Mick Masson wants one of the new Hinders. Mary Miles wants one of the new Yale Youngs. And MT Matt gets the last Disturbed. I've already done this pre-order. 25th anniversary green vinyl. If anybody else wants a Disturbed, let me know, and I will put you on a waiting list. Matt just got the last copy. And if you need a Neil Young unreleased album from 1977, it says, Comes a Time, first time on vinyl. Now, how's that possible? The unreleased 1977 album preceding. Oh, album preceding Comes a Time. I was about to say, they made an error there. Comes a Time, that's an actual album that was released. So there's 3. That's the album that would have come out before Comes a Time. $33.99 for Neil Young, and then the new Hinders, Extreme Behaviors, are $39, okay? And we're sold out of Disturbed, and that's the only 3 pre-orders I've done, except for that Depeche Mode, which there's a waiting list already for, and we have Queen at 18. So that's still getting bids. Calvin says he's done. And then Ringo was a sold price of sealed original OG Ringo here. It's sold to Leslie Silverly for $11. Thank you. That's sold in Queens at 18. There we have it. Thanks, everybody. And so I think now it looks like today John marked, so you know, normally John would have 4 or 6 crates of new vintage records. It looks like he's gotten about 845s ready. So he's got like 845s over here. So what I'm going to have to do before long is I'm going to try to sort through these things and start making some of them buy it nows, so we can get all these. So there's enough 45s over here he's gotten ready for me to auction for like the next 3 weeks. I mean, there are so many, and they're all great ones like this. I'm going to keep the best ones I can find up for auction, and then here in a minute, we're going to do like we normally do and just start putting them up for buy it nows, because normally I would probably go into a vintage John bin right now, and since Paul and Laura was here today, it looks like he spent a day working on 45s, because if y'all haven't figured out by now, we have about 10 trillion 45s in this building. So we've got to try to go through all these tonight so we can get some of them sold, because I already had all kinds of other stuff to auction over here from New Orleans, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm about to bring over the next crate that Laura has marked right now. I'm going to do that one, and then we got plenty of new vinyl crates, though. So let's go ahead and go through this crate that Laura just delivered. There's still 2, 4, 5 crates. There's still 5 crates of new vinyl to go through. 5 crates, and they're not all pre-orders. A lot of them are. There's about 2 crates of mixed stuff. I think the next 3 are full of pre-orders, including Motorhead, the Now Playings, and then there's 2 other crates of miscellaneous stuff, okay? So yeah, we're about to, this might be a 45 buy it now night. So what I'll do is as I flip through them, I'll sort what I don't want to auction, and I'll start making a bunch of them buy it nows, okay? Probably for either $6 or $9.99, because a lot of these probably could be auctioned, and they would probably bring you anywhere between 5 and 10, or 12 or 15 or 20, who knows, or 30. Here is Parliament. Tear the roof off of the sucker. Give up the funk. Gotta have the funk. Y'all know that one? This is in like VG plus condition, maybe VG. It's got some scuffs right in here. Not bad though for Parliament. In the original Casablanca sleeve, Parliament's a $5 start, okay? And now Queen is sold to Stacy Metternich for 18, and Sam Squatch wants a Hinder. Thank you, Sam Squatch. That's so do you. Parliament has a $5 bid. Let's go ahead and start getting some of the LPs up. It's almost 7. Let me go ahead and get started now. We got LPs from the Beatles, Big Mama Thornton, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Def Leppard, Tori Amos, REM, Miles Davis, Tracy Chapman, Lightning Hopkins, Little Walter, Talking Heads, Van Halen, Randy Travis, Albert Collins, Bob Dylan, Dead Kennedys, Jimmy Cliff, George Jones, Echo and the Bunnymen, Funkadelic, Def Leppard, Joy Division, John Lee Hooker, and then I have some autograph stuff that I got to find the cards for, but I will do that. We got Green Day, Gabor Zabot, Dead Kennedys, Velvet Underground, 13-4 elevators, Beatles, Smiths, Replacements, Dylan, Bill Evans, Leonard Skinner, and Hawkwind. Wow. Ooh, that's a great looking lineup there. Let's go ahead and do the best of George Jones. Paul says this is an original 1970 sealed. An original 1970 sealed best of George Jones. That is going to go up for a $15 start. Was I on Hinder? Let me look up your name right quick over here. For Hinder, I'll have to try to find it, Eric. Eric, did I like your... It might be easier for you to go see if I've liked your comment. If I've liked a comment from you, then yes. If not, then no. So if you can check your notifications right quick. If I've hit a thumbs up on you here recently and you find that post, if not, then you didn't get one. All right, let me do some 45 sorting here. That, and then this, and then this. There's our first handful. And then this is pretty cool. The Blues Brothers. I'm a Soul Man in the picture sleeve. Blues Brothers is a $5 start. That is now up for bid, okay? Let's jump back over here. Let's see what's in these new Vintage Arrivals bins. And we pulled Hinder. What about Joy Division Pill Sessions? It'll be up for auction soon. Parliament 5, and then Parliament 6. We got a request for Tracy Chapman. And then do we have to be watching when it comes into claiming? No, you don't. And no, if you're on a wait list, it's good whenever it comes in. George Jones 15, George Jones 20, George Jones 25, George Jones 25, Blues Brothers 5, and 5, and George Jones 26. First thing we have is Dalek, Endangered Philosophies. Dalek is sealed $29.99. The Cranberries, in the end, the Cranberries is sealed $24.99. The Cranberries is sealed $24.99. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take a drink of this so I can start talking even faster. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. I just chugged everything that was left in there. Let me adjust my back and neck and my eyes. Let's see what's going on here. Great Monday. Tyler, $25 on George Jones. Blues Brothers, 5 and 5. George Jones, another 25. Blues Brothers, 5. George Jones, 26. Blues Brothers, 7, 8, 10. 30 on George Jones. 13 on Blues Brothers. Out and out. And then Blues Brothers, 14. George Jones, 40. Blues Brothers, 15. Now, Parliament. What happened on Parliament? Parliament Parliament. Mark Chesler and Chad Smith both bid 6. We've got the funk. Got to have the funk. Chad Smith, $6. If you're not Chad Smith, then you don't have the high bid on Parliament. $6 on that. $6 on that. George Jones is at 40, and the Blues Brothers is at 16. Next is Dirty Computer, Janelle Monet. Dirty Computer is sealed, $29.99. I have 2 copies of that. John Prine, September of 78. John Prine is sealed, $24.99. And Czarface, Inspecta Deck, Czarface, sealed, $34.99 on Czarface. Incubus, One Morning View, Incubus is sealed, $29.99. And Mortification, Hammer of God, Mortification is sealed, $29.99, only 1 copy. And Exhorter, boy, we got some metal mixed in here tonight. Slaughter in the Vatican, Exhorter is $29.99. The Blues Brothers, 18. Parliament's at 7, which means Chad Smith, you're out. Courtney Duncan wants Incubus. And now George Jones is a final call to Shane Devers for $40. We got Tom Moran getting the John Prine. MT Matt, you were second on Incubus. Unfortunately, that was my only copy. Crazy Horse, speaking of Neil Young, this is unopened. It's a music on vinyl pressing for $24.99. And Grace Porter, and this is sealed for $19.99. I'm about to show some 45s, and these are all $6.99. These are all $6.99. Europe, Lights and Shadows and Superstitious. Elvis, Faded Love and Guitar Man. Debbie Gibson, Lost in Your Eyes. We already auctioned one of those. Stray Cats, I don't recall having that one before. Andy Griffith, It Was Football. That's an old EP from the 50s or early 60s. And Romeo and Juliet. Those are all $6.99 there. Those are all 45s, and those are all first come, first serve. Stacy is next on NY, and that might have been on a 45. NY for a 45, and that was for Stacy. Did you get auto-corrected? Her EP might have got auto-corrected. Stacy, what was NY? And then I'll fix that for you. And before I tag anything else. And then George Jones is sold to Shane Devers for 40. Before we start tagging anything there, let me go ahead and put up this right here. Now, I have these. I know where they're at. They're just in my office, or what used to be my office. This is a sealed Reba McEntire, an autographed. And honestly, before I tell anybody anything further, this is, we just had, yesterday, we just got around 600 autographs authenticated. And when I was doing that, I found about 30 autographed albums I forgot we had. So this is called Reba McEntire Unlimited. It is signed by Reba McEntire. It has been JSA authenticated, and Reba is a $35 start. Reba McEntire Unlimited, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. It is personalized, and Reba is up for bid. That's an autographed Reba McEntire album, $35 start on that. Now, Stacy, this is Crazy Horse, okay? So Crazy Horse is sold to Stacy Metternich. That was her NY comment. And then up at the top, after that, it was GP for Daniel Booziden, which was with Grace Porter. Thank you, Daniel, on that. And then these 45s here. Tom Moran got Elvis Presley for $6.99. Travis Wade got Debbie Gibson for $6.99. Craig Thomas got the Stray Cats for $6.99. Stacy next on Elvis, then Chad, then Larry. And we have Brandon Lack next on Debbie Gibson. Gregory next on Stray Cats. Larry next on Debbie Gibson. Stephen A. Young first to Andy. Then Rod Bryan. Stuck 73 got Europe. And we have Crazy Horse sold. And we have Reba. Now it's time to sell some 45s. Here at the auction block, we have the Blues Brothers is officially sold to Calvin Ward for $20. And then the Parliament record is sold to Courtney Duncan for $7, okay? Let's put up some new stuff, but first, a few more LPs. Hey, another Grace Porter. So we just sold one to Daniel. There's another one in there, and there's another. I've got 2 more Grace Porters for $19.99, and we have Mitski, Be the Cowboy. Another Mitski album, and a note from Laura. Laura loves Mitski. That is sealed $24.99. And then MT Matt on Exhorter. We have a flag on Andy. Oh, that was what your AND was for, Andy Griffith. My bad. We got to change the Andy Griffith. I didn't know what AND. I thought maybe you were about to comment something else. That was AN for Andy. Okay, so don't give this to Steven. Sorry, Steven. Craig Thomas was first. I got you, Craig. A and D was for Andy Griffith. Those are taken care of now. We have Falling in Reverse, Fashionably Late. That is sealed on clear and hot pink vinyl, $24.99. Now, I'm starting a few of these autographed albums tonight at what I believe is a great price. This is Reba Unlimited. Reba is autographed, and it's a $35 start. It's JSA authenticated, and that's a final call for a $35 start if anybody wants to know that. That's a great deal, being that we paid for the authentication of it, just FYI. Just throwing that out there. Let's go ahead and put up one of these right here. Oh boy, let's see what we got here. The 13-4 elevators. It's 7 o'clock. It's time for a big auction. An original 1969 white label promo. The top seam does have some splitting. I'll show that to you in just a second. However, here are the notes. Rare. 4-letter word, all capitalized with an exclamation point. R-A-R-E. Rare. None for sale, and the vinyl is a strong VG+. This is a $325 start. I don't know if I've ever auctioned, but maybe one or two other one of these from international artists, a white label promo, the 13-4 elevators, the elevators, a $325 start. Now, the cover does have a seam split up here at the top. The top seam is completely split. The bottom is still intact. Grade that how you wish. I guess VG minus because of a completely seam split, or maybe G+, but the vinyl is a strong VG+, and that's up for bid, $325. And now Reba is a final call for $35. Falling in Reverse is sold to Lucas Patterson. Thank you. And let's go ahead and put up another 45 here. We've got James Brown, Blondie. Let's see what we have here. Since we got 13-4 elevators up, here is a reissue of the Bubble Puppy, Hot Smoke and Sassafras. This is a $5 start. Hot Smoke and Sassafras, Bubble Puppy in the picture sleeve, $5 start on that. Let's keep going through some new LPs here. We have Alice Cooper, Detroit Stories. That is sealed for $24.99. And this is MF Doom, sealed $39.99. Born Like This. And a note from Laura on the back. Laura loves MF Doom, $39.99. Here is the Reba record one more time. Yes, to Sandra and Daughter. To Sandra and Daughtery for Love, maybe. For Reba, or Love Reba. I'm not for sure what she inscribed on there. Tom Moran has it for $40. 13-4 elevators, $325. We've got 2 MF Dooms. Make that 3 MF Dooms, okay? So we have an MF Doom sold to Jason Hughes. Reba has a new bid for $40. Larry, it goes back to you. 1 second. Reba's out. Final call on that for $40. And Imagine Dragons Night Visions with Radioactive. That is sealed for $24.99. Bubble Puppy, $5 start. 13-4 elevators. Final call to get a bid in. $325. Bull of the Woods, a white label promo. $325 on 13-4 elevators. Minor Threat, live at Irving Plaza, New York, May 15th, 1982. Sealed for $29.99. And NXS, Shabu Shabah. NXS is sealed on clear vinyl, $24.99. We got 3 of those, and Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle. Wow, a 1999 pressing, sealed, and RTI remastered original packaging, it says. That is sealed, a 1999 RTI pressing of Fly Like an Eagle. Interesting. Mike Massey got Minor Threat. That's sold to Mike Massey. Angela on ID, and that's for Imagine Dragons. Mike was quick on the Minor Threat, already sold. John Dodd on NXS, that's INXS, sold to John Dodd. Janet Gray on Imagine Dragons, that was our only copy of Imagine Dragons. Reba is sold for $40, and that is sold to Tom Moran. Whoever's tagging this sale, let's set these aside until please set aside this till I can find the JSA card for Reba Unlimited here, okay? And just set these aside. I'll be on the lookout for them tonight, AX73680. I know where they're at. There's a little stack over here on the shelf in the office. I just got to match those up, okay? But whoever's tagging, just set these aside. Leave a note for me so we can find those cards, okay? And then we have Nobody on Bubble Puppy. It's a $5 buy it now. Wow. And then we have another In Excess Soda Donna hand shoe maker. How much was Steve Miller? $39.99. And we have a Dale, and this is a Dale 19. A Dale is sealed for $19.99. A Dale is sealed for $19.99. Next thing I have here, let me grab a handful of 45s and see what I can come up with, all right? There's that, and there's that. And let's go ahead and put up Alice in Wonderland. And let's go ahead and put up Paula Abdul. And let's do this one. And, ooh, that's a cool one. We don't get that very often. And I'll do that one, and I'll do that one, okay? Give me 1 second here. And now the first thing we have is Bubble Puppy is sold. Bubble Puppy is sold to Andrew Shaw. That's sold for $5. And now these are going to be $5 start auctions. This is Alice in Wonderland, Walt Disney Story of Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland is a $5 start, Walt Disney Storybook and Record. And then Paula Abdul is called Forever Girl. Your Forever Girl, I think is what it's technically called. That is Next to You and Forever Your Girl. Yep, those are $5 and $5 start. 13.4 Elevators is a buy it now, $325. Wow, no bid. An original 1969 white label promo. That is currently available for $325. I still got Guy Clark, a 1976 or 77 pressing. That's available for $55. I still got Tracy Chapman for $5. And I still got Mickey Lee Zane for $5. And I've got Miles Davis, an 83 US MoFi EX Plus for $115. So I still got Miles Davis. Someday my prince will come for $115. Guy Clark's available for $55. And Andrew Eisensmith gets the 13.4 Elevators. That is sold to Andrew for $325. Wow. Good, great buy now on that one. Thank you, Andrew. Big purchase. I appreciate that as always. 13.4 Elevators is sold. Now, let's go back to the top and make sure I didn't miss anything. We sold the Bubble Puppy, and then after that, 3 other people wanted it. Paul Abdul 5, Alice in Wonderland 5, Paula 5, Paul Abdul 6, Paul Abdul 6. Josh Tanner wants Tracy Chapman for $5. Nick Bargeron was second. Mike Massey needs to put back Minor Threat. So, Craig, if you want Minor Threat, I'm going to put it back in the bin and just let me know if you do. It's Minor Threat live at Irving Plaza, New York, May 15th, 1982. It is sealed for $29.99. Next thing I have is Canned Heat, Hooker and Heat. These are sealed. It says Pure Pleasure Records, 180-gram analog limited edition remastered. Hooker and Heat, analog remaster. It says on the hop sticker, $49.99. I've only got one of those. And we have Monster Magnet, Monolithic Baby. Monster Magnet is sealed, $29.99. I've got I've got a few of those. We may need them. 1, 2, 3, 4. How much is Steve Miller? It was sealed, a 1999 RTI pressing for $39.99. Looks like we need another LP up for auction. Let's go ahead and do this one right here. Green Day. Green Day is a 2012 Hot Topic exclusive on green vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. Hot Topic, Green Day, Dookie, green vinyl pressing from 2012, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. Alice in Wonderland, Storybook and Record. Wow, just one bid for $5. I spoke too soon on the starting bid on that one. Brad Waits has that for $5. We're about to sell it. Paula Abdul got up to $7, now $8. And then Gregory Roberts got a Monster Magnet. Joshua Cross on a Monster Magnet. And also we have Joshua Cross on Hooker and Heat. All right, so 2 Monster Magnets sold. There's still 2 more in there. Green Day is a $55 start. Green Day is a $55 start, green vinyl. Alice in Wonderland's a final call for $5. And Paul Abdul is a final call for $8 with Brandon Lack. Next is Minus the Bear, Infinity Overhead. Minus the Bear is sealed on neon pink vinyl, $19.99. And Boogie with Canned Heat, another remastered analog pressing, it says here, $29.99 on another Canned Heat, Boogie of Canned Heat. And this is Bush's Greatest Hits, loaded. Bush Greatest Hits on Cloudy Clear Vinyl, $34.99. Alice in Wonderland has a new bid for $6. Paul Abdul is sold to Brandon Lack for $8. And now I've got some more Buy It Now 45s. These are all $6.99 each. Beijia Promises. Beijia from now on, $6.99. Nancy Sinatra, a white label promo, God Only Knows, $6.99 on Nancy Sinatra, a white label promo. Stevie Wonder, Hey Harmonica Man, and this little girl, that looks really nice. And then this is Red Fox, the side splitter, We got 2 original EPs here from Red Fox, $6.99 and $6.99, and Breakfast Club, right on track. Breakfast Club is $6.99. Those are all available for $6.99 each, okay? I'm going to lay those right there. Josh Tanner wants a bush. Josh Tanner gets a bush. And then we have Darren Wortman on Monster Magnet. Darren Wortman on Monster Magnet. That means there's 1 Monster Magnet left. Alice in Wonderland has a new bid for 7. Now, Shane Devers, I just noticed on these here, looks like there's a part 2 and a part 3. So, yeah, you might want both of those. It looks like there's a part 2 and a part 3, Shane. So let me know if you want both of those. I thought they were duplicates. And then Stacy on BC for the Breakfast Club. And then we have Larry Smith on RF, and that was for Red Fox. He's second on that one. Then Brad Waits. I have a feeling Shane may want both of those since that's a part 2 and part 3. He does, and those are both sold. Final call on Green Day for 55. There's 1 Bush greatest hits left. Mac Miller, Watching Movies with the Sound Off. That's sealed for $34.99. And Portugal the Man, Church Mouth. Portugal the Man is sealed for $19.99. And the Melvin, Stoner Rich, Ultimate Stoner Rock is the note on the back. Ultimate Stoner Rock, $34.99 on that. Are we done on Alice in Wonderland, Storybook and Record? We're at $7. I never did hear back from Mike Strauss. Looks like a really nice, clean copy for a Disneyland record. I should have started at like 10 or 15 or 20. Right now, it's only a 7. I'm starting to panic. It's a final call. Green Day on green vinyl is about to be sold for 55. Next is Mary Miles on Mac Miller. That's sold. Christopher Allen on Mail. And I'm assuming that was for Mac. Is that right, Christopher? You put Mail. I'm assuming that was for Mac. And that's sold to Christopher Allen. Robert Matthews got a Monster Magnet. That was the last one. And no, that might have been for Mail for Melvins. That's probably Mail for Melvins. Let's put back Mac Miller. Let's give Christopher Allen the Melvins. My bad. Mary got Mac Miller. Christopher Allen got the Melvins. Robert Matthews got the last Monster Magnet. Chris Kirkley got Portugal the Man. Alice in Wonderland's at 8. Alice in Wonderland's at 9. Alice in Wonderland's at 15. And we have a $60 bid on Green Day, which was with Robert W. And that is sold to him for $60. Okay, that's sold to you for $60. I got you. That's sold to you $60. Alice in Wonderland's at 16 with Brad Waits. Now they're bidding on that. Here is a signed Vern Gotson album. This has been JSA authenticated. It is good to go. There is the JSA authentication sticker. This is called Vern Gotson Till the End. It's been signed, and it is my best Vern Gotson. It's not personalized either. Signed by the man himself, $45 start, not personalized. It says my best Vern Gotson. Signed. The disc is in there, and it's in good condition as well, just so you know. Yeah, very clean copy. And that's a $45 start on Vern Gotson, okay? The 345s left from earlier was Stevie Wonder, Nancy Sinatra promo, and however you say Beja, which they're saying it's pronounced Baja. Baja, not Beja, the way it's exactly spelled. Sounds like she misspelled her name. Next auction is going up right now, and this is, let's go ahead and do another 13.4 elevators. Here is another 13.4 elevators. This is a 1967 U.S. stereo. Postures is spelled correctly on the jacket with rare original on her sleeve. And there's a note from Paul, a very listenable player copy. So if you don't have this album, it's already tough to find. I think what he's trying to say by that note, this would be a great copy to have. And it has the original inner sleeve with the printed lyrics. Wow. Another rare 13.4 elevators. We've had one already sold tonight. Here's another one we never get. We never get any of their stuff. Rare Psych Essentials here. 13.4 elevators. Easter everywhere. A VG copy. $275 start. Easter everywhere. That's now going up. A $275 start. All right. So Alice in Wonderland's at 20. Then it was at 22. And then Brad's out. We got Vern Gotson autographed for a $45 start. Seems like a great price to me. And Craig's probably about to post that track listing. It's autographed also. It's autographed by Vern Gotson. And then 13.4 elevators, a $275 start. Give me 1 second. And actually, I'm going to do it right now. Check this out. An original Yes single. How often do you see that? Yes was not really known for putting out singles, especially in 1972. Here is Roundabout. and long distance runaround. And that's going to go up in the original Atlantic inner sleeve for a $7 start. Yes, it's a $7 start. Let's go ahead and sell Alice in Wonderland to Tracy Miller for $22. And there's our new 3 auctions. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take a drink of whatever's left in here. All right. So let's read through these one more time, and then we got some more new vinyl. Hope everybody has hit the like button for me on Facebook. Make sure you followed our Facebook page, and make sure you hit the like button on the YouTube video. Make sure you hit the like button on YouTube, and also make sure you subscribed. And if you're new, we do this every night. Last night, Paul had a show that started a new week. This is technically the second show of the week, and you'll get 7 nights, including last night and tonight, to buy records from us. We also have a group on Facebook, which is pretty much like our website, where we post videos and we post pre-orders. Anything you buy that comes in this week or you buy this week, $7 in limited shipping. And all you got to do is just get registered with us. It's very simple and very easy. Mike just shared the link to our group. We're approaching 10,000 members in there, which is incredible. A few years ago when I started that thing, I didn't feel like we'd get to 10,000 that quick, but we have. And appreciate everybody on there. And then this week, for the first time, for the people that's on YouTube, I'm going to start posting our flip videos on YouTube. And what I'm going to do is just keep the video separate. I'm going to do one video for YouTube and then one video for Facebook. And those will be posted as YouTube shorts, okay? So if you're on our YouTube channel, there'll be some shorts uploaded. I think I can do 2 or 3 minutes, and I'll do flip videos in there. I've been having people ask me, I wish you would post the flip videos in YouTube. I really can't upload a video every day of 3 minutes of me just, or 10 minutes of me going through crates, but I can do shorts. I think that'll be good. If y'all participate heavily in that this week, I'll start doing one every single day. Just make sure you're watching around 6 or 7 a.m. this morning. That's usually when I'll upload it, okay? I'll do that around 7 a.m. That should be very exciting, okay? First thing we have is Bush and Christopher Allen. This is sealed on cloudy clear vinyl. Yes, $34.99. So be looking for those on that. Make sure you're watching, looking for our shorts, okay? I've put shorts on there before, but it's usually just like content for people to follow our channel, not really for sales. But how about we start doing YouTube shorts, Paul? What do you think? He says it sounds great to him. He says warming up. We have Vern Gotson till the end. Vern Gotson is a final call. As of right now, there is no bids. Vern Gotson till the end. A signed copy, JSA authenticated, a U.S. original press, final call, no one has bid, $45. 13.4 elevators is a 67 U.S. stereo. Postures is spelled correctly on the jacket. It has the original inner sleeve. Paul has graded it VG, and it's a $275 start. VG minus cover, VG vinyl, $275. And we have Yes Roundabout. Yes Roundabout. Stephen A. Young has this for $22. It's a final call. The Guy Clark is either a 76 or a 77 black RCA label repress. $55 EX Plus condition. Eddie, can't believe no one's bought it. Christopher Allen does want the Bush. That's so to Christopher Allen. Thank you. And now Vern Gotson, which is autographed, has a bid for $45. It says, my best, Vern Gotson. Next is Dalek, Endangered Philosophy, sealed, $29.99. The Cranberries, In the End, sealed, $24.99. This is Dirty Computer, Janelle Monáe. That is sealed on clear vinyl, $29.99. We have 2 copies of that. Also, we have Czarface, Inspecta Deck, sealed, $34.99. Mortification, Hammer of God, sealed, $29.99. Ex-Hoarder, This is sealed for $29.99. Grace Porter is sealed for $19.99. Grace Porter is sealed for $19.99. This is called Mitski Be the Cowboy. Mitski is unopened for $24.99. Alice Cooper Detroit Stories is sealed for $24.99. And this is MF Doom, Born Like This, sealed for $39.99. We sold one. There's two left. Now, yes, is at $30. Vern Godson's a final call and one more opportunity to bid on 13-4 elevators before I make it a buy it now. NXS Shabu Shabbat is sealed for $24.99. Steve Miller's a sealed $19.99 RTI pressing for $39.99. PD Perez on Exhorter. We sold one earlier. That one sold to PD Perez. Edwin, you were second. I sold one earlier. Adele is sealed for $19.99. Michael Butler, let me know if you want back in on yes. Here is Minor Threat, sealed for $29.99. Mac Miller is sealed for $34.99. And Minus the Bear was sealed for $19. And a Canned Heat analog reissue or remaster is $29.99. So we got a pending bid on that. 13-4 elevators is another buy it now. The other one was a buy it now as well for $325. We sold the other one a moment ago for $325. Now this one's $275. I know somebody's going to grab it. Who's going to get it? Who's out on yes? That is out with Michael Butler. Sell that to Stephen Young for $30. And we have a request to look at the autograph. It says, My Best, Vern Godson. My Best, Vern Godson. And it's, of course, been JSA authenticated. And it's good to go. And that's a $45 buy it now on that. Now, we have a claim for Adele. And that was Adele 19. That is sold. And we have Chad King on AC. And AC was, Chad King, AC was for Alice Cooper. That's sold to Chad King. Excellent. All right, there is a bid on Vern. So, Cody, I'll just make sure you don't want to bid. If you say out, I may go ahead and wrap that thing up. Now, we've had a ton of requests for Joy Division. I promise you, it's on deck. It's coming up. But first, we're going to do Echo and the Bunnymen, which is an original 1987 SRC with the original inner sleeve. Echo and the Bunnymen is going to go up for a $35 start. Echo and the Bunnymen, $35 start. That is available if anybody wants it, okay? It's right there. Let me grab another handful of 45s here. Let's find our next auction and our next buy it nows. This one looks interesting. Boy, look at that company sleeve. Johnny Cash, It Ain't Me Babe, which is a Bob Dylan cover, and Time Again. That's really cool. Johnny Cash is a $5 start. I'll make that a buy it now, that a buy it now, that a buy it now. What is this here? Fuel? That looks like something I need to auction. This is Fuel. It's a picture disc. It is limited edition collector single of Shimmer, and that is going to go up for a $5 start, okay? $5 start. There's 1, 2, there is 3, and let's see here. 3, and then, ooh. I'm getting my next 45s. Boy, most of these right here are auctions, though, especially that one. And I'll make that a buy it now. And we'll do those in just a second. Okay, great. Excellent. Here we go. First thing, it's time to swap out crates, all right? There's Fuel, there's Johnny Cash, and then Vern Godson is sold. And once again, let's set this aside so I get the JSA card for it. Jeff Coleman gets that for $45. Thank you, Jeff Coleman. That is sold to you for $45. Whoever's tagging these, just please set these aside. I'll be on the lookout for AX73690, okay? There's that, and there's that. And then Echo and the Bunnymen. As of right now, there's no bid, and it's a final call for $35. Did somebody ask for the Guy Clark? Did somebody ask for this earlier? Yeah, Andrew Shaw. I was making sure Eddie Passir didn't want it, and then because he asked, and then he claimed it, okay? So I got to make sure Eddie didn't want that, and then we'll do this right now. All right. Here we go. Let's do some now playing. So let me figure out. Yeah, let's go ahead. I'm going to do the Motorhead in just a second. We got a restock of the one last week, but this should be big because we pre-sold a ton, and I think I've got a bunch of extras. So let's see what I got going on here, all right? All right. Thank you, Eddie Pasir. So Andrew Shaw, that's OD for 45. Any other signed country? Yes. Cody, we just had a bunch. Just got back from authentication. I've got another Reba. I've got Osborne Brothers, Stella Parton. I've got a fully signed Alabama, Sammy Kershaw, Georgia Satellites over here, Charlie Leuven. I've got some really cool stuff to put up. Hopefully slip in tonight, and then look tomorrow for a post. Look tomorrow for a post. I'm going to have a preview. I'm going to have a huge preview coming up of some stuff we just got back, which is very exciting. Okay, give me a second. I'm swapping crates, but I'm also having to pull up this pre-order before I start showing it. And let's update these auctions as soon as I swap out crates. But yesterday, big day for us. We just got back. Well, technically, 475 signed items, and about 250 were signed albums. We just got back 250 signed albums. So let's update what's going on here, okay? So we have Adele, Alice Cooper, and then I put down Fuel and Johnny Cash. And this is Fuel. It says limited edition collector single Shimmer with non-album B-side Sunday Girl, debut album Sunburn, available March. So it's some sort of advance or picture disc single from Fuel. And then Johnny Cash is a really cool It Ain't Me Babe in a green Columbia sleeve. It's in like EX, and here are the current bids. Johnny Cash 5, Fuel 5, and then Echo 35, Fuel 7, Echo 35, Fuel 10, Fuel 13, Echo 38, Fuel 15. I've been sending. I'll let Ed know, Donna. He's probably going to see that tomorrow. Fuel 17, Fuel 20, Fuel 25, Echo 40, Echo Al. Okay. So Johnny Cash, final call for $5. One bid. Fuel's at 30 and Echo's at 45. Big pre-order here. This is a new release from Twisted Sister and from that Now Playing series. This is on orange vinyl. It's on orange crushed vinyl. It's called Twisted Sister Now Playing, which is AKA a Greatest Hits. This is new, comes out Friday. Bad Boys of Rock and Roll. I'm me. You can't stop rock and roll. The kids are back. We're not going to take it. I want to rock. I believe in rock and roll, etc., etc. This is $28.99, and we've sold a bunch of them. Twisted Sister Now Playing. Matt Shanahan got one for Autumn Betts and one for Stacey Brown. One for Autumn Betts and one for Stacey Brown. One for Jamie McCord and one for Brian Call. One for Jamie McCord, one for Brian Call. One for Sean Holford and one for Richard Davis. If you didn't have the pre-order and you want one, right now is the time to claim it. Brian Thurman and Dwayne Worley. I'm about to pause and sell these auctions, though. Jamie Diaz and Brandon Johnson. Jamie Diaz and Brandon Johnson. Carlos Diaz and Paul Shizzle. Carlos Diaz and Paul Shizzle. Also Jimmy Clark and Amy Hutchings. Jimmy Clark and Amy Hutchings. J.J. Wilson and Nico Capolanis. J.J. Wilson and Nico Capolanis. Brian DeLeon and Tim Holloway. Brian DeLeon and Tim Holloway. We got Robert Matthews and John Smetzer. Robert Matthews and John Smetzer. Mike Massey and Scott Markheim. Mike Massey and Scott Markheim. Sean Druin and Scott Ranington. Sean Druin and Scott Ranington. We got Matt Scheiker and Carla Brecky. Carla Brecky and Matt Scheiker. Those are sold and sold. And the last few in here was Fred Cardinale and Jamie Diaz and Robert Matthews. Fred Cardinale, Jamie Diaz, and Robert Matthews. Now, am I crazy, or did I read off Jamie Matthews twice? I did. I read off Jamie Matthews twice. He commented twice, so let's put one back. Jamie only needs one, and if you heard your name on there twice, you might want to let me know. That means you accidentally pre-ordered twice. And if you didn't hear your name and you want one, right now is the time to claim it. All right, so I left off by saying Fuel at 25, Echo 40, Echo 45, Echo 30, Fuel 35, and then Johnny Cash 6, Fuel 40, Johnny Cash 7. Darren Wortman wants a Twisted Sister. Josh Tanner wants a Twisted Sister. Fuel's at 45, and then Johnny Cash 7. So Robert W., you're out on Johnny Cash. Nick Bargeron, you're out on Johnny Cash. Robert Matthews said, I only need one. He might have commented twice as well. Did I comment your name twice? I did. So let's put one back for Robert Matthews. Robert, you commented 6 days ago, and then you commented 3 weeks ago. So you must have forgot. So I'm putting one back for Robert. He only needed one. And now, Echo and the Bunnymen is a final call. Let me make sure the other bidder said out. He did. Jim Davis did. Travis Wade has this for 45. It's an original press. Nice. And now Johnny Cash is still getting bids, and now Fuel's a final call. That is Twisted Sister. Let's go ahead and bring over a couple Buy It Now 45s. These are going to be $6.99, okay? $6.99 for these. We're going to start off with a great one. John Lennon, Stand By Me, from his album Rock and Roll, the Benny King cover. We have a Flashback Live EP from 38 Special. That's a 4-track. They're doing some hits on that one. The Trogs, an original Wild Thing for $6.99. We have Rodney Crowell, She's Crazy for Leaving, and Brand New Rag. Rodney Crowell, Martin Denny's Exotica EP from probably the late 50s there, and New Kids on the Block, Didn't I Blow Your Mind? Those are all $6.99 each there. $6.99. Thanks for everybody who pre-ordered. Thanks for everybody who pre-ordered Twisted Sister. Everybody that did, that got one, and that's what I have left in there. These are $6.99. Johnny Cash 12, Johnny Cash 15. Stacy first on John Lennon. That's sold to Stacy for $6.99. Ivan R. got the MD, which was the Martin Denny. Larry Smith second. Michael Butler got the Trogs. That's sold to Michael Butler. And then we got New Kids on the Block. We got Rodney Crowell, and we got 38 Special. Those are all sold, sold, and sold. And we have Travis Wade on the final call after the entire bin. That's sold to Travis Wade for $45. Auction details. The only one left is Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash is at 15 with Robert W. And the Field Picture disc is sold, and that is sold to Shannon Mashaka for $45. Next is Johnny Cash, and this is a final call. Johnny Cash, Robert W., $15 on that. $15 on that. So here's what's left. Twisted Sister now playing on orange vinyl, $28.99. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 exactly left there. And also from the other new vinyl bins we've been through tonight, we still got the new Hinder, Extreme Behavior, $39.99, and Neil Young is $33.99. Rod Bryan wants 38 Special. Time for a couple new LP auctions, okay? Time for a couple new LP auctions. First thing we have is going up right now, and it is, we just did Velvet Underground, or excuse me, we just did Echo and the Bunnymen, so I know there's some people waiting for this. It's a 1987 UK repress, VG Plus condition, Joy Division, the Peel Sessions, a $35 start. $35 start on that. Are we done on Johnny Cash? I think we were. Robert 15. I'm about to sell it. Twisted Sister's a compilation. It's called Now Playing. It's on orange vinyl. It's essentially a hits comp, $28.99 on that. I have 10 left. And then the only other new vinyl that's left tonight that was been shown is Hinder and Neil Young there, okay? Joy Division 35, 45, now 50. And we're about to sell the Johnny Cash and then put up some other new auctions. And then out of that little stack of 45s I just showed, the only thing left is New Kids on the Block and Rodney Crowell. That's the only thing left out of those, just FYI. And I've got to go ahead and knock out another crate here of new vinyl. Is this another new crate here? What is this here? Did Laura deliver a new crate, or Paul? Oh, yeah, Paul delivered a new crate when I wasn't paying attention. Let's go ahead and go through that right now. Or I think I was paying attention because I remember saying something to him, but I forgot he dropped it up here. So here is a crate of newly priced stuff right now. Let's go through it. We have 2 more Twisted Sisters sold. We have 1 sold to Christopher Lee and 1 sold to Paul Brothers. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. We're going to have what they call an old-fashioned hoedown tonight. That's what we're going to have here tonight, an old-fashioned hoedown. We have Christopher Lee on Twisted Sister, Paul Brothers on Twisted Sister, and Joy Division's at 55, and Johnny Cash is sold, and that is done, and that is sold, and that's sold to Robert W. for $15, okay? There's Joy Division, lots of activity on that. Time to put up another signed album here. This is, give me 1 second here. I think this is a pretty good record in general. This Sammy Kershaw, Do You Know Me, a tribute to George Jones. I'm pretty sure this is a good record just by itself. It's numbered on the back, 315 of 500. It's been JSA authenticated. Sammy Kershaw, it's a 2 LP. It's nicely signed, and the signature has been JSA authenticated. That's a $45 start. $45 start on Sammy Kershaw, okay? There we have it. Anybody else? Now is the time. First thing is, let me do this right here. All right. Let's see what's in this bin. Joy Division 60, Sammy's at 45. First thing we have is Sly and the Family Stone Fresh, a 1973 Terre Haute mastered by the one and only Bob Lowig, $29.99. Sly and the Family Stone, what did I just say? Flesh. I think I said Sly and the Family Flesh Tones. Mogwai, the Hawk is Howling. Mogwai is sealed on white vinyl. That's a remaster, $29.99. And we have Chicago, and this is in pristine condition. That's a note from Paul. Wow. At first, I thought it was going to be some kind of reissue. Whoa. Chicago 3. That's beautiful. $19.99. And Waylon Jennings is in shrink. This is called Turn the Page, $19.99. And let me go ahead and show whatever this is. We got 3 of them. It is Jay-Z, In My Lifetime, Volume 1, sealed, $34.99. Time out. Right now, we have Joy Division, which is called the Peel Sessions. This is an 87 UK repress, and the last bid was $60, now $70. $70 on Joy Division. This is Sammy Kershaw, Do You Know Me? A tribute to George Jones, autographed. The autograph has been JSC authenticated. They guarantee it. We guarantee it. Sammy Kershaw. And that is a final call, just one bid for $45. Next was Michael Butler on Sly and the Family Stone Fresh. That is sold to Michael Butler. Stacey Brown gets Chicago. That is sold to Stacey Brown. Chicago. Bob Riger was second, then Stephen A. Young, then Diego Sanchez, and then Courtney Duncan wants a Jay-Z. Jay-Z sold to Courtney Duncan. There's 2 left, and now 2 more records. Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, $29.99. And Bob Seger, boy, that's one we don't get too often, Mongrel. It is a U.S. repress, but nice. Seger, $24.99. Our next auction is going to be David Allen Coe. She Used to Love Me a Lot, and For Lovers Only, Part 4. David Allen Coe, a $5 star. Sammy Kershaw has a new bid for $50. Cody, you've been outbid. And now the Police. Every little thing she does is magic. With the picture sleeve, the Police is a $7 start. Next is Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication, 25th anniversary, limited edition, 1 red and 1 blue. Wow, colored vinyl too. $39.99 for Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication, 1 red, 1 blue. Blue and red colored vinyl, and 2 copies of Thriller. These are sealed, $24.99. $24.99. That's Michael Jackson, Thriller, $24.99. Let's go back to the top and see what happened on Joy Division. C-Note has it for $70. I haven't seen any other bids. Final call on Joy Division for $7. Sammy Kershaw did get a new bid, signed for $50, then $55. So, Jeff, you're out. It's now at $55. David Allen Coe 5. Police 7, David Allen Coe 10, and D-Kong wants Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. That was a U.S. original. That is sold to D-Kong, and we have Men at Work Cargo. Cargo's $19.99 for Men at Work. Very clean copy there, $19.99. And The Pretty Thing Sings, SF Sorrow. That is remastered. There is a note on the back, remaster UK Psych Essential, $34.99. Speaking of that, the other night, that Residence album threw me for a loop. We had that Residence album with the eyeball, and last night I started looking a lot at the Residence, and I didn't realize their stuff started as early as it did, and second, I kind of want a copy now of that album, Meet the Residents, and then I got on Discogs and looked at the original pressing with the Beatles cover, and I also seen where it's like $1,000 record, so, and I seen why everybody was requesting those albums. Now, I didn't realize the Residence stuff was A, that early, in the 70s, and B, that expensive. Oh my gosh, no wonder everybody was wanting me to put up that album the other night. And we have Jamie McCord on Red Hot Chili Peppers. That was next. Red Hot Chili Peppers with Jamie McCord. Chad King on MJ for Michael Jackson. And then we had Police at 10. We got Sammy Kershaw at 60. And then Samuel Kopech on Pretty Things. Joy Division. That is long gone. And then Sammy 65, Police 11, Police 12. And we have David Allen Coe, She Used to Love Me a Lot, and For Lovers Only, Part 4. David Allen Coe, the high bid on that is a final call to Shane Devers for $10. The Police is now at 11, which means everybody's out. Nope, Calvin's at 12, now 13, and then Joy Division. This is already sold. I said long gone because I was about to sell it. Somebody just put Joy Division 7. The high bid was $70, which was with C-Note, and I've been meaning to sell it, which is sold right now to C-Note for $70. I almost said it's long gone. I thought I'd already sold it. And then Scott Oman gets the other colored vinyl Red Hot Chili Peppers. Now David Allen Coe's getting new bids. Now Police is getting new bids. And now Sammy Kershaw, Jeff Coleman's out. This is signed. Do You Know Me? A tribute to George Jones. It's been JSA authenticated and it's numbered on the back. That's at $65. Sammy Kershaw. That's at $65. That's now up for bid. Let's put up another auction. I'm going to show one more new sealed record. It is Jubilee sealed Japanese Breakfast, $24.99. $24.99. Our next auction, as far as LPs, are going to go up right now. And we just did Joy Division. Let's go ahead and put this up. The Dead Kennedys. The Dead Kennedys is a 1990 US repress, VG Plus condition. There's no flexi disc and no inserts. It's a 1990 press. We're going to start it at just $25. A 1990 pressing. Give me convenience or give me death, right? Yeah, give me convenience or give me death. Dead Kennedys, $25 start on that. All right, right back to the bin. First, let me go ahead and start trying to get another handful of Buy It Now 45s assembled. We got a ton. What I do is I grab a handful and I'm like, okay, we'll auction that, buy it now that, buy it now that. And that's an auction. Ooh, we'll make that a buy it now. That's a buy it now. We'll make that a auction. And that's an auction. That's definitely an auction. Yes. And buy it now. And I'll make that a buy it now, but I bet that's a pretty good record. All right, I got a handful back here ready to go in just a second. But first, we've got ABBA Greatest Hits. ABBA's Greatest Hits is $19.99. This is a non-check condition note, by the way. Very nice. CCR Bayou Country, sealed for $29.99. And we have 2 copies and an original Billy Joel's Greatest Hits Volumes 1 and 2, $59.99. So I left off by saying David Allen Coe 12, Police 14, Police out, David Allen Coe 15, and then David Allen Coe 16, and then Sammy Kershaw is sold, and Sammy Kershaw is sold to Cody Wright for $65. Same thing. Let's make sure we set aside the autographs tonight for 2 reasons. One, so I can find the card for them, and I guess that's the only reason. I just got to find the JSA cards for these. Now, what I'm talking about is these autographs, when they're JSA authenticated, they come with a little card. That really, I mean, it's good to have it, but it doesn't really matter. It's like if you don't have that card, but I know I have them somewhere, I'm going to find them and put them with your record, whoever's buying autographs tonight, okay? We've had so much stuff authenticated in the last year. We got little stacks of cards laying on shelves, and I've got to thumb through like 300 or 400 of them to find the matching card. But if you ever get an autograph and it doesn't have a card, it really doesn't matter. Just it's nice to have that with it, just FYI. The Dead Kennedys is a $20 start, and we have a bid for $25. It's a 1990 pressing. The next comment was Tyler Hubry wanted the Bob Seger Mongrel. That is sold to Tyler Hubry. And David Allen Coe 16 and 2017. What is the most expensive 45 we've ever sold? I sold one for $3,800 before. The Limelighters, I think. Limelights. The Limelighters. 3,800. Dillatronic. J Dilla. That's sealed for $34.99. And Donald Byrd. Kevin Gray. Donald Byrd. This is the Kevin Gray cut of Donald Byrd, Blue Note Tone Poet. And this one's called At Half Note Cafe, Volume 1. That is sealed for $34.99, and I've got 2 of those, okay? I think we're done on our auctions. David Allen Coe's at 20. Tony, you're out. Alex Butler, you're out. The Police is officially sold. The Police is officially sold to Calvin Ward for $14 on that. Jason Hughes on J Dilla. That is sold. Chris Knapp on Donald Byrd. That is sold. And we have 3 copies of that. Wow, we got 3 copies of Donald Byrd. Tom Waits, Nighthawks at the Diner. Tom Waits is a SRC pressing, a gatefold 2 LP. No condition notes, $29.99, okay? David Allen Coe's now at 21. The Dead Kennedys is a final call for $25. A 1990 US repress. Wow, just $25 on that. We're about to sell the Dead Kennedys. $25. I figured that would get up close to $50 or something. Final call on that, though. Here's our next LP auction, Funkadelic. Funkadelic. And this is an original 1978 US Winchester. It does have the original on her sleeve. No original sleeve. with the original sleeve, no 7-inch, used to belong to Brenda. What does that mean? Is that a track on here, or is her name written on here? Used to belong to Brenda. VG oh, her name's on the label. I see what Paul's talking about now. I was like, is that some kind of rare track that's on this I don't know about? VG condition. How about a $25 start? Brenda, old Brenda, wrote her name on the label back in the day. Good old Brenda. She wanted to let everybody know that she owned this Funkadelic album in case it was borrowed at a party and they didn't bring it back. And then she's going to have to call them and chew them out for stealing her Funkadelic record. That's One Nation, Under a Groove, an original in VG condition, a $25 start. David Allen Coe is officially sold to Shane Devers for $25. That's sold to Shane for $25. Next is Jesus and Mary Chain. Wow, Psycho Candy, sealed for $39.99. We got 2 copies. And Parachute by Pretty Things, sealed $39.99. A 50th anniversary remaster. A 50th anniversary remaster. Here we go. These are $6.99. $6.99. Theme of Star Trek II from Wrath of Khan. $6.99. Bridge Over Troubled Water. Simon and Garfunkel. The B-side is Keep the Customer Satisfied. They're Coming to Take Me Away. Ha ha. Napoleon. Whatever Roman numeral. Blue Oyster Cult, I'm Burning for You, and Don't Fear the Reaper. Wow, that's a great one there. Double-sided hits. And a promo copy of Johnny and June, I'm Going to Jackson, and Pack Up Your Sorrows. That's a good one there. I'm going to Jackson. Turn loose in my coat. Another crate delivered by Paul, and he's leaving us. I hate when Paul leaves us. That means no more records, no more psych, no more anything. It's all over. He'll be back tomorrow. We got one left. I don't know. Paul says, why is the 13.4 elevator still available? I don't know. Maybe we'll sell it right now. I'll show it again as soon as I tag some auctions here. Boy, look at all these comments. Dead Kennedy's 27. Dead Kennedy's 30. Funkadelic 25. Funkadelic 25. Dead Kennedy's another $30 bid. Funkadelic 25. Dead Kennedy's 33. Funkadelic 35. Funkadelic 26. And then ST was Star Trek, Wrath of Khan, as featured in Seinfeld. That sold to Rainbow for $6.99. Adam was second. Stuck was third. Shane put Box for BOC. That is sold to Shane Devers. And then we had Jesse Hood second. Josh Tanner third. Shane first on Johnny Cash. Funkadelic 28, but I think we already had a bid on that. And then Rainbow wants, They're Coming to Take Me Away. Aha. That's sold to Rainbow. And then Tony next on Don't Fear the Reaper. Funkadelic 27. Robert next on Coming to Take Me, Coming to Get You, Coming to Take Me Away. Funkadelic 30. And then Penny on JJ, Jesus, maybe. Penny put JJ, Dead Kenny's 35, Funkadelic 33, 36, 33. Okay, so the only thing not sold there is Simon and Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water for $6.99. Yes, Jesus and Mary Chain Psycho are new and sealed reissue copies for $39.99. That crate is 100% definitely worthy of a recap, okay? That is definitely worthy of a recap, all right? So, before I do anything else, let's update these 2 LPs, and then I've got more 45s, okay? John and June, okay, that's sold. And then we have the Dead Kennedys, a 1990 US repress. No flexi disc, no inserts. It's a nice VG Plus. We never get any kind of, quote, like vintage copies of this album. That's why I was kind of surprised at first, but it's taken off now. I'm showing that at $40, 1990 repress. I mean, what was the original year for this? 87? Yeah, I mean, this came out in 87. This is a 1990 pressing. And then Funkadelic's at 40, and we have 2 people tied, Courtney and Samuel. And this is an original 78 VG. It does have the original inner sleeve with the lyrics. No 45, though. And Funkadelic's tied at 40, and Samuel, you're out. Penny bid first, okay? We did a new 45 auction. The next 45 auction is going to be Cinderella, storybook and record. This is going to go up for a $10 start. This is Walt Disney's Cinderella. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Who got the Johnny and June? Shane Devers did. Shane Devers did. Have you ever had CCCCCCCCCCCCC? I'm not familiar with that release. Next thing we have is Mogwai, The Hawk is Howling, and that is sealed for $29.99. Actually, Gregory said there was three $40 bids. Thank you, Gregory. I didn't even scroll up past those. But now Samuel's broke it at 42. Then we actually had a three-way tie. Dead Kennedy's 45 and Cinderella 10 and Funkadelic 45. And we have Waylon Jennings. Wow, this is still available. One we don't get very often. From what? 1985, near mint and shrink wrap, 1999. So Mogwai was sealed, $29.99. Cinderella already has a bid for 10. Waylon Jennings was an original. Jay-Z, In My Lifetime, is sealed for $34.99. Those are available. And Red Hot Chili Peppers on colored vinyl, 25th anniversary edition, red and blue colored vinyl, Californication, sealed $39.99. Sealed $39.99. Also, we have Michael Jackson Thriller, sealed $24.99. Sealed $24.99. Give me 1 second, please. All right, so 1 second, please. Yeah, that's my new saying. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Laura, if you ever decide to go up front in the next 5 minutes, I could greatly use a bottle of water. Not asking, but just saying. We have Dead Kennedy's Funkadelic, and Todd Warr got Waylon Jennings. That sold to Todd Warr. Justin Garrett got Michael Jackson Thriller. That sold. And we have Funkadelic at 50. And one more read through here. Men at Work Cargo, $19.99. This is Japanese Breakfast, Jubilee. That is sealed for $24.99. ABBA's Greatest Hits, that's an original, $19.99. CCR is sealed for $29 and $29. Also, Billy Joel's Greatest Hits is $59.99. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits Volumes 1 and 2, $59.99. Donald Byrd, sealed, a Blue Note Toad Poet, $34.99. We still got two of those. Tom Waits is an original, $29.99. Wow, still got the Jesus and Mary Chains, $39.99. And Pretty Things Parachute, a 50th anniversary edition, $39.99. Also, we need an update on these auctions, okay? So, Dead Kennedys, the last thing I remember saying was it was at 40, and then we got a bid for 45, and then 42, and then 45, and then 46. And it looks like it's at 46, and it's a final call. Dead Kennedys, and that $46 bid is with Alex Butler. That means Nick Bargeron, you're out. The Cinderella's now at 20, and then the Funkadelics with Courtney Duncan at 50. Courtney Duncan at 50, and Samuel says he's out, and he was the other bidder. So $50 on Funkadelic, Dead Kennedy's 46, and Cinderella's at 20. And then Stacy also on a Michael Jackson, but I think we've sold both of them, Stacy. Unfortunately, both of the MJs have been claimed. You would have been third in line. All right, another great crate there. Paul just brought up another crate before he left. Laura's marking records, and I have 4 more crates of new vinyl to go through. Let's go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to put this over here. Gregory says he bid 50 on Funkadelic first. Dang it, I missed another bid from Gregory. What's happening is y'all are all bidding at the same time, and I'm not scrolling up high enough, and y'all's bids are getting out of order. I apologize again. He has this first at $50. Yeah. Gregory has this at $50. Courtney, you're out. I apologize again, Gregory, for missing his bid. I apologize. But yeah, we've got like 3 people, and y'all are all bidding like simultaneously. And what happens when you got 3 people bidding simultaneously is y'all end up tying over and over, and then I just see whoever's in last at the tie, and not sometimes who's actually first. So sorry about that, but we got it figured out now. All right, so that means Courtney, you're out. Looks like we still got a couple bidders. I apologize. But yeah, sometimes we put up these heated auctions, and y'all are all bidding like the same amounts, sometimes 2 and 3 times over and over. So I'm like, okay, who's the tiebreaker? Who's the tiebreaker? Who's the tiebreaker? Until we figure out who has it. So live tagging. Oh, I can't do that. That would greatly put us behind. Funkadelic is Funkadelic. So Courtney went out. So Gregory, I'm not even going to give it another chance. I'm selling it to you for $50. That's sold to you for $50. All right, that is sold for $50. That is sold. It is hot and heavy tonight. Yes, it is pretty wild right now. It is hot and heavy. Seinfeld reference. Okay. Cinderella is sold. Brad Waits, $20. That's sold to Brad Waits for $20. That's sold. Storybook and record. Next is Dead Kennedys, which is sold. And the Dead Kennedys is sold. DK. Dead Kennedys is sold for, I think that's a new bid. 46. 47. Alex Butler had it for 46. Alex Butler, 46. And then Rob Shaw, 47. And Alex Butler has not set out. Alex Butler, this is at $47 with Rob Shaw. We have one person who has not set out. $47 on that. I greatly need this here. Oh, and chocolate donuts. Wow. And I got delivered some chocolate donuts. She's like, you really need some brain power. Okay, let's go ahead and get some new auctions introduced before I chow down on some donuts. The next thing I have here is let's mix it up a little and put up a Dylan record, which is a really cool pressing here. This is a 1967 UK stereo copy of the Freewheelin' Bob Dylan, Blowin' in the Wind, Girl from the North Country, Bob Dylan's Blues, Don't Think Twice, It's All Right. I think that's the one I like. Corinna, Corinna. This is a 67 UK. This is a 67 UK of the Freewheelin' Bob Dylan, and Paul said no condition notes. EX Plus or better. It has an original CBS sleeve. That is a 67 pressing, but a really cool UK copy. 35 on that. All right, Rob Shaw got the Dead Kennedys for $47. That sold to Rob Shaw for $47. Now another new LP, and the next new LP, let's try a sealed, let me see if I can identify who signed this right quick. I might have to wait. Ooh, that might have the card inside of it, actually. Did I hear a JSA card? Okay, good. This one has the JSA card in it. I might can check who signed this one right quick. That has the JSA card. Also, whoever's tagging the autographs, let's double check down in the sleeves and make sure there's no JSA cards down in them. Otherwise, I'll be on a wild goose chase all night for them. But first, let me look up here. We got AX736, and this is 76. And this is the Georgia Satellite signed by 3 members, okay? So it tells me it's signed by 3 members. Thanks, Dale. Keep that faith. And then it's signed by DeLee, maybe. Let's see here. Randy DeLay. And then right here, it looks like it's signed by Dave Hewitt. And then right here, it looks like it's signed by somebody else, maybe Rick Richards, perhaps. Georgia Satellite, signed by 3 members. Keep the Faith, which I will say is a record I don't see too often from them. 1985 Georgia Satellites. It's signed by 3 members, and they even drew a mustache on one of them. And that has been JSA certified, and that's going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start on that. Let me go ahead and pull up this next pre-order, which is the next now playing. Give me 1 second here. I'm searching in the wrong place. All right, this comes out Friday. Blue vinyl. It is an Ace Frehley now playing. Ace Frehley now playing. Cobalt blue vinyl, $28.99. If you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, let me know. Once again, I don't have a... I honestly don't know what a couple of these names say. I think that says Randy DeLay. That looks like Rick, I really don't know. That looks like Dave Hewitt, and I don't know what that one says. And at this point, I'd be guessing. So they just say signed by 3 members. Sometimes they don't really let you know. I have, honestly, over there on the side, I don't know what that says. It looks like when I signed my name. If you didn't know what it looked like, you just wouldn't know. I have no idea. It looks like a P, and I know that one says Dave Hewitt, and that one says Randy DeLay, and then the George Silence, Dan Baird, and Rick Richards. That kind of looks like Rick Richards, but I really don't know. I'll kind of let y'all look at it, but I have no idea. Sometimes if I don't know and they don't say on there, a lot of times I'm guessing if I can't figure it out. Sometimes on those because I'm like, well, I don't know. It just says signed by 3 members. Ace Frehley on blue vinyl. This is $28.99. This is new, and if you don't have the pre-order and you want one, right now's the time. That is sold to David Polkey, and he was first on the pre-order, then Dave Kavanaugh, and then Sean Holford. So Dave Kavanaugh and Sean Holford, those are sold and sold. The next is Brian Berger and Jimmy Wood. Actually, let me skip Jimmy and let's give Brian Berger one, and let's give Matt Shanahan one, okay? So Brian Berger and Matt Shanahan, there's 2 more sold. Next over here is Richard Davis and Kelly Cook. Richard Davis and Kelly Cook, there's 2 more sold. And then Jamie Diaz and Jamie McCord. Let's give 2 more Jamies one, Jamie Diaz and Jamie McCord. Let me pause there so I can swap out crates, all right? And then I'm about to update these auctions, show some 45s, etc., etc. Let me make sure I've got everything over here I need. Laura just delivered a new crate along with some water and donuts, and I'm about to do some final calls. And sorry, I can't identify that last signature on there. It's it's really hard to tell sometimes. There's some I've looked at before for hours, and I think sometimes they're signed, and I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, it looks like an R to me, but don't hold me to that. And this is a final call. We have one bid for $45. We're about to sell it, and Bob Dylan just has a new bid for $41. This is Ace Frehley now playing, and the next was Sean Druin and Ron Duffield. Sean Druin and Ron Duffield, those are sold and sold. Also, Robert Sullivan and Jen Cast. Robert Sullivan and Jen Cast, those are sold and sold. Larry Williams and Scott Corcoran. Larry Williams and Scott Corcoran. Fred Cardinale and Dennis Schellenberger. Fred Cardinale and Dennis Schellenberger. Brenda Medina and Angela Lewis. Brenda Medina and Angela Lewis. Greg Preston and Darren Wortman. Greg Preston and Darren Wortman. And that was it on the Ace Frehley now playing. I've got a bunch of extras of those. Ace Frehley now playing. Those are all extra copies there. $28.99 for Ace Frehley now playing. So here's everybody who got one. David Polkey, Dave Kavanaugh, Sean Holford, Brian Berger, Matt Shanahan, Richard Davis, Kelly Cook, Jamie Diaz, Jamie McCord, Sean Druin, Ron Duffield, Robert Sullivan, Jen Cass, Larry Williams, Scott Corcoran, Fred Cardinale, Dylan Schellenberger, Brenda Medina, Angela Lewis, Greg Preston, and then Darren Wortman. I feel like I said Darren Wortman twice. Let me make sure I didn't say his name twice. Nope, he only got one. All right, so if anybody else wants one, that's on blue vinyl, $28.99. The Georgia Satellites, which was autographed, is sold. Just one bid for $45 to Tony McDaniel. That's sold for Tony McDaniel for $45. That's sold. Bob Dylan has a new bid for $45. It's time for more 45 auctions. Anybody on Ace Frehley? No one's claimed one live here. There's a bunch of extras there, as you can see, $28.99. I figured a new release by somebody like Ace at just $28.99, and it's a greatest hits. I figured those would get snatched up pretty fast. So just FYI, those are available. Here is our next single, Robert Plant, Heaven Knows. That's a picture sleeve, original single there from 1988 from Now and Zen. Robert Plant is a $7 start. And then also we got to chip away at some of these blues records. Here's Albert Collins, Frozen Alive. And Albert Collins is an original. This is an original 1981 US EX Plus condition, a $25 start. Is my chat working? Test 1, 2. I haven't seen anybody comment in 2 minutes, and there's 390 people watching. There's got to be something wrong, or is everybody just being really quiet? Is anything working? Test 1, 2. Is this working? There's got to be something wrong, or everybody just has gotten really quiet all of a sudden. Let me jump over here to Facebook. Either I'm shut down or just nobody is saying anything all of a sudden. It could be both. I don't know. Let me go back over here. Bob Dylan. I just seen a comment over here on Facebook for Ace and then Albert Collins, but it's not popping up on my restream. Oh my gosh, there it goes. I was like, man, what's happened? We got like a delay or something there. I don't know what happened. Okay, so I guess everybody just fell asleep during the Ace Frehley pre-orders. Wow, usually Ace Frehley don't put anybody to sleep, but I guess it just did. Bob Dylan 40, Bob Dylan 41, Bob Dylan 45. Donna, it goes back to you, okay? Robert Matthews wants an Ace Frehley, and then we have Albert Collins at 25, Robert Plant at 8. I'm here, Tess working, ZZZ, I hear you. AC 28, and then quiet. It's just really quiet right now. Here's another big pre-order. This is David Bowie's Young Americans. David Bowie's Young Americans, and let me pull this up right quick. I was about to say, everybody just got really, I think sometimes everybody's like, well, Chad's read through a pre-order. Let me go grab a cup of coffee right quick. Let me go grab another beer. Chad's putting up a pre-order, which I try to do this live so everybody knows. If I didn't do this live, we'd get questions throughout the show, did I get the pre-order? So I've always decided, let's just do it live. This is new, comes out Friday. Young Americans, David Bowie, a half-speed master. They've done half-speed masters for Ziggy and Aladdin Sane. Here is Young Americans, $33.99. And here's everybody that got a pre-order, $33.99. Autumn Betts was first. Brian DeLeon and Brandon Johnson. This is $33.99. This is a new half-speed master that comes out Friday. Teresa Cunningham and Marsha French. Teresa Cunningham and Marsha French. Damon Dignor and Scott Beebe. Damon Dignor and Scott Beebe. Kelly W. and Bill Malachi. Kelly W. and Bill Malachi. Also Fred Cardinell and Daryl Johnson. Fred Cardinell and Daryl Johnson. Philip Hope and Melanie Jennings. Philip Holt and Melanie Jennings. Peter Mazzolino and Brenda Medina. Peter Mazzolino and Brenda Medina. David Eberly and James Ludwig. And then Kelly W. commented again, but I'm assuming Kelly W. only wants one. All right, so what's happened over here? Robert Plant just got one bid for $8. That's sold to Stephen A. Young for $8. Bob Dylan, I think I lost Donna, so let's go ahead and sell this to Paul Oakley for $45. That's sold. And now Albert Collins is at $35. If anybody else wants one of the new all analog cuts of David Bowie, Young Americans, or the new Ace Frehley now playing, those are $28.99. There's David Bowie. Anybody else? And I think the only other vinyl left from tonight that has been shown are these releases right here, which is Neil Young's Ocean Countryside. That was a new release for Friday, and Twisted Sister on orange vinyl. So those are available, and we got a lot of extra copies of some stuff tonight. Those now playings I went ahead and loaded up on. Albert Collins is out. Jeremiah Stasich is at $35. And now we have a David Bowie sold to Clifford Umstead. That is sold. Let's grab a new LP auction. We still got the Beatles and Big Mama Thornton and Stevie Ray Vaughan and Def Leppard and R.E.M. and Miles Davis, Mo-Fi and Tracy Chapman and Lightning Hopkins, and we're just getting started. Next thing is Def Leppard, Hysteria. A 1987 Canadian club with the original on her sleeve. No condition notes, a $55 start. Def Leppard, Hysteria, an 87 original Canadian club with the original on her sleeve, a $55 start. That is now up for bid, and so is Elvis in Kid Galahad, an original Elvis EP picture sleeve here. Elvis is a $10 start. That's going to go up right now. That's Kid Galahad, a $10 start. That's our next auction. So that is all the new vinyl so far tonight. I'm going to go ahead and go through this crate that Paul left before he left. And then Laura's already brought up a crate. And then we still got 3 crates of new vinyl. And some of them are like mixed crates. I'm trying to do all the pre-orders first, which was the majority of all of it. So let me go this right here. All right. Water. That was very much a relief. Okay. And let's go ahead and go through this crate right here and see what we got. Here we go. New releases may go with flip video. Oh, yeah. Those will be, most of that stuff will be sold by Friday. By the time those records actually come out, they'll be probably gone, I hope. But you never know. Yeah, there was an offer earlier. I saw that. It was right when I was starting a pre-order, though. Andrew Eisensmith offered $225 on the 13 elevators. Let me go over here and take a look at this. First, though, Albert Collins is about to be sold to Jeremiah for $35. Def Leppard has a bid for $55, and Elvis has one bid for $10. Let me see what hadn't sold over here. Those hadn't sold for $6.99. I don't know if I want to discount that one that much, Andrew. Like Paul just said when he was leaving, he was shocked it didn't sell for $275. If you want it, I'll do $265 on it. It's the 13 4 elevators. I mean, we never get these in. It's VG 265, and the very first auction of the night is still available. And 1983 US Mo 5 Miles Davis for 115. So that's our only two no bids, 115, and I'll do 265 on that. Okay. Let's see what's in here. We have Cage the Elephant. Thank you, happy birthday. Cage the Elephant is sealed, $27.99 for Cage the Elephant. And Jason Isbell, Southeastern. Jason Isbell is sealed for $24.99. Red City Radio, Paradise. Red City Radio is $24.99. And we have Kelly Clarkson, Chemistry. Kelly Clarkson is on Coke bottle, clear vinyl, and that is $14.99. Andrew said he'll take it for $265. Thank you, Andrew. You know, a $275 start, I think Paul was expecting that to at least get a bid or sell for well over $300. And now it's sold for $265 to Andrew Isasmith. Elvis just got one bid for $10. That's sold to Tom Moran. Boy, and over the last 2 weeks, we've been selling these incredibly nice Elvis 50s EPs for like $10 and $12, which normally, like if I had to put a sticker on this, I'd probably say like $49.99. So some of those have slipped through at great prices. That's sold for him for just $10. Now Def Leppard 56, 59.60, and Albert Collins is sold for $35 to Jeremiah Stasich. That's sold. Back to the bin. Next record in here is Walter Bishop Jr., Bish at the Bank. That is $24.99. That's a 2023 record store day numbered. Chuck just bid $15 on Galahad. I wish I could have took that, but it's already sold for just $10. We have Melissa on KC for Kelly Clarkson. That's sold. Bill Evans hadn't sold, but it's staring at me right here in the face. I was about to do it along with the Velvet Underground, the Dead Kennedys, the Smiths, More Dillon, Leonard Skinner, Hawkwind. There's so many great records over here. So many great records. Here's the next one Paul has tagged. This is an original 1962. I repeat, an original 1962 VG Plus Bill Evans $255 start. Wow, undercurrent. This is a jazz grail here. Bill Evans, Jim Hall, undercurrent, and original 62 US stereo VG Plus. VG Evans. VG Plus, that's going to go up for a $255 start. $255 start on that. They're still battling out the Def Leppard. Next record in here is another Walter Bishop Jr. for $24.99. And this is called Love Cry, Albert Ayler. Love Cry is a free jazz master, Paul says on the back. A free jazz masterpiece. $29.99 on Albert Ayler. Let me pause there. I'm going to skim through another handful of 45s I've got here and see what we got. There are so many in here. See if I can get all these stood up. Let me grab another handful from the front here and see what we have here. Okay, I'll make that a buy it now. I'll actually make that a buy it now and that a buy it now. We definitely need to auction that. And this Extreme. Wow, we need to auction Extreme. All right, so here's our next 245 auctions. We have Extreme, as in Extreme for Pornography, Wholehearted, and Get the Funk Out. So Extreme is going to go up for a $7 start. And Wild Cherry, Play That Funky Music. Wild Cherry is also going to go up for a $7 start. Bill Evans is a $255 start on that. $255 on Bill Evans, just FYI, okay? Next record in here is Unforgettable, Songs by Nat King Cole. That is sealed from 2017, $27.99. And Candlebox is a music on vinyl press, $44.99 on Candlebox. We've got two of those, and we have Working with the Miles Davis Quintet. That's a 2023 mono RTI pressing, $39.99 for Miles Davis. Miles Davis, $39.99 on those. And John Anderson in the City of Angels. That's Yes, John Anderson, $14.99. Extreme is a $7 start. Wild Cherry's a $7 start. Bill Evans has a bid for $255. Def Leppard's at $65. Wes says he's out. So final call on Def Leppard for $65. Final call on Bill Evans for $255. Ron Duffield put box for Candlebox. That's sold to Ron Duffield. David Hoy wants a Walter Bishop. That is sold to David Hoy. Thank you. That's sold to David Hoy. Next is Anathema Weather Systems. That is a 2012 Euro, $44.99. Wild Cherries at 7. Bill Evans is an original 1962 U.S. stereo copy. And what a cover. I mean, I used to see this, and I would see it kind of in passing, and I would think it was like, to me, it looks like something that would be like a cover from an 80s new wave album or something. Like it, and I used to see it, and then I found out it was from a jazz album from 1962. And I used to see that cover. And when I found out this was a jazz album cover from 1962, I was like, whoa, that's just looks like it's way ahead of its time, that photograph for a 1962 album. The jacket's really nice, though. Textured cover. It's a gatefold. I hadn't even got to show you how nice the jacket is yet. I mean, this jacket is beautiful. 1962. There's very little signs of wear. I mean, just like right there. And the corners are sharp. And the vinyl is in VG Plus condition. And the jacket's phenomenal. The vinyl here is in VG Plus condition, okay? All right. Okay. And that's a 255 final call. Now, Tony, you're out on extreme because you put 5 and the starting bid 7. And now Def Leppard has a new bid, and Mike Strauss wants the other candle box. This sold to Mike Strauss, and we're about to sell Wild Cherry for 7 as well. Next is Canned Heat Vintage. Canned Heat is sealed, $27.99 for Canned Heat. Those are sealed for $27.99. And Steve Hillage, Fish Rising. Steve Hillage is a 1975 white label promo. There's a note from Paul. Great Space Rock, VG Plus, $24.99. Great Space Rock. That's the note from Paul. And now there's a new bid on Def Leppard. Now there's a new bid on Def Leppard. Now there's a new bid on Wild Cherry, and still technically not a bid on Extreme yet. Next thing we have is some more Buy It Nows for $6.99. More 45 Buy It Nows. We have James Brown, Get Up, I Feel Like Being a Sex Machine, and the original Blue Agana. That's $6.99. Blondie Rapture is $6.99. Aretha Franklin Spanish Harlem is $6.99. We have Sam Cooke, and this is actually an EP. You Send Me, The Lonesome Road, That Lucky Old Sun, and Canadian Sunset, and then David Lee Roth, Going Crazy. Those are all $6.99. Everything right there is $6.99. James Brown, Blondie, Aretha Franklin, Sam Cooke EP, and David Lee Roth, just $6.99. Alonzo asked about Candlebox. All right, we already sold a Candlebox to Ron Duffield. Then Alonzo asked about it. Then Mike Strauss claimed one. So, Mike, I got to bring this back and see if Alonzo wants it. Candlebox is a new sealed 2LP, $44.99. If Alonzo wants that, he wants it. If Alonzo wants that, he gets it. If not, it's sold to Mike Strauss. Bill Evans is at $255. It's a final call. And then we have Justin Garrett giving David Lee Roth for $6.99. Calvin was second. Chad King put BL, and that was for Blondie. And then Brad third on David Lee Roth, and then Chad on DR, and that was for, I'm not for sure. And then Alonzo said sold on Candlebox. So Mike Strauss, you were third on that, okay? Next is Wild Cherry, and this is officially sold to, well, let me make sure Jesse's done. Calvin has it for 9. Nobody bid on Extreme for, it's a $7 buy it now if anybody wants that. And then Def Leppard is at 66 with Carly Southers. 66 with Carly Southers, and this is a final call. She had outbid Josh Tanner, and Josh, I lost you on that one. So, Josh, let me know if you want back in. I'm waiting for a few final bids. I think some people bid that might have got off, and I'm just making sure they are officially done, okay? So, one is Carly outbid Josh on Def Leppard, and Josh, I lost you. And then Wild Cherry. There was a new bid on Wild Cherry, which was 9, and I just got to make sure Jesse Hood's done bidding. Haven't heard back from him. And then Bill Evans just got a new bid for $265, which is of Rob Fordham. That means Gabriel, you've been outbid. Gabriel Chavez has been outbid on Bill Evans, okay? The next thing was there was no bids on Extreme. It's a $7 buy it now. We sold David Lee Roth to Justin Garrett. Calvin was second. Chad got Blondie. And then Brad was next on David Lee Roth. I'm assuming that's what Chad's DR was for, David Lee Roth. So, Chad, you would have been fourth. Alonzo did get the Candlebox. That means it got put back. Mike Strauss didn't get it. Price on Anathema. Next is Anathema for Adam Bullock. That is $44.99. Tyler Hubry claims the Steve Hillage. Then there was a new bid on that, $265. Price on Candlebox. They're all sold out. We actually didn't have enough. Then there was a new bid on Def Leppard for 68. Now he's out on Wild Cherry, and now there's another new bid on Def Leppard. Now Wild Cherry is officially sold since he went out, and Wild Cherry sold to Calvin Ward for $9. Wow, y'all are making me earn it tonight. I am trying to keep up with everything that's going on. And the only 345s that didn't sell there is Sam Cooke, Aretha Franklin, and James Brown. Adam Bullock says he will take Anathema. There we go. Let's keep rolling. So just for clarification, Bill Evans is up for bid, and so is Def Leppard, and we got a battle between a couple people. Extreme is sold to D-Kong for $7. I never had an Extreme 45 before. That sold to D-Kong for $7, and then Alyssa Rose was second. We have Morphine, Cure for Pain. Morphine is $34.99. Cure for Pain, and then Vanilla Fudge, Rock and Roll, EX Edition, $16.99. Vanilla Fudge, Rock and Roll, EX, $16.99. And Big Brother and the Holding Company, this is called Heavy Sounds, which is a great compilation with Big Brother and the Holding Company, and the Electric Flag. That's on the Columbia 2i label, $12.99 on that. All righty, there we have it. So let's try to put up a new, they're still bidding on Bill Evans. Rob, you're out. G-Man's bid $275. Gabriel's going to jump back over to YouTube or back over to Facebook. And now let's put up another auction. This is Xanadu, which we sold one earlier tonight at auction. Here's another one. This is Olivia Newton-John, You Made Me Love You, and Suddenly. And those are tracks from Xanadu. That's going to go up for a $5 start, okay? I think I'm caught up. I think we're good to go. Next thing is Queen, the game. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Queen, the game. VG Plus, $24.99. David V63 wants a canned heat. David, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then we'll need to get you registered. Welcome if you are. And then Bill Evans has a new bid for $290. Rob Fordham, you're back out. Josh bid $79 on Def Leppard. Carly, you're out. Carly's back in at $80. We have Kansas, Point of No Return, EX Edition, $17.99. EX Edition, $17.99. Gabriel Chavez has the Bill Evans for $290. Rob says he's done. Xanadu has bids for $5 and $6. Bob Seeger, Against the Wind. Bob Seeger is VG condition, $12.99. Chad put On, and he's probably about to bid on Olivia. And then Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust, is VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is VG Plus, $19.99. That is Rumors. VG Plus, $19.99. Justin Garrett on Bob Seeger. David V is a first-time buyer. Thank you, David. If you're on YouTube, which you are, make sure you register through the link in our description. Description of this video. In the description of this video is a link to our website. Just click on that. You'll fill that out, and we will invoice you on Monday, okay? It'll be a while before you get an invoice from us. This is only Monday. I'm going to be live here again Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and you have all those nights to buy from us, okay? Next thing we have is Diego on NL for Nick Lowe, Donna Handshoemaker on Kansas. David, you were next on Bob Seeger. Xanadu's 8. What is the R and R? And then PD Perez got Fleetwood Mac. Next thing we have is Boston, self-titled, VG Plus, $19.99, and yoga instruction for relaxation and good health. This looks like something Paul would mark. He was probably laughing the whole time he was marking it. Yoga instruction, VG Plus, $14.99. Xanadu's now at $10. Def Leppard is still getting bids. The high bid is $80 with Carly Southers. Josh Tanner, it's back to you. They are bidding on Xanadu. And now a Jazz Grail back here is sold. And this is done. And congratulations, Gabriel. He's always on here buying Grails. This is sold to Gabriel Chavez for $290. Thank you, Gabriel. That's sold to you. All righty. Now, next thing we have, MT Matt on Boston. That's sold to MT Matt. And then, next is Stan, Sly and the Family Stone, VG Plus, $29.99. Def Leppard's at $90, Xanadu's at $12. Next LP auction is going to go up right now, and this is the Beatles. Take a look at this. It's an original 1966 U.S. Scranton stereo with a correct company original inner sleeve. The vinyl is a strong VG++. It may go EX. An original Scranton stereo copy of Revolver with the original inner sleeve, and it gets better. The cover is beautiful in shrink wrap. That is an OG 66 Beatles revolver, a $55 start. Now up for grabs, okay? Carly's out on Def Leppard. That sold to Josh Tanner for $90. Xanadu is at $12. Chad King's out. Now Xanadu's at $12. Next LP auction is going up right now. We hadn't done a blues in a while, so let's do Nothing But the Blues by Lightning Hopkins. Paul says this is a 62 US mono, and this is actually a reissue of Lightning and the Blues. It is in VG minus condition, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. This is Nothing But the Blues, VG minus, Lightning Hopkins, $25 start. Beatles already has a bid, out on Xanadu, out on Xanadu. This is sold for $12 then to R.K. Tucker. Xanadu is sold. The Beatles already has bids for $55 and $60. Next is Tom Waits, Foreign Affairs, VG plus $29.99. Queen, News of the World, VG $16.99. And Cold War Kids, 2008 press, VG condition, Cold War Kids, $19.99. All righty, let's see what we have here. Next 45 auction is going to be from the Goonies. Cyndi Lauper, The Goonies Are Good Enough. Cyndi Lauper is a $7 start. And Bob Dylan, Wigwam, and Copper Kettle. And those are singles from Self-Portrait in the original company sleeve, and it's nice. Bob Dylan's a $7 start. Cyndi, Bob, Lightning, Beatles, all up for auction. I'm about to start sorting through and grabbing another handful of Buy It Now 45s. And while I'm doing that, I'm about to show you what's left in this bin, and then probably a quick recap as well. So there's that. That probably needs to go for auction. I'll make that a Buy It Now. I'll make that a Buy It Now, and that, and that, and we'll go ahead and make her a Buy It Now too, okay? I'm about to bring down the house with some 45s. Next thing we have is Bob Seger working on those night moves. VG plus $17.99. VG plus $17.99. Whoops, sorry, Bob. I dropped Bob. He's okay, though. He's a very strong man. VG plus $17.99. Beetle 62, Cyndi 7, Cyndi 7, Beetle 65, Cyndi 12. I don't think there's a bid on Lightning Hopkins looking for a $25 start. It is VG minus. Just FYI, okay? Let me stretch. Let me touch my toes. Oh, man. I can feel the hamstrings being activated. Oh, wow. It's the first time I've touched my toes in 15 years. Ooh, okay. Here we go. Let me start reading through these, and I'll update all 4 auctions. Cage the Elephant is sealed, $27.99. David V on Bob Seger. Thank you, David. That's so to you. And welcome again. Anybody else out there new? See how David was a first-time buyer? He's jumping the fire just like that, and he's buying from us. That's how easy it is. Cage the Elephant is sealed, $27. If you're a music collector, if you're a music lover, you'll probably want to get involved here because 7 nights a week, you can tune in for live, record, and music entertainment, and you can buy stuff. Jason Isbell, $24.99, Southeastern. That's new and sealed. We have Big City Radio, Paradise. Big City Radio is $24.99. Walter Bishop Jr., Bish at the Bank. That is $24.99 for Walter Bishop Jr. Albert Ayler, Love Cry. That's a sealed. And Paul says that's a free jazz masterpiece. $29.99. Unforgettable Nat King Cole, a 2017 press sealed. $27.99. And then Miles Davis, working with the Miles Davis Quintet, an original jazz classic series from Kraft. It's a mono RTI pressing for $39.99. One more record, John Anderson, and that's $14.99. Let me pause there and say that Cyndi Lauper's at $19 with Shannon Mashaka, and that's sold. And then Bob Dylan was a $7 start. There's a no bid. And so Bob Dylan's a $7 Buy It Now. The Beatles is a final call. This is a 66 original Scranton stereo press, VG Plus EX, and shrink wrap. And Thomas Reed has it for $65. Troy went out. We're about to sell that. And then Lightning Hopkins is called Nothing But the Blues. It is a 62 US mono. It is a 62 US mono, VG minus, and that's a final call for $25. Next was Canned Heat Vintage. That was sealed for $27.99. Morphine, a music on vinyl, presumed unopened, $34.99. Vanilla Fudge EX, $16.99. Heavy Sounds EX, $12.99. Queen, The Game. Another one, Bites the Dust. VG Plus $24.99. Beetle 66. Beetle 70. We're not done. Yoga VG Plus 14. Sly VG Plus $29.99. By the way, Sly for VG Plus $29.99 is an original Unipack OG press for Stand, Sly, and the Family Stone. I think there are big documentaries about to drop on him, I think on Hulu. Tom Waits is VG Plus $29.99. Queen, another classic Queen, VG $16.99. And Cold War Kids. This is called Loyalty to Loyalty, VG $19.99. All right, Lightning Hopkins, $25. Final call to Samuel Kopech. Here are some 45s. These are all $6.99. These are first come, first serve. They're buy it nows. If you want them, now is the time to claim them, okay? $6.99. $6.99. We have Janet Jackson, The Pleasure Principle. New edition, If This Isn't Love, new edition. Thompson Twins, King for a Day. Ghostbusters, Spirit. We have Porter and Dolly, Please Don't Stop Loving Me. And Burl Ives with Haley Mills. Ed Sing hits from Walt Disney's Summer Magic. Summer Magic. That's a Disney picture sleeve. $6.99 on that. Next is Beetle 66, Beetle 67, Beetle 70, Lightning Hopkins 25. Jeremy wants CWK and Sly. Jeremy Gallagher. Jeremy, are you a first-time buyer? I got you down for Sly. CWK was, let me figure out what CWK was. CWK, Jeremy, that was, you might have to help me out on CWK. What was CWK, Jeremy? I got you down for Sly. And by the way, are you a first-time buyer? Cold War Kids? I bet it was Cold War Kids, Jeremy. Now, Jeremy, is your last name Gallagher or Gallagher? Is it Gallagher or Gallagher? And also, let me know if you're a first-time buyer. Beatles is at 72. Brad, everything in here is sticker price. Beetle 75, Beetle 77. Brandon Lack put GB. And then this, we're got into the 45s here. So, Ghostbusters, that's sold to Brandon Lack. Who you going to call? That's sold to Brandon Lack. Shannon put JH. I bet that was for Ghostbusters, and she got auto-corrected. Brett Thies on TT for Thompson Twins. RK Tucker got the Disney one here. And then we have Janet, New Edition, and Porter and Dolly still available. Porter and Dolly, New Edition, Janet Jackson, and Bob Dylan. It is an OG 66 Scranton press. It's in shrink. The cover's in shrink, which is phenomenal. I mean, one of my favorite albums of all time, and I think one of the most important albums of all time in rock history, Revolver. That was a game changer there. And this is the vinyl. Paul's graded it strong VG+, which means it's almost an EX, and it has the correct original company sleeve. So, AKA a really nice copy there of Revolver. He is a first-time buyer. Thank you and welcome. He says he's already registered. Thank you for doing that in advance. $7. That's our second or third first-time buyer of the night. Stacy got Janet Jackson. Stacy got New Edition. Those are also sold for $6.99, $6.99, folks. I have three more crates of new vinyl to go through, including two more big pre-orders and a restock. Let me go ahead and do that right now. I've read through that one twice, and let's keep this show on the road. I'm going to go ahead and condense these two Paul crates right quick just to free up a little space over here for me. I'm going to go ahead and free up and some space, okay? I love freeing up space. First, Adam wants Cage the Elephant before I move the crate off the table. By the way, you can buy these at any given time tonight, okay? Just because they're gone doesn't mean you can't say, Chad, can I go ahead and just take everything left in that bin? And I'll be like, sure. I'll just go ahead and say everything that's left. The Beatles has took a big jump. It's now at 100. And then Samuel Kopech, I believe, was the only bidder on that Lightning Hopkins. I'm going to go ahead and sell that for $25. That is sold for $25 to Samuel Kopech. Now the Beatles is at 105. I mean, what a nice copy there of Revolver. She said. Dr. Robert. All right. Every time I listen to that, it's hard for me to believe that came out in 66. All righty. Let's see here. New crate. I'm going to have to walk over here. If y'all could see the mess I've created behind me. It is pretty wild. Plus, there's a lower crate up here already, and she said there's more on the way. That's always good. I got a restock from, oh man, I forgot I got a restock from MoFi and Music on Vinyl. And then I've got a new pre-order here. So let's see what we got. I'm excited to show y'all the newly authenticated autographs. Those are going to start tomorrow. And I've been slipping in some old ones that I forgot about tonight. Been slipping in some old ones as well. So, all right, here we go. So I'll show you that in a second and show you that in a second. Without any further delay, I'm going to go ahead and take the stack of sold 45s tonight. Let's try to get like 3 more stacks that big sold. That's our first stack sold. Tanner asked me, he's like, do you plan on slowing down? Like, are we going to see this kind of production of 45 sold week after week from here on out? And I was like, yeah, and it could get bigger. He's like, because we got to have the supplies and the logistics in place to ship all these. And I was like, will do. Just be prepared. We're about to sell a lot of 45s. All right, the Beatles, we're at war with Revolver. Revolvers are spinning. Smoking guns. Next is the Dead Kennedys. Paul brought this up here, and when he handed it to me before the sale, he's like, I want you to let people know this is like a top copy. Here it is. Dead Kennedys, an original 1981 fresh fruit for rotten vegetables with the first cover and poster. It's an exceptionally clean top copy, $125 start. $125 start. Fresh fruit for rotten vegetables. An original 1981. The vinyl is near mint minus. It does have the poster and it has the original cover there. The Dead Kennedys. That is $125 start. The Beatles is at $145. Let's go ahead and put up our next 45 auction, which is going to go up right now. And we sold an album from this band earlier, Chelsea, which I think is a somewhat of a punk group, maybe. Chelsea, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. Chelsea, and that is a $5 start, okay? Now, first thing we have is a new Motorhead, and this is Bomber. And Bomber is a 50th anniversary edition. The classic studio album from the greatest hard rock band of all time, pressed on blue and black splatter and cut as half-speed master from the original tapes. It includes a poster. And there was a big pre-order on this. If you didn't pre-order Motorhead and you want one, these are $33.99. And the first person to pre-order 3 weeks ago was Kenny Cates Jr. Thank you, Kenny. And then also for Ken Crooker. So Kenny Cates and Ken Crooker, Brandon Johnson and Autumn Betts, Brandon Johnson and Autumn Betts, Jim Berg and Brian Frenfrock, Jim Berg and Brian Frenfrock. This is Motorhead Bomber. Motorhead Bomber. Fred Carnell and Jen Cast. Fred Carnell and Jen Cass, those are sold and sold. And then Scott Smith and Edwin Riviera. Let me pause right there. We're nowhere near done with that pre-order, but my crate has filled up over here. So Scott Smith, Edwin Riviera. Let me go ahead and set this one off to the side. By the way, that's already our 5th full crate of sold LPs tonight, especially with all these new pre-orders that are coming in. And we should be expecting a lot more new vinyl all week like this. I hope so. I got to start ordering even more tonight. Next thing is Jamie McCord and Darren Wortman. Jamie McCord and Darren Wortman. There's 2 more sold. Jamie McCord and Darren Wortman. And then I have one for Scott Markheim and one for Brian DeLeon. Scott Markheim and Brian DeLeon. Scotty Hops and Mike Burson. Scotty Hops and Mike Burson. We got Joshua Cross and Brenda Medina. Joshua Cross and Brenda Medina. Tom Byrne and John Mincemoyer. Tom Byrne and John Mincemoyer. And then Philip Hope said, one please if any left. 47 minutes ago. And Philip, you got one. He claimed it 47 minutes ago. Now, here's what I have left. If you don't have a Motorhead, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but I actually have about 3 left. 4. A couple of these have really light seam splits. And then some of them have a little bit heavier ones. So that's what I have left with Motorhead. Nobody live wants one. We'll move on. All right, so let's go back to the top. The Beatles was at 135, 138, 140, 145. Brent went out. So Mike Torres has it for 145. Dead Kennedy's 125. Another bid for 125. A bid for 133. Chelsea's at 7. And now Dead Kennedy's 130, 140. So the Beatles is a final call. $145. The Dead Kennedys is at $150, and Chelsea's a final call for $7. Nobody on Bomber Live. That's very surprising. Now, the rest is a restock of Ace of Spades. These have already come in. So the original shipment for these have already come in. And let's go ahead and read off the waiting list. And actually, you know what? I'm glad I caught these when I did. I had an order with a different distributor, and they didn't fulfill it. And what happened was I jumped over to a different website a few nights ago. I was like, where's those other Motorheads at? Because I knew they were supposed to come out on the same day. And one distributor had them in stock, and one had it sold out. And I went ahead and ordered it with somewhere else and canceled it with another distributor. So if I hadn't have checked on it, we wouldn't be getting these right now, including the restock here. So these are $33.99, and we had a waiting list because the night I read off the pre-order, just like I did for Bomber, the night I read off the pre-order for Ace of Spades, we had a ton of people who wanted one. And the first thing we had here was Motorhead, and this is Ace of Spades, and this is sold to Cameron Lingafelt, Jeff Coleman, Ed Nelson, Chris Frazier, Rod Bryan, Troy Overmeyer, John Gollan, Heath Norman, Solarplex Studios, John Mintzmoyer, and Brad Waits. That was everybody that was on a waiting list from last week for Ace of Spades. Cameron Lingafelt, Jeff Coleman, Ed Nelson, Chris Frazier, Rod Bryan, Troy Overmeyer, John Gollan, Heath Norman, Solarplex Studios, John Mintzmoyer, and Brad Waits. So I've got all those, and if anyone, let me know. Now, Paul, you put Motorhead, and I'm assuming that was for Bomber. That's sold to him, and he said he just confirmed that. And then Ace of Spades is sold to Jeremiah Stasich, okay? Chelsea is sold for $7 to Mike Massey. Thank you, Mike. That is sold to you for $7. And the Beatles, which was this really nice copy of Revolver, is sold, and that's done, and that's sold to Mike Torres for $145. Now, the Dead Kennedys back there is a top copy. That is an OG, first pressing, first cover, poster. It's immaculate. And it has a bid right now of $170 with Kevin Crowell. He is leading that one right now. Let me put away the Beatles if I can. There we go. And so right now, the only thing left in here is Bomber and Ace of Spades. And we're about to go through another bin right now. So some of these have seam splits. I don't have as many as it looks like. I have about really 3 Ace of Spades and 2 Bombers. We're going to try. I'm going to go ahead and try to, get a refund on those because there's seam splits there, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another LP, and the next LP is going to go up right now, and this is, let's do Big Mama Thornton. It's the next record on the bin. This is an original 69 press. This is an original 69 US pressing, EX Plus condition, stronger than dirt, Big Mama Thornton, a $55 start. $55 start on Big Mama Thornton, okay? Those are all Motorheads, and yeah, seam splits. I don't know what it is. I don't know what they can do to repair that, but we have about 50, 60 LPs we got to get returns on right now. And it messes us up, and it messes y'all up, because if y'all pre-order something, and then we have to return it because it's a seam split, and they are sold out, that means we don't get them anymore, and that means y'all don't get them anymore. That means we either got to sell them at a discount because they're damaged if they're sold out. But we've had some limited edition records before that are damaged, and he's like, well, if you send them back, you can't get any more because they're sold out, or we'll just give you a discount, and you can sell them as a discount to your customers. So the problem is most people would rather just not get it all than have a big seam split at the top of their record. So, but what'll happen is the more they keep losing money on those, they'll eventually fix it. So as long as they'll eventually fix it, because if they keep on losing money, having to pay for returns and fixing covers, they'll eventually figure out how to not do that. Let's go ahead and put up a new crate. This is all new vinyl. This is the first crate tonight where it's not like just one title. This is all mixed, and we have another crate after this, and there's already a lower crate, and I hear a pricing gun in the back right now. So let's get back to the top, and it looks like the Dead Kennedys is still getting bids. Jeremiah got a ace of spades. Paul got a bomber. And we have Big Mama Thornton here. Big Mama Thornton. This is a no bid. This is an original 69 US EX Plus condition. Big Mama Thornton is a $55 start, okay? Nobody's bid on that. The Dead Kennedys is still getting bids. It's with John Kaiser at 180. Rob Shaw out. He hadn't said out, though, and MT Matt, though, has said he is out, okay? Before I go any further, I think we need at least one more 45 auction. Let me do that right now. What is this here? I'm not for sure what that is. That's usually the stuff everybody wants me to show. Show the record, you don't know what it is. Here we go. Here is the Monster Mash, an original promo copy. Monster Mash, the original with Bobby Boris Pickett and the Crypt Kickers and Monster Mash Party. And it's actually a promo copy, and that's a $5 start, okay? Next thing I have is Five Finger Death Punch. This is the Way of the Fist. Five Finger Death Punch is $33.99. Five Finger Death Punch is $33.99. Next is Black Label Society Doom Crew Inc. Black Label Society is $38.99. $38.99 for Doom Crew Black Label Society. That is on clear and black ice-colored vinyl. Melissa Bailey wants a Five Finger Death Punch. Now there's two left. We've got two Black Label Societies again. This is Stronger Than Death. Zach Wild, clear vinyl, $38.99 on that. Justin Garrett also wants a Five Finger Death Punch. Now there's one Five Finger Death Punch left. And this is Iommi, as in Tony Iommi of Black Sabbath. The Depth Sessions with Glenn Hughes. Great stuff here. I love that first track, Gone. $33.99. Daniel on Black Label. Let me know if you want Stronger or Doom Crew. Dead Kennedys is still getting bids. Bobby Monster Mash has bids for 5 and 5. Nobody bid on Big Mama Thornton. And that's a buy it now for $55. Nobody bid on Big Mama Thornton. That's a buy it now for $55. Next is Adam Bullock, also on Five Finger Death Punch. That's now sold out. Daniel Buzide wants the first Black Label Society. Iommi is $33.99. Our next LP going up for auction right now is REM Document. And this is an original 87 US Club. No condition notes with the original inner sleeve. This is a $45 start. This is a Monster Mash Bobby Boris Pickett promo copy in the original parrot sleeve. That now has a new bid for $7, and they're still bidding on Dead Kennedys. It's at $185 of Rob Shaw, which means John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Sorry, I had something on my lip. I need some new water for sure. $185, and Monster Mash is at $7 with Derek Porter. The Monster Mash on the parrot label there, and it's a promo copy. Mike Straws on Iommi. That's sold to Mike Straws. Also, we have REM and we have Five Finger Death Punch. And this is Five Finger Death Punch Strikes Again, American Capitalist. Another Five Finger Death Punch. This is $33.99. Five Finger Death Punch is $33.99. Five Finger Death Punch. That one's called American Capitalist. We just sold 3 of the first one. There's 3 more. Also, 2 copies of Bad Religion. This is $28.99. We have an out. We have an out on Monster Mash. Yeah, $7. Derek Porter has that promo copy. Very cool. And the Parrot Company sleeve there, that's worth $7, isn't it? The Parrot Company sleeve. REM's at $45. Nobody claimed the Big Mama Thornton. I've been in the meantime trying to assemble some more 45s here for a buy it now. I've got 1. I've got 2. I've got 3 here. I got 4. And let's see here. I got 5. Let's go ahead and do these 5 45s. These are all $6.99, okay? First thing we have is Sticks. Don't Let It In. Sticks is $6.99. New edition, Can You Stand the Rain, $6.99. Eric Burden is down in Monterey. Eric Burden and the Animals, Help Me, Times Square, and Dire Straits, Walk of Life. Those are all $6.99. Next is REM 45. Final call, just 1 bid. We have Mike Torres on Five Finger Death Punch. That's sold. Jeremiah Stasich on Bad Religion, the Jeremiah. That is sold. And we have Tony Iommi, That is the other Iomi. That is sold to Stuck73. John Gollin got Eric Burden. That is sold to John Gollin for $6.99. Dire Straits is sold to Adam Bullock for $6.99. Garrett Seipert was second. That leaves Help Me from Times Square. New Edition is sold to Stacy Brown for $6.99. Shane third on Dire Straits. That leaves Sticks and Times Square. Monster Mash is sold for $7, and that is sold to Derek Porter for $7. Wow, really cool. 62 promo copy of that, I believe. I figured that would bring like 15 or 20 like they normally do. REM, just one bid for $45, sold to Phil Ott. I have not heard back from Rob Shaw on Dead Kennedys. Final call, 190. I'm about to sell a Jetstream. I've already sold REM. I can't believe it. It only just got one bid. Next auction is Van Halen, an original 1984 U.S. retail copy with the original under sleeve, and it's a nice copy. EX Plus, Van Halen's going to go up for a $35 start on that. Shane Devers got Sticks. Sticks is sold for $6.99 to Shane Devers. I think I got some of these out of order here. There's that. I think I was putting these in the wrong pile. Yeah. Let's see here. That goes over here. These are the ones that hadn't sold. I don't know why I've got them stacked back there. I never do that. So that leaves that one. And we have Machine Head of Kingdom and Crown. Machine Head is on brown and orange marble vinyl, $36.99. Van Halen's a $35 start. I've got another Machine Head and another Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal, $38.99 on Black Label Society. And Marilyn Manson, One Assassination Under God. I forgot who needed one of these. I'll check in just a second. That leaves me with one copy. That's on pastel pink with blue splatter, $29.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and the next auction is going to be, let me find it right quick. This is Michael Jackson, Another Part of Me. That's an original single, and this is an original single, and this is going to go up for a $5 star. Michael Jackson, Another Part of Me. Van Halen's at $35. I lost Rob Shaw on the Dead Kennedys. Let's go ahead and sell this to $190 for John Kaiser. John Kaiser, you get the Dead Kennedys for $190, an unbelievable top copy. Rob just bid. Rob, I thought I lost you there. I've already sold it. Adam Bullock on Machine Head. Michael Jackson's at $8. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it's a Tracy Chapman, an OG self-titled, 1988 U.S. Club with the original under sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $75 start. $75 start. OG Tracy Chapman self-titled. Final call on Van Halen. Michael Jackson has a new bid. Next is Machine Head again. This one's called Through the Ashes of Empires. Translucent light vinyl. $36.99. That is Machine Head. And we have Bad Religion again. The Empire Strikes First. Bad Religion, $28.99. Adam Bullock needs to put back Machine Head. That's going back in the bin. And we have Glass Tiger. Orange with black splatter, 180 gram master for vinyl. And this was a special request for Jerry Stone. This was an import. They only had one in stock, Jerry. I ordered 3. Luckily, I got one. And that's sold to Jerry Stone. Special request. If anybody wants on that waiting list, they weren't in stock. But if you want one, let me know. Adam Bullock says he will take this Machine Head, though. Tracy Chapman doesn't have a bid, but Van Halen does. And then Michael Jackson didn't get any other bids. That's sold to Robert for $8. Thank you, Robert. That is sold to you. That is now sold. And we got 1, 2, 3 copies of another Five Finger Death Punch. Got your 6. Five Finger Death Punch is $33.99. And I got more copies of Danger, Danger. Let me get my laptop back out because there was a waiting list for Danger, Danger. And I'm moving through stuff at a breakneck pace. I wouldn't go anywhere. I wouldn't blink. I wouldn't swap off. I wouldn't go anywhere. Or there's a really high possibility you're going to miss something, miss a bid, miss a record, get outbid. Something's going to happen. You got to get locked in right now. This is sold Danger, Danger to Randy Tabor Jr. He was on a waiting list. That is sold to him. Next was Van Halen at 38. After that was Bad Religion, Empire Strikes First. That's sold to Mike Massey. Van Halen got a new bid for 38. Justin Garrett on Five Finger Death Punch. Melissa Bailey on Five Finger Death Punch. Tracy Chapman has a bid for 75. And then Mike Torres gets the other Five Finger Death Punch. There's 2 copies of Danger, Danger left. Also, we got 1, 2, 3 copies of Suicidal Tendencies, which is called Join the Army. There is also a waiting list for Suicidal Tendencies. Join the Army. Let's pull up the waiting list for that. Suicidal Tendencies. Join the Army. And the waiting list for Suicidal Tendencies, Join the Army was who? And that's Justin Deckelman. Thank you, Justin, on that. And Classy Lonnie Metal on the Marilyn Manson. Classy Lonnie Metal on the Marilyn Manson. So this is sold. That is sold to Justin Deckelman. This Marilyn Manson sold to Classy Lonnie Metal. That sold. Tracy Chapman just got one bid. That sold to Andrew Eisensmith for $75. Van Halen's at $40, and that's with Josh Tanner going once, going twice. Our next auction is REM Life's Rich Pageant. REM is a 1986 U.S. club with the original on her sleeve. It is near mint minus in shrink wrap, and that's an 86 U.S. club, $45 start on that. Next is another five-finger death punch, and this one's called A Decade of Destruction Volume 2, which is on blue vinyl, $36.99. Van Halen has new bids for $42.45. REM is a $45 start. Our next 45 auction is going to go up right now, and it's cream. I Feel Free in the original company sleeve here, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. Cream, I Feel Free. $5 start on that. Details on Big Mama Thornton. Stronger Than Dirt. Big Mama Thornton is an original 1969 EX Plus for whoever asked. It's a $55 buy now. Cream's a $5 start. Justin Garrett wants five finger. Mike Torres wants a five finger death punch. REM doesn't have a bid. I'm about to make it a buy now, and Van Halen's at $45. Next is another Black Label Society. This is Mafia on red vinyl. That's a gatefold 2 LP. $38.99, and we have Five Finger Volume 1 of Decade of Destruction. That's on Crimson Red Vinyl, $36.99 on Five Finger Death Punch Volume 1. Just FYI. That's available if anybody wants it. Volume 1, and now we sold a lot of Five Finger Death Punches right then, so if you want on a waiting list for any of those, just let me know. I'll get you added, no problem whatsoever, okay? First thing was, we sold that one. Justin is on this one, right? Also for Volume 1. Cream is a final call for $5. REM just got one bid for $45. The Josh Tanner, that's officially sold for $45. And we have Van Halen. And this is a final call, and Josh Tanner has it for $45. Wes Wilt went out. Let's actually go ahead and sell that. Wes Wilt went out. He was the only other bidder. That's sold to Josh Tanner for $45. Next is Five Finger, and that's sold to Adam Bullock. All right, thank you, Adam. Now, Volume 1 and Volume 2 sold out. Next is Miles Davis Bitches Brew. This is a 2014 MoFi numbered pressing. This is a $55 star, Miles Davis Bitches Brew. And then Black Label Society, I'm assuming that's for Mafia. That's sold to Daniel Buziden. John Dodd wants an Ace Frehley now playing. John Dodd, I've got you. Thank you. That's on blue vinyl. That's new for Friday. It's essentially an Ace Frehley greatest hits. That's going to go up for, those are available. Actually, they're in stock if anybody else wants one. John Dodd just grabbed one. There's more if anybody else wants one. Next auction is Talking Heads, Little Creatures, a original U.S. club copy with the original on her sleeve. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. Talking Heads. Let's go through this bin one more time. Wow, a lot of cool stuff in here. Stuff I hadn't had in a while. Nobody bid on Cream. It's a $5 buy it now. And the Miles Davis is a 83 U.S. MoFi, and this is EX Plus condition, a $115 buy it now. That's a 83 MoFi, Miles Davis. Someday my prince will come, okay? There's that. And we have Black Label Society, Doom Crew Inc. Black Label Society's on clear and black ice colored vinyl. That is $38.99. There's one Black Label Society Doom Crew left. There's two Stronger Than Deaths. That is on clear vinyl, $38.99. And then one Iomi left. That was a Rocktober on translucent black ice vinyl, $33.99. Five Finger Death Punch, that's $33.99. That's the only one I don't think we sold a copy of, American Capitalist. Bad Religion, Stranger Than Fiction's $28. Machine Head of Kingdom and Crown, those are $36.99. And that's on brown and orange marble vinyl, $36.99 on that. Miles Davis, the final call, $55 on that. Nobody's been on Talking Heads. It's a $45 start, going once, going twice. Our next single is going up right now, which is U2 Desire in the picture sleeve. U2 is going to go up for a $7 start. That is Desire. Hallelujah, Here She Comes is the B-side on that one. Did I get one of those Five Finger Death Punch? I don't think we sold an American Capitalist. Let me flip through here right quick. American Capitalist. No, we didn't sell an American Capitalist. So, Justin, if you want one of these, that was the only one there. I'll go ahead and sell you one. And then R.K. Tucker wants Cream. That's on R.K. Tucker for $5. Bitches Brew is near mint minus. Talking Heads is near mint minus. And then we have Peter Mazzolino says Miles Davis. Now, Peter, are you doing the Miles Davis buy it now for $115, or are you bidding on the MoFi Bitches Brew? And then U2's a $7 start. Next is Black Label Society 1919 Eternal, $38.99. One Marilyn Manson left, $29.99. Machine Head is $36. This is Bad Religion for $28. Two Dangers left. Two Suicidal Tendencies left. And Black Label Society Mafia. Wow, great stuff there. This is an auction, and that's a $55 start as of right now. It is not a buy it now. There's no bids until somebody bids. It's a $55 start. Nobody's been on Talking Heads either. These back here are auctions, and as of right now, there is no bids on any three of these auctions. They're all up for grabs at this moment. Now, Peter Mazzolino just got this. Donna asked about it, but I'm assuming she's passing. That's sold to him for $115, and that only leaves one auction, which is Big Mama Thornton, which is $55, okay? And then we have a claim for Five Finger Death Punch. Now, there's a lot. Well, there may not be a lot left in here. We had like 5 different ones. The only thing left is this one right here, and this is sold to Robert Matthews, unless he didn't finish his comment there. Maybe he just wants on the waiting list for Volume 1. I'm going to go ahead and grab a new crate. We have another crate like that of new vinyl. But first, I'm going to go ahead and grab this crate that Laura has delivered. Let's go through some new pre-owned, but technically probably a lot of sealed new arrivals. I'm kind of excited because tonight's crates have been really, really good as well. So if anybody wants anything in here, let me know. Danger's 39, Suicidal Tendencies 38. Nobody been on YouTube. That's a $7 buy it now. When I come back, I'm selling Miles Davis for $55. It's a MoFi 2LP 45 RPM 2012. And as of right now, it just has one bid. Talking Heads is an original club, and as of right now, just one bid, and I'm about to sell those. Let's see what this new crate is here that Laura has gotten tagged for us, and let's go through them and see what's in here, shall we? First thing is Danger, $39.99, and Derek Carter on Machine Head, and Derek Carter on Machine Head, okay? So let's give this Machine Head then to Derek Carter. Thank you, Derek. Patrick Carter on that. And that's so to Patrick. And, well, there was 2 Machine Heads in there, actually, Patrick. There was 2. There was of Kingdom and Crown, and the other one is called Through the Ashes, right? Yeah, so, Patrick, you might want to let me know. This one's called Through the Ashes of Empire, so let me know which ones you want there. And then Robert wants on just the waiting list for Five Finger Death Punch, Decade of Destruction, Volume 1. U2 is sold to Kristen Barnett for $7. So, Patrick, let me know on those. Over here, Talking Heads is sold to Derek Porter for $45. And we do have some competition on Miles Davis. One more look at that. 2LP, 45 RPM numbered. And that is got a new bid for $60. And the only thing that hadn't sold is Big Mama Thornton, which I also find surprising. We got both Machine Heads sold. That just leaves one copy of Crown. And the reason I ordered Machine Head is because we posted a pre-order. We posted a pre-order for their new album, and Brian's a fan. Brian that works here, he's a fan. He's like, dude, you got to order some Machine Head. I promise you, they will sell. He said, I've been shipping thousands of records since I've worked here. I've not seen one Machine Head. He said, they will sell. Just order them, I promise. And we're almost sold out tonight. And those were the only 2 I could get. I looked up their discography. I listened to a lot of them. A lot of their stuff from the 90s is out of print. Just like a lot of that metal, that's why OGs are so pricey and everybody wants them. It's not really something that's in print right now. So that's the only 2 albums I could get. I've got some stuff back ordered. I hope the other stuff comes in, and maybe they'll reissue more in the future. But they do have a new album coming out, and it's up for pre-order and Whole Lot of Records. Now, Miles Davis is at $65. Here's our next auction. Boy, what else do we have over here? We got a lot of cool stuff. And let me go ahead and grab... Let me see what's in this pile as well. Paul got some really good stuff here. There's more good Boards of Oak, Velvet Underground. Ooh, the Smiths. It's time. An original 1986 U.S. club. And Paul gave me some notes. He said 300 and so people have this in their collection, 312 to be exact. 1,236 people have this record in their want list on Discogs. Over 1,200 people have this on their radar that they want it for their collection. This particular pressing, this 86 US Club, it is nice. EX Plus condition. It's going to go up for a $55 start. I don't know where it's going to end up, but we've had some battle over the last couple years, actually, since I've been doing this. Anytime I throw up anything with the Smiths in it, on it. The jacket has a little bit of a crackle up here at the top. It is a gatefold, really cool. I don't recall too many of these being gatefolds, especially a club copy. Maybe I'm just not used to seeing that, but the Smiths is up for bid. Queen is dead. $55 start. Let's go ahead and go through this new crate. I'm going to add 145 auction. ELO, Strange Magic. It does have a little bit of a sticker back here on the back. The B side is New World Rising. Really cool picture sleeve here from ELO. That's going to go up for a $7 start. There we have it. First record in here is Jelly Roll, Ballads of the Broken. Jelly Rolls on Apple Red Vinyl. We've got 2 Jelly Rolls for $24.99. We have the Rancantors, Consolers of the Lonely. Rancantors is sealed for $29.99. Cake, Fashion Nugget. Cake, Fashion Nugget, $24.99. Queens of the Stone Age in Times New Roman, limited edition green vinyl, sealed $29.99. And Management. This one's called Little Dark Age. LDA Management is sealed $29.99. So Miles Davis has a bid for 60. Miles Davis has a bid for 65. Hattori's out. Final call for 65. Final call for 65 to Scott. The Smiths is at 70. And those are final calls. And I just laid down ELO for a $7 start. Just FYI. All right, give me 1 second here. We have Smiths 56, Smiths 57. We already had an opening bid for 70, though. We already got an opening bid on the Smiths for $70 before any more bids get out of order and cause mass confusion. The Smiths is already at $70 to the people watching on YouTube or the people watching on Facebook. The first bid was at 70 over on YouTube. He opened it at 70. Steve Riley got Management. Adam Bullock got Queens of the Stone Age. And Alyssa Rose on Cake. Next thing we have here is ELO, $7, one bid. That's sold to Derek Porter. And Miles Davis is officially sold. And this was sold to Scott Jokumstaller for $65. Also, we have Jam, the sound effects. Jam is sealed for $29.99. We have 2 of those. And Radiohead, the king of limbs. Radiohead is sealed $24.99. There's a note on the back from Laura. Laura loves Radiohead, $24.99. We got 1 Radiohead, make that 2, 3, 4. 4 Radioheads. Wes Wilt wants a Cake. He's going the distance. Cake is sold out. We're going to have to make some more. We're going to have to bake some more. Alyssa got 1. Wes Wilt got 1. The Smiths is now a final call. That $170 bid may do it. Final call. George Michael, I Want Your Sex. George Michael is going to go up for a $7 start. Really clean. $7 start on George Michael. Next is Bob Dylan, Bringing It All Back Home. This is an original 1965 mono first label, Terre Haute. OG mono Dylan. OG mono Dylan with the first label variant for this release. $65 start. It's nice. It's a strong VG Plus and a clean jacket for this album. Really clean copy here. $65 start on Bob Dylan. Mike Brangle, first on Radiohead. There's a new bid on the Smiths for $71. Brett, I thought your first bid almost did it. $71. We have Cannabis Corpse, Left Hand Pass, Cannabis Corpse. That is unopened for $29.99. We have Prong, a State of Emergency. Prong is $29.99. We got 2 of those. And Melvins, this one's called Hostile Ambient Takeover. Those are sealed on pink vinyl. We've got 3 Melvins for $19.99. George Michael's at 7, going once, going twice. I've got 145 here, 245, 3 45s here. Trying to get some 45s together, ready for a bite now. There's 4 45s and 5 45s. I've got 5 45s ready for $6.99 bite nows. First is Sammy Hagar, Give It to Live. Michael Jackson, I Just Can't Stop Loving You. Billy Preston, That's the Way God Planned It, produced by George Harrison. Apple on Apple sleeve. Patti Smith, Because of the Night. She's slightly nude there on the cover. Elvis, Flaming Star EP, just $6.99. It does have some writing on the cover. $6.99. Sammy, Michael, Billy, Patti, Elvis. $6.99 on those. I'm going to lay those right there. I'm going to wait for the comments to come in. Smith's was at $75. Bob Dylan, 1 bid, $65, going once, going twice. Bob Dylan, Smith 75. George Michael 7. Smith 72. We already had a bid for 75. Adam Bullock on Prong. That's sold to Adam Bullock. Mike Massey on Melvins. Jeremiah Stasich on Melvins. And Cameron Porter on Melvins. Melvins are sold out. And we have Patty Start Murray first on Patti Smith. Pam got Patty, $6.99, sold. Jeremiah Stasich, you did get a Melvins. Larry Smith got Elvis. Travis next on Patti Smith. Robert W. first on Michael Jackson. Josh next on Melvins. John Galling got Because the Night. Now, what was that? That sounds very familiar. Is that something in this bin? Because the night, or was that a single? I forgot what that was. Is that in here? What was that? Oh, that was Patty, yeah. And then Smith 73, Smith 75, Smith 76. That leaves Billy Preston and Sammy Hagar. These three are sold. And Bob Dylan just got one bid sold to Thomas Hujar for $65. Wow. Wow. Sold for $65. That is sold. And now George Michael, one bid, $7. And that is George Michael. And that's sold to Chad King for $7. Now the Smiths is at 80. Time for a new LP. Next LP is The Replacements. Pleased to meet me. The Replacements is an original, I repeat, an original 1987 US with the original inner sleeve. The Replacements, a gold stamp promo, does have a little bit of staining up here at the top and an old retail sticker. That's nice though. It is no condition notes, EX Plus or better, as in better, like near mint minus, original inner sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. Michael Butler got the Preston, Billy Preston. That just leaves Sammy Hagar for $6.99. That is sold, and the next LP in here, let's get back to the crate. Imagine Dragons, Mercury Act 1. Imagine Dragons is sealed for $19.99. We also have 2 copies of Ginger, Wallflowers, Prague Metal 24. Or no, is it Ginger? Is that the group? I was about to say, I don't think the Wallflowers would classify as prog metal. I think the artist is Ginger, $24.99. Can I show Cannabis Corpse again? Cannabis Corpse is called Left Hand Pass. What a cover there. Cannabis Corpse is $29.99. It says featuring members of Municipal Waste, 6 Feet Under, Black Dahlia Murder, second pressing on black vinyl, 350 copies. Next is Justin Garrett. He got Imagine Dragons. This one's called Mercury Act 1. $19.99. The Replacements opened at 56, now 55, and we have Adam Bullock on Ginger. That's sold to Adam Bullock, Ginger, and then Jamie McCord on Imagine Dragons, and artist is Ginger. Now, update on Smiths. I'm going to go all the way through tonight. Definitely all the way through tonight. Smiths is at 80. I am waiting for Stacy Blomstrom on the Smiths. Stacy, you're out. I'm about to sell it for $80 to Brett Thies. However, you're the only bidder on the Replacements at $56. Charlie went to 55 after you bid 56, and Janet Gray wants Imagine Dragons. There's one Ginger left. There's Cannabis Corp still left. And then we got Mazzy Star. So tonight that I might see, Mazzy Star is sealed for $29.99. And BB King and Eric Clapton sealed on blue vinyl, a 2 LP gatefold, $44.99. New bid on the Smiths for $81. Charlie, do you want backing on the Replacements? You bid 55. Stacy bid 56 first. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's an Elvis EP, King Creole. I'm going to start these things higher, especially one like this. This is really nice. King Creole, very nice picture sleeve, no seam splits. That's a nice one. $20 start on Elvis, King Creole. That's now up for bid. Next is Tim Graham on BB King and Eric Clapton. That's sold. And now the Replacements at 58. Now the Smiths is at 83. Jason Isbell, Southeastern, sealed for $19.99. And before I go any further, did I get Imagine Dragons? I got Imagine Dragons with Justin Garrett, Jamie McCord, and Janet Gray. So I should have 3. And I've only got 3 in the bin. Yep. So the 3 Imagine Dragons are sold to Jamie McCord, Justin Garrett, and Janet Gray, and there's 1 left if anybody else wants one. Next is the Interrupters. Now, this has been really popular. Say It Out Loud, sealed for $19.99. I've got 2 copies, and we have J-Lib, Champion Sound. That is sealed for $24.99. Stacy, you're out on the Replacement. Stacy, you're out on the Smiths. Elvis is a $20 start. King Creole Picture Sleeve, Volume 1. Really nice. No seam splits. Great colors. No rotting. And the vinyl is EX or better. I'm going to start flipping through our 45s over here and try to find some more for $6.99. The reason I'm not going to pause tonight, we have a lot of stuff to go through, but also I may end just a little bit earlier than normal. I've been stopping at 1 a.m. I may still stop at 1 a.m. tonight, knowing me and the way we go at these things probably. But also, I lost my train of thought because I'm looking through 45s. Also, we have a lot to show, but we'll see what happens. I think y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm here usually at least till 1 a.m. Sometimes I pause and reset the feed and go till 2 or 2:30. Oh, and I know what I was about to say. We got a ton of 45s to show. So I think after I go through vinyl and we maybe even do a quick recap after I'm done showing everything at least once, I'll probably bring out some discount bins, which are great ones. Like great discount bins from last week, all that classic rock stuff John marked and other stuff that they've marked. And we've got stacks and stacks of 45s, not only to auction, but to do for buy it nows, okay? Like I was just flipping through these. Look what I found. A Warrant cherry pie. That sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? So I've got tons, and there's handfuls and boxes full. And don't forget cassettes. I mean, essentially, when I'm done with vinyl, I may start bringing out lots of miscellaneous, okay? This might be the week of miscellaneous again. We sold a ton of 45s, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, let me get back to where I was stopping or where I did stop. I was going to make sure Stacy was done bidding. And the high bid was Smith's 83 with Brett, and the replacement's 58 with Charlie. And Stacy, it was up to Stacy. I'm about to sell both of them. Elvis has one bid for 20. I'm about to sell that. Price on the interrupters is sealed $19.99. And for those that don't know, I'm at least starting at 5 or 5:30. That's what time I try to shoot for 5. I'm on here usually by 5:30 with the show rolling, but sometimes I start right at 5. I'm at least going to go till 1 every night, and I've been stopping at 1. That's an 8-hour stream. That doesn't completely kill my brain, and it gives me time after the show to get ready for the next show without having to be here until the wee hours of the morning. I'm here anyways, but if I can stop at 1 every night, it gives me a lot of extra time to get ready for the next night, which makes the shows even better. So, and of course, a couple nights we're going to go late and just go through tub after tub, book after book, record after record, poster after poster, cassette after cassette. I mean, I would have to go 24/7 to show y'all everything, but you get what I'm saying, okay? I got to stop. I've been getting a little bit more rest than normal because of that, and we've had better shows. I think we had better shows last week because I hadn't been going as late. Kristen Barnett on interrupters. I think 1 a.m. is pretty late for Monday through Thursday. A weeknight, 1 a.m., that's pretty late, I think. There's another J-Lib, and I got 2 copies of Cage the Elephant, Melophobia. That is sealed for $24.99. Elvis all of a sudden has new bids, $21.25. Stacy's out on both, and these are sold. Wow, big Smith's Grill there. $83 to Brett Thies. Thank you, Brett. That's sold to you for $83. That's sold to you for $83, and the replacements is sold. Both of the 13.4 elevators are sold. Unfortunately, both of the 13.4 elevators are gone. Same person bought both of them, Andrew. Charlie got the replacement for 58. Now the Elvis 45. That's more like it on that. That's more like it on the Elvis EPs. I think I've sold about 10 for like well below retail recently. I'm like, man, I got to quit putting these up for 5. These 50s EPs and high grade are really killer. I mean, I have a set myself. I have a complete set of most of the standard Elvis cardboard EPs. I just think they're killer. I mean, you get 4 tracks. They're from the 50s. They're really just great artwork on the front. Next is an original 1983 PRC pressing, a $35 start. This is OG Def Leppard, $35 start Pyromania. That's now up for bid. Also, we have Mac Miller. This is NPR Music, sealed on blue vinyl for $29.99. I got 2 Mac Millers in there. Elvis is at $31. Def Leppard's a $35 start. How about Little Walter? Hate to See You Go. Little Walter is a 72 US on chess EX edition, a $35 start. $35 start on that. Dying at work all day. Yeah, I think it kills everybody because nobody wants to get off, and they're afraid I'm going to show something, and so everybody stays up really late waiting on the crates, and I'm like, how about we just stop at 1? Some nights we'll go a little bit later, but I think it's good for everybody. 8 hours of live streaming. That's pretty good until I can figure out how to do another show. We've been flirting all week with figuring out how to do a matinee show. We've been talking about it. We were all here Sunday talking about it. Like, how do we do shows during the day that makes sense logistically for people that want to watch from like 11 a.m. to like 3 p.m.? How is that possible? Can we do it? Will people be tuned in? Can we do it? And you never know with us. We might start an 11 to 3 show this week. Who knows? We might start doing 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. shows. It's definitely not going to be me. That's when I'm sleeping. So somebody might be here doing it. Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll is sealed on red vinyl, $24.99. So Ballads of the Broken. Let's start going through this bin. Ballads of the Broken, sealed red vinyl, or I should say, let's go through it a second time. Wow, nobody got the Rancantors. Consolers of the Lonely. That is sealed for $29.99. If y'all don't start buying these, Laura's going to come up here with like her samurai sword and start just attacking me. Next thing we have is Jam sound effects. Jam is sealed for $29.99. That's a 2 LP. And Radiohead, the king of the limbs. Radiohead is sealed $24.99. We have 3 copies. Def Leppard doesn't have a bid. We're looking for a $35 start. Little Walter doesn't have a bid. We're looking for a $35 start. Elvis is sold to Tom Moran for $35. Tom Moran, you get Elvis for $35. Thank you. That is sold. And we have Prong, State of Emergency. Prong is sealed for $29.99. Imagine Dragons, Mercury Act. Imagine Dragons is sealed for $19.99. Ginger, Wallflowers, that's prog metal, sealed for $24.99. Def Leppard has a bid. Little Walter has a bid. Next 45 auction. She's My Cherry Pie. Warrant in the original, company in your sleeve, a 1990 U.S. original stock copy of Warrant Cherry Pie. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Next is Cannabis Corpse, $29.99. Jamie Crondable said he already bid $35 on Little Walter. Oh, he did, and Rod Bryan did. My bad. Jamie did, and Rod Bryan. So actually, Rod Bryan, you're out. Jamie came in first. You're out, but Michael Peveler for sure has Def Leppard. Last 2 records in here was Mazzy Star, So Tonight I Might See. Wow, those usually get grabbed, especially for $29.99. Scott Oman wants that last Imagine Dragons. That's so to Scott Oman. We have B.B. King and Eric Clapton. By the way, that's not a bad price on blue vinyl 2 LP for $44.99. And we have 2 of those left. We have 1 of those left. Jason Isbell, The Interrupters, J-Lib, Cage the Elephant, and Mac Miller. Mac Miller was $29.99. Cage the Elephant was $24.99. J-Lib $24. The Interrupters $19. Jason Isbell $19. All right. So now Little Walter's getting new bids. Now Warrant has a bid. Little Walter has another new bid. George Scherer got B.B. King. That is sold. Nick Bargeron was next. And now Little Walter is an original, or I should say a 72, a 1972 U.S. pressing and EX edition. When I come back, I'm selling Def Leppard. It's also an original. There's no condition notes. And it's got a bid for $35. And Warrant is also about to sell Cherry Pie. 1 bid for $10. We're about to sell it. I have another bin of new vinyl to go through. Before I do anything, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. Let me swap out crates now. Sorry. And then I'm going to have to mute my mic again to probably take a drink of water here. But let's go over here. And I have a whole nother crate of new vinyl to go through. A whole nother crate of new vinyl to go through. Ooh, my knees just popped. That didn't feel good. Whew, I've got a mess back here. Every time I walk over here. Like I said earlier, it looks like a vinyl bomb went off back here. A record bomb. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. I can't wait to show y'all some of the new autographs we got in. Especially on the LPs. Lots of signed LPs coming up this week. Very cool stuff too. All right. I've slowly, over the last couple of years, especially after buying Dale's Pittsburgh collection, I have turned into an autograph collector myself. I find it fascinating. And anytime I get new stuff in, especially after it's been certified, it's like Christmas Day for me. And I got a couple things myself and certified, and I'm excited to show you all the stuff that's for sale. Wow, Warrant, 1 bid for $10. Cherry Pie sold to Chad King for $10. That is sold. Little Walter's now at $65, and Michael Peveler just got Def Leppard, 1 bid, $35. Time for a new auction. The next auction is Hawkwind. And this, I can't believe more people hadn't asked for it. Maybe they're just being quiet because they don't want to generate hysteria. But this is the nicest copy we've ever had come through here. And that's literally what Paul wrote on the sticky note too. The nicest copy I've ever seen. This is an original 1973 Hawkwind Space Ritual with the original gimmick cover. And if you've never seen this, for such an awesome record, they did an incredible job with the packaging. It's got the 3 trifold pocket fold out that opens up like this. An incredible sleeve. Hawkwind, the nicest copy we've ever had come through here. The cover's like textured steel, where it's just like so crisp. And the vinyl has no condition notes. We've graded it EX++ near mint minus. Hawkwind is going to be a $75 start. A top copy alert. You wouldn't want this one in shrink wrap because you can enjoy this amazing fold-out cover. $75 start on Hawkwind. That's up for bid. Little Walter is $65 with George Scherer. We're about to sell that. Jamie's out. Thank you for letting me know you're out. Rod, thank you for letting me know you're out. Here is another single going up right now, Keith Whitley. And Keith Whitley is called Till a Tear Becomes a Rose and Ladies' Choice. Keith Whitley is going to go up for a $5 start. Next thing we have here is Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. MoFi, as in Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, a 2LP 45 RPM for the classic album Johnny Cash live at Folsom Prison, $64.99. If you want in, now's the time. I have 3 available in stock. This is a crate of a lot of analog productions, music on vinyl, and mostly MoFi, just FYI. Johnny Cash. Let me make sure I didn't have a waiting list. No waiting list. So all 3 copies of Johnny Cash here are available, just FYI. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Johnny Cash, $64.99. That's called at Folsom Prison. I've got 2 copies of Jefferson Airplane Surrealistic Pillow. Now, I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list for Jefferson Airplane. This is also a 2LP 45 RPM and the desirable mono edition. Jefferson Airplane is a waiting list. So did John Gollin. Thank you, Mr. John Gollin. He got one. That's a 2LP 45 RPM, $64.99. Don't you want somebody to love a White Rabbit? Hawkwind, 1 bid, 75, final call. Little Walter sold for 65. Wow, Keith Whitley's about to sell for 7. Hawkwind, just 1 bid, 75. That's also about to sell. The next auction is Stevie Ray Vaughan, an original 1983 U.S. press, super clean condition. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble, Texas Flood, a $55 start. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Texas Flood, Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble, Texas Flood, $55 start on that, okay? Keith Whitley has a new bid for 10. Hawkwind has a new bid for 78. And one of my favorite MoFi records, whenever I see them in stock, I usually grab at least 5. The Cars, self-titled, $44.99. One of the best debut albums ever. Great sounding MoFi press. Let the Good Times Roll, My Best Friend's Girl, Just What I Needed, I'm in Touch with Your Girl, Don't You Stop, You're All I've Got Tonight, By Love, one of my favorite Cars songs. Moving in Stereo, It's All Mixed Up. The Cars is $44.99. That's new sealed MoFi. And Laura just delivered another crate. I'm going to have to go take a nap. We got the Cars at $44.99, new and sealed. And we had a waiting list for Cracker. These finally came in. Cracker is called Gentleman's Blues. $49.99 for Cracker. Let me pull up the waiting list for good old Cracker here. The waiting list for Cracker, Gentleman Blues, was Riley Harrison, C. William Pop, and Brandon Lack. I've got 3 sold, and there's 1 left for Cracker. There is 1 left. Cracker, okay? Hawkwind's at $95. Keith Whitley's at $15, and Stevie Ray Vaughan's a $55 start. I've been trying to find my next handful of Buy It Now singles for $6.99. We hadn't done some in a while. Let's go ahead and do this one. I don't know what that is. Can't auction or can't make that a Buy It Now. Can't make that a Buy It Now. I guess we'll make that a Buy It Now. That's interesting. I'll make that a Buy It Now. That's a Buy It Now. And what is this one? We'll make this a Buy It Now. Okay. These are $6.99. We have Debbie Gibson, We Could Be Together, Debbie Gibson. Also, the Bar Busters, Joan Jett and the Blackhawks, Light of Day from Bruce Springsteen, from the soundtrack, A Light of Day. Whitney Houston, One Moment in Time from the '88 Summer Olympics. Toto Rosanna from Toto 4, and Melanie, Ring the Living Bell and Railroad. Melanie, picture sleeve, $6.99 on that. $6.99. All those 45s I just showed right there were $6.99. Just FYI. Okay, now Hawkwind got, the last thing I remember saying was Hawkwind 95 and Keith Whitley 15. And then Brent put C for Cracker. That's sold to Brent. Hawkwind got a new bid for 98. And then Debbie Gibson is sold to Larry Smith for $6.99. We do have a bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan for 55. Travis second on Debbie Gibson. Pam Murray got the Joan Jett. And then Keith Whitley info. And then Spencer, can you take an order? I will. And we got Melanie, Toto, and Whitney Houston still left there, $6.99. Keith Whitley is still A Tear Becomes a Rose and Lady's Choice, an original single, or I should say from 1990. This is a single from his greatest hits. Yeah. This is from his greatest hits, which they never did release on LP. This is a 7-inch single from a CD release. Keith Whitley and Lori Morgan and Lady's Choice. So, yeah, that's available. Now, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Final Call, and Hawkwind. Hawkwind is at 98 with Thomas Hujar. Brent Robley goes back for you, and C could be for cars. That's true. Brent, was your C for cars or Cracker? I know Brent usually buys the Cracker stuff from Music on Vinyl, but I have a feeling I've already sold him a cars at some point. And Phantom Canuck wants the Melanie, okay? Now, back to this new bin. We have Ice-T, Original Gangsta, OG. It's not an OG press. It's a Music on Vinyl, but the name of the album is OG, $38.99. And then Carlos Santana. This one's turned out to be really popular. One, we don't get a lot of OGs, and I think just Carlos Santana on MoFi has got to be pretty sweet sounding. That is $44.99 for Carlos, and the waiting list was Michael McCullen. Michael, I've got you down for a Carlos Santana. I've got 2 more left if anybody wants it. Carlos Santana, $44.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan is officially sold for $55 to Michael Peevler. Keith Whitley is sold for $15, and that is sold to Tom Moran for $15. And Brent, I just want to make sure Hawkwind's back to you. Thomas has it for $98, and Brent just bid $100, okay? We're not done. I had a feeling that was going to hit $100 at some point. We have Reservoir Dogs, $38.99. Reservoir Dogs soundtrack, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4. I went ahead and got 5 of these because this is a great seller. Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1, which is essentially a Hall & Oates greatest hits, $44.99. Sarah Smile, She's Gone, Rich Girl, Kiss on My List, Private Eyes, You Make My Dreams, Say It Isn't So. That's essentially a Hall & Oates greatest hits, Rock and Soul Part 1, MoFi, $44.99. Next single, this is actually one that was in a stack of stuff John handed me that was pretty special. This is a very interesting Bob Dylan single. We have Bob Dylan, Blowing in the Wind, which is the original single. And this thing has a huge range on Discogs, and it's weird, okay? So, for example, they have sold in VG Plus condition. This exact release has sold for $275, $345, $40, and there's one for sale right now for $550. So some have sold for $200 and $300, and then also some have sold for $40 and $50. So it's a kind of a weird release. This is Bob Dylan's "Blowin' in the Wind," the original 7-inch single in the original company sleeve, and it's around a VG Plus. It's around a VG Plus, and I thought that was pretty significant. The original single there for "Blowin' in the Wind." So obviously a wide variety of prices on it. I think it's pretty cool personally. I think it should start for $55. Bob Dylan, "Blowin' in the Wind." Columbia, orange label there, $55 start on that. In the original company sleeve, Mr. Dylan. Next is Gregory on RD, and that was for Reservoir Dogs. And then Mike Brangle wants a Cars MoFi. That is sold. And then Chad King wants an Ice-T. Ice-T is sold. Still got all the Hall & Oates. We got Dylan at 55. Alyssa wants a Hall & Oates. And Hawkwind's at 113. Next is Randy Travis. Randy Travis is Storms of Life, and this is a beautiful copy. It's an original 1986 OG in shrink with the hop stickers. It even mentions the ACM, Academy of Country Music, new top male vocalist of the year sticker. Storms of Life, what a cool cover. I always thought that was so cool. That's kind of local. I forgot exactly where that was taken here in Tennessee, but it's, relatively local. In shrink in the hype, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Rod Bryan wants a Hall & Oates MoFi. Those are $44.99, and so is the Cars. Those are $44.99. I've only got one. This is Strange Days, Analog Production. Strange Days. That is $64.99. $64.99. And we have Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip. Static X is $39.99. $39.99, okay? Hall & Oates is a new sealed MoFi, which is Rock and Soul Part 1 gatefold, $44.99. Excellent release there. Let's run through this. Most of this is MoFi or Music on Vinyl or Analog Productions. This is all, I get all that from the same distributor, and it's really good stuff. As y'all know, I love MoFi, I love Analog Productions. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. There we have it. Las Casas. Thank you, Daniel Cody. Yeah, I knew it was pretty close around here. All righty. So the Dylan single has one bid for $55. Brent, you've got it at what I think is a great price, and it's a final call to you. Hawkwind is still getting bids. We got 3 active bidders on this top copy of Hawkwind. This thing is OG. Paul left a note. Nicest copy he's ever seen. I agree. 115, 120, 124, 127, 130. And Randy Travis has one bid for $25. Here's what's left in here. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison, $64.99. A 2 LP, 4 sides of music, $64.99. Dylan has a new bid for $60 with Michael Butler, Blown in the Wind. If you saw some of the comps on that, it's a wide variety of prices. It's just one of those things a lot of people want. I've seen some pop up. Thing about Discogs, I've said this before. Discogs is a odd website because they don't offer auctions. If Discogs had live auctions, it would be a totally different I think probably over the course of the last 5 years, you probably could have added 50% to a lot of prices that I've seen on there, maybe even double, because a lot of people list stuff as a bot now, and it gets grabbed. And when they price it, they may not realize that that person might have paid 10 times that much because they've been looking for it for 3 years. So sometimes you'll see outliers on Discogs, and you'll see some too high. I've seen some stuff sell for a certain price, and I've had mine on there for $100 less for 2 years, and we hadn't been able to sell it. There was only one person at that time willing to pay that, and now they've got one, and now they don't need it again, and nobody else wants it. So Discogs is a weird place for pricing. I've seen stuff really cheap, and I've seen stuff high that I've never been able to get that price again. And I see a lot of stuff, though, buy it nows on 45s, rare ones. Somebody's has it, and they're like, well, what do you price it? I don't know. One sold for 40, one sold for 400. What do you price it? That's a tough one. So stuff like that, we just basically guess at and say, well, we'll see what Collectco wants to sell it for. We have Johnny Cash sold to Robert W. That is sold to Robert W. Hawkwind still getting bids. There's 2 Johnny Cash left. There's 1 Jefferson Airplane left for $64.99. That is Surrealistic Pillow. Also, the Cars MoFi. We still got these. We still got we got 4. I did sell 1. $44.99. That's self-titled, debut, gatefold, $44.99. Ice-T, Original Gangster, OG, Ice-T, $38.99. Music on Vinyl Press. Carlos Santana, Blues for Salvador, $44.99. Reservoir Dogs is $38. Hall & Oates, which is the greatest hits, $44.99. The Doors, Strange Days Have Found Us, $64.99. And Adam Bullock, I forgot to pull this for you. Adam Bullock got the Static X earlier. That's sold to Adam Bullock. Wow, we done on Randy Travis. One bid, $25 for Storms of Life. Shannon Mashaka. Shannon Mashaka. Let's put Hiram Aponte on the Wisconsin Death Trip waiting list. Hiram Aponte. And we have Blowing in the Wind. It looks like Philip went out. This is between Michael and Brent now. Michael Butler has it for $88. The OG single to Blowing in the Wind in the original company sleeve, which I thought was pretty incredible there. All right, and I want to remind y'all there was 2 sold comps on that for $345 and $275, and then they're still battling out Hawkwind. Laura has already delivered a crate, and she told me just a moment ago she's working on another one. So we've got another crate of new arrivals to go through. We still, as far as the auctions, like the keynote auctions, Paul got tagged for tonight. We still got Gabor Zavo, The Velvet Underground, Abbey Road Mofi, OG Skinner Street Survivors, Tori Amos, Talking Heads, another Randy Travis, Albert Collins, Jimmy Cliff, John Lee Hooker, and I have a world of 45s and then possibly cassettes, okay? Adam Bullock wants an iced tea. Thank you, Adam. And Randy Travis has a new bid. And Bob Dylan, let's update where we're at. Dylan is at $88. Hawkwind is at $150. That's where we're at. I think there's like 2 or 3 people still actively bidding on those. So, man, I am like trapped. If Laura comes up here, she will see that I can't hardly. This is wild. I don't know where to go. Let me just stack this even higher if I can lift it. Got full crates of records stacked. Well, they're now taller than me, so they're approaching. If I stack another one, it'll be probably over 7 foot. All right, let's see what's in this bin. And they're surrounded. I don't have anywhere to go. I'm going to have to walk around and literally dig myself out to do a condensing later and recap. Eyelids have been taped. 45 bundles. Well, the problem with that is I'll do that on some of the lesser stuff, but it's kind of hard to bundle. I don't know what to bundle unless it's the same artist. And I have some of that kind of stuff over here. But we used to do 45 mystery boxes. But, you know, people are okay with that. But sometimes people get country and they're looking for rock. And people get rock and they're looking for country. And it takes a lot of time to do it by genre if we had to sit down. So it's something we can do in the future, but bundles are pretty time consuming, honestly, because it takes a lot more sorting. It's easier just to do it this way here, one at a time, and whatever doesn't sell, I'll bundle together. I usually bundle the stuff that doesn't sell. All right, I think we're done on Dylan. Dylan is sold to Michael Butler for $88. Randy's now at $33. We have one out on Hawkwind. That means I think I just got to confirm with Brent Robley. Thomas Hujar has it for $150. Final call. Time for a new 45 auction. David Allen Coe, Mona Lisa Lost Her Smile, and Someone Special. David Allen Coe, $5 start. Let's see what the first record in here is. New stuff right now. We have Sufjan Stevens, Come On, Feel the Illinois. That is sealed for $29.99. We're down to 2 Hawkwind bidders, Thomas and Brent. Brent has it for $155. I've got Isaiah Rashad, The House is Burning, Parental Advisory. This is sealed for $29.99. David Allen Coe, 5 and 5. Randy Travis is officially sold to Shannon Mashaka for $33. Next LP going up is The Velvet Underground. Oh, wow. I didn't know it was an OG, and I didn't know it was this nice. Paul's got us a lot of notes here. Here we have original 69 US, a West Coast closet mix with company inner sleeve. EX plays fantastic. In my experience, this is the most difficult Velvet Underground record to find in good shape, and he's true on that. You know, we all talk about Velvet Underground and Nico, which is a grail, but this record here, just because of the cover and also the vinyl, they're typically not in high grade. And he says this is EX, and it plays fantastic. The Velvet Underground, just a couple light scuffs on it from what I'm seeing. A $245 start. This is their OG self-titled album, The Velvet Underground. This is the album called The Velvet Underground. And there is the original, really cool company inner sleeve there. The jacket does have some signs of wing wear, as you can see. But yeah, I mean, if you want a mint jacket on this from an OG copy, you might be waiting forever. This one's not bad. It does have a punch hole right there. $245 on the Velvet Underground. And one more time, it's an original 69 US West Coast closet mix with the company inner sleeve. Plays fantastic. EX. And the note from Paul is, in my experience, and he means in his experience as a record pricer and a record collector, especially as a Velvet Underground fan, this one is the most difficult to find in high grade. $245 on that. David Allen Coe has bids for 5 and 5. I haven't heard back from Tony McDaniel. This is someone special, and Mona Lisa lost her smile. Shane's about to get it for $5. Hawkwind is officially sold to Thomas Hujar for $157. Hawkwind is sold. We're only 2 records deep in this bin. Let me go ahead and put this away for Thomas so I can put up another new LP and breeze through this new Arrivals crate here from Laura, okay? Let's do that right now. Let me put this away. Let's put that away. And now there's that. And the Velvet Underground. Let's go ahead and throw up Tori Amos, Under the Pink. An original 94 US. I feel like we had one of these just the other night. This is Tori Amos, Under the Pink. And this is going to go up for a $75 start. Pink vinyl, $75 start. David Allen Coe has a new bid for $6. All right, what's next? We have Tupac. This is sealed for $29.99. Strictly for I won't finish the title. Tupac is sealed $29.99. We have Arab Strap, As Days Get Dark. This is sealed for $24.99. And Quicksand Interiors. Quicksand is sealed on clear and black vinyl. $24.99 on Quicksand. And we have Oppenheimer Procopaton. It looks like Oppenheimer, like I think it's red, like like the scientist, but it's spelled different. Melodic death metal, $24.99. Okay, we got Coe at 6, Terry Gearhart first on Tupac, David Allen Coe at 7. Final call to get a bid on the Velvet Underground for $245. Next this is a Rainbow Kitten Surprise. How to Friend, Love, and Freefall. Rainbow Kitten Surprise, $24.99. And Meat Puppets, Forbidden Places. Meat Puppets is sealed. A record store day on Boysenberry Swirl Vinyl. Boysenberry, $29.99. Hiram Aponte wants the Oppenheimer. That is sold to, that is sold to Hiram. Velvet Underground's $255. Michael bid $250. He might have misheard me. $255. David Allen Coe's at 10. And I think John, he said V for opening bid. I think John technically would be first then at $255. And so John has it for $255. And then Coe's at 10. And now Coe's at 11. And now Tori Amos is a final call, pink vinyl, $75 start. Let me grab some new 45s over here. Give me 1 second and see what we have. These are going to be, I'm going to try to grab some for buy it nows. I got to grab some for auction. That's a buy it now. Let me see what I got here. POD. Wow. Youth of the Nation on 45. OG. That should be cool. I'll make that a buy it now. That a buy it now. And that a buy it now. Let's throw up a couple more auctions. Wow, some cool stuff in here. First is POD, Youth of the Nation. And the B-side is Alive. And that's an original single from 2001. Near Mint Minus, POD, a $7 start. Okay, let's keep going. Make sure I didn't miss any claims there. I didn't. Last one was Oppenheimer. The Arcs, and this is called Electrophobic Chronic. Limited edition indie exclusive clear with black splatter. That's $24.99. We got 2 of those. And Picture of Heath. Chet Baker, Art Paper, Phil Uso. This is always a highly regarded jazz album. Cut directly from the original Analog Masters. Mastered by Kevin Gray. It is a sealed, unopened copy for $29.99. And we have Bird Blows on Beacon Hill. Another Blue Note Tone Poet. And that is also unopened, $34.99. Just FYI. Give me 1 second to check on something over here before I go any further on YouTube. Okay. All right, that's good to go. And let me check on this one. All right, that's good to go. Okay, sorry. Next thing we have here was, wow, a lot of activity. Let me figure out where we left off. So David Allen Coe was at 10, 11, 12, 15. Velvet Underground, 255, 260, 275, 280, 288. Coe 16. And then POD has a bid for $7 with Scott Oman. Tori Amos is a buy it now for $75, pink vinyl. $75 buy it now on that. And I'm going to show two more different records in here. Then I'm going to lay down some 45s for buy it nows. We have Red Fang, Murder the Mountains, Custom Galaxy, $24.99. That's from Relapse. We got two of those. And this is Turnstiles, Glow On. Turnstiles is $24.99. The Velvet Underground's at $300. David Allen Coe's at $20. Tim Boldness, you're out. POD has one bid for $7, the Youth of the Nation. And now some buy it nows for $6.99. These are all buy it nows for $6.99. Queen, another one bites the dust, $6.99. George Harrison, all those years ago. Suzanne Vega, Luca, Adam Ant, Goody Two Shoes, and Anne Margaret, Take All the Kisses. All these are either in the original picture sleeve or in the original company sleeve. Queen, George Harrison, Suzanne Vega, Adam Ant, and Anne Margaret. Those are all $6.99 each. POD has a new bid for $8. Velvet Underground's at $300. John Kaiser's at $310. And now, what is the Chet Baker? That is Pictures of Heath. Tone Poet Analog, $29.99. And we've got 3 copies of Turnstile. Also, Art Blakey Big Band. That's a 2023. That is sealed for $24.99. And Ramstein Mutter. Ramstein. Great price at $39.99. Let's jump over here. And the first picture or first 45 that was sold was George Harrison for $6.99. Mike Torres was second. Pam Murray was third. R.K. Tucker fourth. Michael's out on Velvet Underground. David Allen Coe's at $22. Greg wants Suzanne Vega for $6.99. That's sold to Greg Hubers. Regina got Adam and the Ant for $6.99. Now the Velvet Underground has a new bid for $3.15. Scott Oman, let me know if you want back in on POD for more than 8. We got Queen and Anne Margaret for $6.99 if anybody wants that. Sean Hofer got Ramstein. And we have, this is called Plain White Tees, All That We Needed. The Breakthrough album, available for the first time on vinyl, with the #1 hit single, Hey There, Delia. Opaque red vinyl. That's sealed $24.99. We got 2 of those. And Dial S for Sonny. Sonny Clark with Art Farmer, Curtis Fuller, Hank Mobley, Wilbur Ware, Lewis Hayes. And that's a 2022 reissue mono, $29.99. POD has a new bid. David Allen Coe has a new bid. Velvet Underground has a new bid. Time for another new LP auction. And this is Albert Collins, Cold Snap. Albert Collins is an original 1986 in-shrink with hop EX $25 start. Albert Collins, Cold Snap, okay? And then Adam Bullock on plain white tees. That is sold to Adam Bullock. Chad put QU. I'm assuming that's for the Queen single, Chad, right? Another one bites the dust. That's sold to you for $6.99. And then Regina wanted Anne Margaret. I gave her Anne. What did I give her? I gave her Adam Ant. She wanted Anne Margaret, okay? She wanted Anne Margaret, not Adam Ant. And then Queen is sold to Chad King. And that means Adam Ant is still available. And now Albert Collins has new bids. And now POD is sold for $9 to Scott Oman. I lost the other bidder, I believe. Sippy, didn't hear back from them. And then David Allen Coe was at $25. I got to make sure Tim Boldness is out. But I hadn't heard back from him, but I got to sell it soon. John's out on Velvet Underground. And yes, Gregory, I did pull your Reservoir Dogs. Yes. Next thing is Rage Against the Machine, Renegades. Renegades is sealed for $24.99. And, wow, that's a cool cover. Who is this? Porcupine Tree Recording, sealed, $34.99. I like that. That's pretty cool. $34.99. That's me when I get home from Collectco every night. I'm relaxing by the radio with a nice globe and an Art Deco radio. I've got my pipe tobacco. I'm reading a nice novel. That's me. And then we got Rob Fordham on Porcupine Tree. And there's one more left if anybody wants one. Right over there is my can of V8. I've poured it into a nice martini glass, though. And we have the Frank Cuminando Trio. And that is unopened for $24.99. The Frank Cuminando Trio. I'm going to step up front right quick. And speaking of V8, I'm going to go try to find me one. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. I have completely boxed myself in, but I've made it over here. And I have black cherry in my hand. And we're about to enjoy this. Black cherry power, activate. Brain food. It's time. All right, sorry. All right, I had stopped at Porcupine Tree. And let me figure out where I left off after that. So Velvet Underground, David Allan Coe, and Albert Collins. David Allan Coe was at 25, Velvet Underground 320. We sold Plain, we sold Queen, Velvet Underground 325. Albert Collins 25, 25, 35, 35. He went out on Coe. Allen's Collins 50. Rob got Porcupine Tree. Rage is sold to Tim Volden. It's Elissa, you were second. Scott Oman got AA. That was for Adam Ant for $6.99. And now we're good to go. So David Allan Coe is officially sold to Shane Devers for the winning bid of $25. And then I just want to make sure everybody knows on Velvet Underground, when John Kaiser went out, Marianne had it for $325, and that's a final call on $325 on that. Albert Collins is a final call to Michael Butler for $50. Let's go ahead and grab our next 45 auction. How about Camper Van Beethoven? That sounds very familiar, but I just don't know a lot about this. 2013, Camper Van Beethoven, come down the coast. Northern California girls, $5 on that. Did you have Dylan singles unclaimed? I'll take them. Yeah, we got quite a bit of a good stack over here of 45s left unclaimed. I'll go through them here in just a second. I got Bob Dylan Wigwam sold to R.K. Tucker for $6.99, and that's it. Yeah, there's some good singles over here, though, left for $6.99. So just that one, Wigwam and Copper Kettle. Next is, I've already shown that. Next is Theory. And this is Theory, Say Nothing. Theory is $19.99. And we have two copies. We have two copies of Her. Original score by Arcade Fire with Owen Pallett. Her. And that is sealed for $19.99. All right. We have Velvet Underground. That's sold to Marianne for $325. Thank you. That's sold. And now let's go ahead and tag Albert Collins to Michael Butler for $50. Camper Van Beethoven has bids for $5 and $5. Albert Collins is sold for $50. And we got two copies. Nope, we got one copy of Soul Train by John Coltrane, 2015 reissue mono, $24.99 on that. Also, we have our next 45 single, Hey Jude. And You Say You Want a Revolution. That's the B-side. What a release. Hey Jude, Beatles. That's going to go up for a $10 start in the original Apple sleeve. And dang it, I was just about to put up Abbey Road Mo-Fi too. I'll do that next. Let's do a Talking Heads Very Desirable Release and Randy Travis. But first, here's Talking Heads. And this is a 1984 US Club with the original on her sleeve. And this is extremely clean. Very nice. Talking Heads is going to go up for a $55 start. That's called Stop Making Sense. $55 start on that. Rod, you're out on Camper Beethoven. I'm about to sell it to Craig for $5. Next in here is Radiohead, Pablo Honey. Radiohead is sealed, $29.99. There's a note from Laura. Laura loves Radiohead, $29.99 on that. Melissa Bailey wants Theory. There's one Theory left if anybody wants it. And we have Plosives, like explosives, but no X. Sealed on red vinyl for $19.99. CCR Chronicle. This is sealed for $29.99. And Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, you're going to get it. That's sealed for $29.99. And Steely Dan, Everything Must Go, the 2LP Analog Productions pressing, $64.99. Hey Jude has a bid for $10. Camper Beethoven has a new bid for $6. Talking Heads is an 84 original club. And there's a note from Paul, extremely clean. Such a great live album there from Talking Heads. That is up at $55. Next is Randy Travis, No Holding Back. Randy Travis is an 89 US Club copy with the original on her sleeve. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start for Randy Travis, No Holding Back. $35 start. $35 start. Everything Must Go also applies to everything in my crate. Laura is basically saying that we're going to read through this again. And if everything in here doesn't sell, then get ready to face the wrath of Laura, unlike you've never seen before. First thing we have in here is Illinois by Sufjan Stevens. Come on, Phil, the Illinois. That is sealed. We have two of them for $29.99. Is this the Record Store Day edition? No, it's not. Analog Productions 2LP, 45 RPM. I've got Isaiah Rashad, sealed $29.99, and that one is called The House is Burning. We have two copies of that. Arab Strap, As Days Get Dark. That is sealed for $24.99. I have one of those. I might have skipped this earlier. I did. I didn't show Quicksand. Quicksand Interiors, clear and black vinyl, sealed, $24.99. Rod, you're out on that. Sippy gets Hey Jude. That's sold to Sippy over on YouTube. You've bought from us before, right? That's sold to Sippy over on YouTube for $10. Let me go ahead and be grabbing this next handful of 45s I was working on. Give me 1 second here. Oop, I forgot about all these. Dang it. It's like this box keeps growing over here. Let's see. That's going to be... I better auction that one. That's pretty good. That's definitely auction. That's auction. Yes. Let me get another. Yes. Let me get another stack of 45s here. Okay. These are going to be buy it nows I have right here. Those are auctions. And Camper Beethoven sold to Craig for $8. Okay. Next, these are buy it nows for $6.99. Hall & Oates, Method of Modern Love, and Bank on Your Love. That's a picture sleeve. Heart is a red vinyl interview. Heart, $6.99. Joe Jackson, One More Time. Joe Jackson, Happy Xmas, War is Over, So This is Christmas. John and Yoko. The Monkees, As Long as We Go, and the Porpoise Song. And those are singles from Head. Not something you see too often. And here's our next auction. Kurt Cobain's Dead, Metal Mike, Julia, and Natiza. I'm not for sure what this is, but it's going to go up for a $5 start. Kurt Cobain's Dead, $5 start on that. Next is a Shannon Mashake on Hall & Oates. That's sold to Miss Shannon for $6.99. Pam Burry got Lennon. And that's, oh, and you know what? That's on green vinyl too. I can see it peeking out. I messed up there. That's on pink vinyl. That's okay. That's sold to Pam for $6.99. And sorry, I teased you. I teased you on that one. That's up for auction. That was at the bottom of my pile. $5 start on Kurt Cobain's Dead. All right, and then that leaves the Monkees, Joe Jackson, and Hart, if anybody wants those. Nobody bid on Randy Travis. That's a $35 buy it now. And nobody bid on Talking Heads. That's a $55 buy it now. Wow. So 2 great records there that normally sell, and they're going over here in the buy it now pile. And before I do that, let me go ahead and sell Hart to Chad King. That's sold to Chad King for $6.99. Joe Jackson and the Monkees are going over here. Finishing reading through this bin one more time really quickly. Rainbow Kitten Surprise. That is sealed for $24.99. We also have Meat Puppets. That is $29.99. Rob Fordham picking up the Talking Heads. Thank you. I was getting concerned there. That's sold to Rob Fordham. Appreciate that. Also, we have the Arcs, and that's sealed for $24.99. We have Pictures of Heath. That is unopened for $29.99. We have Bird Blows on Beacon Hill, $34.99. Red Fang, Murder the Mountains, $24.99. Also, Turnstile. Those were sealed for $24.99. And we have Big Band, and this was $24.99. Art Blakey. We have last copy of Plain White Tees. We have Dial S for Sunny. Those are both sealed for $24.99. Kurt Cobain's Dead is at $13, now $15. Next auction is the Beatles, Abbey Road. One Sweet Dream came true today. Bang Bang, Maxwell Silver Hammer. Come Together. Something in the way she moves. Here comes the sun. She came in through the bathroom window. $95 start. This is a 1980 US MoFi super clean. Paul says it's near mint minus. Once there was a way to get back homeward. $95 start. Kurt Cobain's at 15 with Robert W. Going once, going twice. Did we even look at the label or vinyl? It's nice. I Remember You, Requiem for Kurt Part 2, Metal Mike, Julia, and Natisa. Not too familiar with that, but I thought that was very interesting. That's now but for bid. And it's Quicksand of Greatest Hits. Quicksand is called Interiors. I don't know for sure. I think it's a regular studio album release, $24.99. Also, we have Porcupine Tree, $34.99, and that one's called Recordings. The Frank Commando Trio, $24.99. Theory is sealed for $19.99. Theory, we got a couple of those. And then Her, Arcade Fire, and that is sealed for $19.99. Soul Train, John Coltrane, $24.99. Radiohead is $29.99. Also, Splosives is $19.99. CCR Chronicle, Greatest Hits, $29. Tom Petty, you're going to get it. One of his original solo albums, a new sealed reissue, $29. And then the Analog Production, Steal It In, $64. All right. Now, this is officially sold for $15 to Robert W. The Beatles is a $95 start. No bid yet. Next LP going up is Jimmy Cliff, The Harder They Come. Paul says this is an original 1973 U.S. Jacksonville EX plus condition. And that's going to go up for a $25 start, Jimmy Cliff. Next 45, this one's pretty interesting here. This is Turning the Century with Colonel Sanders. Join the founder of Kentucky Fried Chicken on a musical excursion back through the delightful days of his youth. So it's basically Mr. Colonel Sanders, and he's taking you on a trip back through some of his favorite songs he listened to as a kid. Really cool KFC picture sleeve there. Compliments, that probably would have been a giveaway, a free record given away at KFC back during the old days of KFC. I guess it's still a restaurant, right? I know it's still a restaurant. I'm joking. I wish I had some KFC right now. I'm a fan of those mashed potatoes and gravy. Next is White Line, When the Children Cry. In the picture sleeve, $7 start on White Line. $7 start on White Line. There we have it. Next is Mike Brangle on Radiohead, and that was for Pablo Honey. Thank you, Mike Brangle. Trina Long getting that Steely Dan, and my crate is really full. Let me change crates here. Let me change crates over here. And if anybody else wants anything in there, let me know, okay? I'm going to swap out bins right quick. Derek Clark said the Porcupine Tree is a great compilation of the early material before he left the band, whoever he is. All right. That might be his name, he, like Cher. That's what Elaine told that guy. He asked for Elaine's last name. She says, it's just Elaine, like Cher. That was the guy at the stationery store. Elaine. That's when she worked for Mr. Pitt. Next stop, Pottersville. All righty. I've had my V8. I can tell it's definitely working. I've had a chocolate donut. I can tell it's definitely working. We got auctions up. We have new records coming up. But first, I've got to do a little bit of organization, okay? So give me a second. I've got to completely walk around my table here. I've got to figure out what is going on. John's dropped me off 45s. I don't know really what these mean. He's scribbled stuff on the boxes. There's chairs. There's sleeves. There's Pablo Cruz records literally everywhere. I mean, they're like hanging from the ceiling and everything. There's empty crates. There's full crates. There's empty boxes. We've got autographed photos laying around like, I don't know. It's crazy. If somebody walked in, they'd probably be like, are these autographs just like laying on the floor here? Trying to figure out which crate Paul went through. He might have, yeah, this is some stuff he marked. It's about time. Laura's bringing new stuff up, but I think it's about time for some kind of crazy nonsense half-off bin. And before I do that, I got to figure out where Paul left off the other night. Okay, that's like recent new stuff there. So I wouldn't go anywhere because if you do, you're probably going to miss a crazy half-off bin. And Laura, I'm literally going to have to like block this off over here. But you'll still be able to get through. All right, let me update these auctions right quick. All right, so I see KFC at 11, White Line at 10. I see Jimmy Cliff at 50, and I don't think anybody's bid on the Beatles. So when I come back, I'm going to make it a buy now unless somebody wants to lock in a bid for $95, okay? I'm going to say this is the most recent crate we've been through. So I'm going to stack it over here on the bottom. All right, I'm going to stack it right here out of the way. And then this was the second most recent crate we went through, and it's new stuff. I'm going to set it here on the table. That's had the Cars, Mo-Fi, Strange Days, Analog Productions, that kind of stuff. Here was the second most recent crate I've been through. And here is the other most recent crate of new vinyl, which I'm going to condense here with this one. Give me a second. It's time for my 10 o'clock cleanup. It's usually at 11, but we've managed to somehow knock out like 25 crates already, and I hadn't condensed them, so they're kind of in my way. Let me move these over here. And move this in here. Thanks everybody for tuning in on Monday. The week is off to a great start. A fantastic start, actually. A fantastic start. I'm just doing a little bit of cleanup. Otherwise, I can't walk through here. We're probably about to do a crazy half-off bin in the meantime. Yeah, I mean, this is just great titles. And I think it's some stuff Paul marked too, which probably shouldn't be half off. But you know what? It's time. And then I think we have new arrivals still on the way from Laura. Okay? This should be a killer crate at half off. Hope y'all are ready. Feel like there's a lot of people still watching. Let me catch my breath because I just did a lot of lifting, tugging, pulling, sorting. And here we go. Now, Beatles, Jimmy Cliff, KFC, White Line. When I left off, I said KFC was at 12, and I remember saying White Line was at 10. KFC 12, Jimmy Cliff 51, Beatles 95, Jimmy Cliff 55, KFC 13, Beatles 98, or excuse me, Beatles 96, Beatles 100, Jimmy Cliff 58, KFC 14, Beatles 105, Jimmy Cliff 66. And we have White Line then. That is sold for $10. That's sold to Alyssa Rose for $10. And we have KFC and KFC is at 14. RK went out. This is sold to Alyssa Rose for $14. Jimmy Cliff, the harder they come. The last bid was Michael Butler at 66. Brent, I believe it's back to you. And now the Beatles is at 110. And the bid before that was Mitt Lab at 105. Okay? Half off crate. I don't know what's in here, but I saw great titles. It's time to clean some of this stuff out. It probably classifies as a nonsense bin. So, first record, Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Heart, now just $15. Lou Reed is a 76 US original on the original inner sleeve, just $15 on Lou Reed. No condition note. Simply Red, men and women. Simply Red is just $10. Simply Red, $10. We have Ray Thomas, Hopes, Wishes, and Dreams. Ray Thomas, $7.50. The Donnas, The Last Days of the Ranch, $10 on the Donnas. And one more in here, and that's Nile Rodgers, $7.50. Nile Rodgers, $7.50. Let's go ahead and sell the Abbey Road then to John Kaiser for $110. And let's sell Jimmy Cliff then. Jimmy Cliff is officially sold to Michael Butler for $66. The first thing in here was Lou Reed, and that is officially sold to Jared Inc. Next is Donna Turner on Simply Red. That's sold to Donna Turner. Brent Robley put D for the Donnas. No, excuse me. This is the Romans. I got a correction here. This is the Romans. That's not the Donnas. That's a big difference. That was the Romans. Excuse me. That's the Romans. So Brent and Rod and Chris, I'm going to cancel that out and say y'all don't want that unless you do want it. And then we have Ray Thomas and we have Nile Rodgers. And then next was Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. $7.50. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. $7.50 on that. New auction's coming up as soon as I show you Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. Paul Simon's $10. If you bought something yesterday, it will be 1 week before you get an auction. Last night started a new invoicing cycle. If you watch Paul's show, if you bought something last night on Paul's show, it will be a week from today before you get an invoice. That gives you tonight, last night, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday to continue to buy records for $7 shipping. Here we go. This is an original Street Survivors, a complete one and a nice one. Leonard Skinner with the Flames cover, of course, the OG that was recalled after the plane crash. This is a nice copy. Paul says it's EX Plus or better. It's really clean. It has the merchandise insert. You could have ordered by mail any of the albums or T-shirts. It had the tour dates there that unfortunately didn't get to happen because of the plane crash. There's the original inner sleeve. It is a gatefold, and Leonard Skinner's going to go up for a $55 start. Nice copy there, $55 start. Next is Rod Bryan on Simon & Garfunkel. Mike Brangle on Simon & Garfunkel. Then Rod, you said no. I'm assuming that was a pass on the Romans. We're going through a half-off bin, by the way. John Fogerty, center field, put me in coach, $10. Tommy Two-Tone is $12.50. Linda Ronstadt is $5. Living in the USA, and Close to the Edge, just $10. That hurts my soul. Doing a half-off bin. Should these be half-off? No. It's just one of these random half-off bins. I try to do at least one a night, maybe one every other night. This is the one for tonight for sure. Let me do a little bit more sorting here. I got some 45s going up, including NXS, Need You Tonight. That's a big hit. In the original company sleeve, nice. NXS is a $7 start. And a Johnny Cash promo, Boa Constrictor and Bottom of a Mountain. And that has a really cool stamp on it, Paper Music Incorporated. Look at that rubber stamp there on it. And that's in the original company sleeve, Johnny Cash, a $7 start. I'm doing a little bit more sorting here as I work on getting our next 45s up for auction and for buy it nows, etc., etc. I'm getting a little new pile going here for $6.99 buy it nows as I continue to sort these and put them up for auction. Okay, there's 4, there's 5, and there's 6. Okay. And we're about to do some of those buy now. Let's go back up the top here. These are auctions I just laid down, and we sold Simon and Garfunkel, Greg Beddinger second, Melissa Bailey on Tommy Two-Tone, and that was for $12.50. Leonard Skinner does have a bid for $55. Michael Rudolph got yes. Mark Price second on yes. And Kelly, Johnny Cash at 7. Sippy got John Fogerty, put me in coach, another $7 bid. In excess is a $7 start. We have Peter, Paul, and Mary. That's $5 for Peter, Paul, and Mary. Also, Santana Marathon. Santana's $10. The Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra, $8.50. And Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. Al Stewart is $10. Survivor, Vital Signs, $11.50 on Survivor. And Poco, Under the Gun. Poco is $5. One more record, Olivia Newton-John, Physical, $5. Melissa Bailey on SM. Steve Miller Band, that's sold to Melissa Bailey. Michael Rudolph on Peter, Paul, and Mary. That is sold to Michael Rudolph. Now, Johnny Cash has a new bid for 10. Anthony Correa wants Santana. That is sold to Anthony Correa. Now, Johnny Cash is at 15. NXS has a bid for 7. That's a final call. And this really nice copy of Leonard Skinner. Final call for $55. Just one bid. Complete. No cover wear. Nice vinyl. Has the inserts. $55. We're about to sell it. We're going through a half-off bin. So far, great selection from what I'm seeing. I'm actually going to show 3 more records and then do the buy it now 45s. Hall & Oates Ecstatic. Hall & Oates is $10. Chic Your Booty. Frank Zappa, $17.50. And Utopia, Deface the Music. $7.50 on Utopia, Deface the Music. Cash 15, Cash 20, Skinnerd 60, Skinnerd 56. Farmer Redman wants Paul Simon. One Trick Pony. We are going through a half-off bin. No more, no less. The prices I'm saying are the final discount. Farmer Redman got Paul Simon. Johnny Cash 25. Leonard Skinner 56. Michael Rudolph on Steve Miller. Is there a Steve Miller in here? We've already sold that. That was from earlier, right? Michael, Steve Miller. Yeah, Melissa Bailey already got that. John Kaiser got Utopia. And now Leonard Skinner's at 61. Okay, not done on that yet. Here are some $6.99 or 45s. I think they're all in picture sleeves too. Yep. Night Ranger, 4 in the morning. I can't take any more. Night Ranger, The Tubes, She's a Beauty. Hall & Oates, Everything Your Heart Desires. Debbie Gibson, Shake Your Love. And Shinehead, Chain Gang Rap. Those are all $6.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. Those are all $6.99. First come, first serve on those 45 picture sleeves there. Next is H.O. Hall & Oates. That was from the bin here. That's sold to Trina Long for $10. And then Leonard Skinner has a new bid for 61, now 65. NXS is sold for $7. Adam Bullock, just one bid. That's sold to you. And now Johnny Cash is at 30, a promo of Boa Constrictor. And then over here for the $6.99ers, Brent Robley on T for Tubes, Larry Smith on DG for Debbie Gibson. And then we have R.K. Tucker next on the Tubes, Chad King next on the Tubes. And that leaves Night Ranger, Hall & Oates, and Shinehead, if anybody wants those. Back to the half-off bin. I left off with a $17.50 Frank Zappa and a $5 Physical by Olivia Newton-John. We'll continue with Poco for $5, Poco delivering. Supertramp, Famous Last Words, $10 on Supertramp. The Best of Frank Sinatra, $7.50. Santana is now just $10. And Grand Funk Hits is $12.50. Great titles in here at half off. Johnny Cash, are we done on Leonard Skinner? Wes has it for $65. Marianne, you're out. The Johnny Cash singles at $40. The next LP auction is Albert Collins. He's been doing very well tonight. Here's another one. Albert Collins is an original 1970 for a $25 start. The Complete, C-O-P-L-E-A-T, Albert Collins, $25 start. Lots of claims just popped up. Johnny Cash was at 40. Derek Estrada on Santana, sold to Derek Estrada. Melissa on Grand Funk, sold to Melissa Bailey. Michael Rudolph on Olivia for 5, sold to Michael Rudolph. R.K. Tucker on Poco, sold to R.K. Tucker. Donna Turner on Supertramp. No, she put Santana. Tim Graham gets Supertramp. Donna, you were second on Santana. Johnny Cash 45. Michael Neff on Santana. Michael Nath next on Santana. Robert next on Olivia Newton-John. Anthony next on Grand Funk. Go West, now just $10. Albert Collins 25 and now 30. Mary's out on Leonard Skinner. History Mix Volume 1, Godly and Cream, a UK press, now just $12.50. David Bowie, just $12.50. Carly Simon, $5. And Three Dog Night Harmony, $10. Okay, let's pause there. Johnny Cash is still getting bids. It's now at 45. Next 45 auction I'm going to put up is the Birds. I think this is really cool. 8 Miles High picture sleeve, which as a Birds fan and as a collector, I don't think I've seen too often because it's a German picture sleeve. I had a feeling. I was about to say, I don't think that's in the United States or I would have seen it by now. That's a German picture sleeve. The vinyl's like VG Plus or EX. The picture sleeve is not bad whatsoever. That's a German picture sleeve. 8 Miles High. $10 start on the Birds, okay? Let's go ahead and sell the Leonard Skinner then. And that's sold to Wes Wilt. I still think at a great price at $65, especially for a complete one. And nice. That's sold to Wes for $65, okay? Now we have Albert Collins at 30. Albert Collins was at 25 and then 30 and then 28 and then 35. Kelly W. on Bowie and then Albert Collins out. Johnny Cash at 50. Birds, I think, has opened for $39. That's an interesting opening bid, but I'll take it. And then Donovan, Hear Me Now. Donovan is $6.50 on Donovan, Hear Me Now. The Best of the Doobies is $7.50. Best of the Doobie Brothers, Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars, $10. Eagles Greatest Hits, $17.50. John Cougar's $10, American Fool. Jethro Tull is $10, Benefit. And Garden Party, Rick Nelson's $5. Wow. Let's go ahead and put up another LP auction. This is Gabor Szabo. Gabor Szabo is an early U.S. stereo repress. The other night, we had an absolute war for a Gabor Szabo. This one's called Wind, Sky, and Diamonds. Gabor Szabo. Gabor Szabo. And the California Dreamers. That's going to go up for a $35 start. So, I believe the Birds is at 39. And then the Johnny Cash was between Kelly and Shane. And now Cash is at 55 with Kelly. And now we've got Michael Rudolph, Venus and Mars. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. Christopher Allen got the Doobie Brothers. Greg Beddinger second. Anthony Correa on the Eagles' Greatest Hits. Rick Nelson on Garden Party. And Rod Bryan was second. And Donna Handshoemaker on John Cougar. Almost all those was a wipeout. Let's continue. Half off. This is pretty much, I would consider, a nonsense crate by now with all these titles being half off, especially at the end. Because I think at the end is new stuff that Paul marked on Sunday. And I see some new and sealed stuff. So that will be really nonsense. We have Johnny Winter in shrink, still alive and well. $10 on Johnny Winter. Edgar Winter is $10. So Johnny Winter and Edgar Winter. Tony Orlando and Don's Greatest Hits, that's $5. Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits with the poster is $10. And Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll, for just $15. Michael Butler gets the Birds for $39. Johnny Cash is sold to Kelly for $55. And I don't think I've done a final call on Albert Collins. But the last bid I had was Brent Robley at $35. Now a final call. And Gabor Szabo is a $35 start. Next is Michael Nath on JJ. Boy, that came in quick. Joan Jett sold to Michael Nath. Michael Rudolph on Dawn, which was right here. And then Anthony was second on Joan Jett. And now Albert Collins is at 40. I was about to say, I think a couple people hadn't said out yet. And now the next single is going up right now. Here's another Johnny Cash promo. This one's called Rosanna's Going Wild and Roll Call. This one says, suggested side, not for resale, radio station copy. Rosanna's Going Wild, and this is Roll Call. Johnny Cash, a $5 start. $5 start. Albert Collins at 40. Gabor Szabo's a $35 start, and Jason was next on Joan Jett. No, that's not signed. That's just the way the cover's printed. You know, that's just that's exactly her. I had one of these autographed before. That's exactly her handwriting, because we had one we auctioned here a couple years ago that was signed Joan Jett, and her handwriting looks just like that. It was kind of trippy to see. I was like, wait a minute. And then I realized it was autographed. So that's gone. Gabor Szabo 40. Johnny Cash 5. Johnny Cash 10. Albert Collins still getting bids. And let me grab another handful of 45s, not only to sort for auctions, but see if I have any more I want to do for $6.99. I'm going to do that one for $6.99. That's an auction one for sure. I'll make that a buy it now. That's going to be a buy it now. I don't know what those are, so I'll just put those up for auction. That is all. Yeah, that's all auction stuff there, and I think the remaining stuff in here is auction. Yep, yep, yes, yes. Actually, this I'll make a bite now. I've almost got enough, and let me see what these are. Those are definitely auctions, because honestly, I don't know what they are. These are auctions. And let me see what's left in this box. Wow, have we almost sold? We've almost sold this entire box. I knew we'd get close. All right, now into a new box. That's going to be a bite now, and that's a bite now. Wow. All right, so there's that. There's that. I got our next stack of 45 bite nows for just a second. Let's see what we got here. Great half off stuff. When I go back through these, I'm gonna have to like remind y'all of tracks, etc., etc. Christy Burr is $7.50. Christy Burr. Also, we have BGs for $5. Spirits haven't flown. WC Fields is $10. This is a half off bin. There's our nightly. Well, this is actually our third copy already tonight. And Agata de Vita is $10. Spirit is now $15. Eagles is $17.50. And our first half off record from Paul. Wow, Red Clay Strays half off, just $16.50. Whoa, I can't even say it. That hurts my mouth. Say that record's half off. We have Albert Collins at 40. We have Gabor Zabo at 40. We've got Gabor Zabo at 45. Johnny Cash 5, 10, then 15, then 25, then 40. Gabor Zabo's at 50. Johnny Cash 50, 55. Michael Rudolph on BGs. Michael Rudolph on BGs. That is sold to Michael Rudolph. Chris Kirkley on DeBurr. Chris DeBurr sold to Chris Kirkley. Chris DeBurr on Chris Kirkley. Johnny Cash 60. Michael Morscadelli was first. He put Ted, and then he put Red Clay Strays. So Michael was first, then Michael Ruckman, then Matt Kamer, and then we have Marianne, and then we had Brent, and then we had Matt, and then we had Anthony, and then we had Sippy. I knew that was going to generate some activity. This is sold to Michael Morscadelli. And then Ron said, how much is it? Ron, there was 11 people ahead of you. Johnny Cash is at $70. Gabor Zabo's at 60. And then Albert Collins. I remember calling off a bid from Brent for 45, and the one before him was Derek Estrada. And I don't think I've heard from anybody. Brent has Albert at 45. I've got to sell it really soon. Every time I update the bid, though, there's more new bidders. We're going through a half-off bin, no more, no less. The first thing I have, or the next thing I have, is Moon Duo, live at Leviathan, I think, or Levitation. Live at Levitation. Live at Leviathan, that would be interesting. Sealed, $12.50. And this next record I've got 3 of. I know what this is. I can tell from the top of it. It's Arcade Fire, just $15 now, sealed. Wow. Ooh, these are like making me dizzy. Whoa, half off sealed records. Ooh, let me hold on to something. Johnny Cash is sold to Shane Devers for $70. Albert Collins is sold to Brent Robley for $45. Thank you, Derek, for letting me know you're out. Gabor Zabo is sold to Tracy Songer for $60. Michael Butler wants Moon Duo. Laura is delivering a crate of new records. My head's starting to spin. Next thing is John Lee Hooker. John Lee Hooker is a 1966 U.S. stereo reissue. A strong VG Plus, and Paul has a note here, rare pressing. A 66 U.S. stereo, strong VG Plus, rare pressing of John Lee Hooker, House of the Blues. John Lee Hooker is going to go up for a $55 start. Thomas Hujar on MD. And Thomas, I'm not for sure what that was. And then John put it too. Arcade Fire. This is Funeral. I have an MD and an MD. What was MD? Or did I already get... Oh, that was Moon Duo. Okay, y'all came in late on that one. Michael was fast on that one. One Arcade Fire sold to Mark Price. Hooker has bids already for 55, 55, and 55. Now, I told y'all I had some autographed records over here. Let me see if the certification card's down in here. If not, I will make a note to find it. I'm going to put this up, what I believe, if y'all have ever tried to buy a signed Willie Nelson, y'all know that this would be a great price. This is JSC authenticated. This is signed by Willie Nelson. It says Love Waylon. Really cool record there to have signed. Great signature. Love Waylon. Love Willie. Willie Nelson. Signed Willie Nelson. JSA authenticated. We've had it JSA authenticated. It's good to go. We've had several of his signatures. And I don't think I've sold a Willie autograph for less than 100. And this is a nice, non-personalized autographed copy. Never have shown it before. I just pulled it right out of a bin over here of autographs that's been authenticated. A $95 start, signed by the man himself. Love Willie Nelson, and that's a great starting bid. I hope it brings a lot more. If not, I'm going to regret putting it up this late. 9-5 starting bid, Willie Nelson. And now we have Hooker and RK Fire. What's going on? So Hooker, 55, 55, 55. And then John Kaiser put RK. And that's for something. And then we had Hooker at 56, 60, 60. Chris Kirkley wants an Arcade Fire. And the signed Willie Nelson's a $95 start. Next thing we have here is Tim Buckley, Goodbye. A late 70s press for just $10. We're still going through a half off bin. Don't go anywhere. Rage Against the Machine, sealed for $15. Peter Gabriel for $12.50. And the movies for $5. Wow. Arcade Fire. Okay, Arcade Fire. Arcade Fire. Okay, sorry, John. That's so to you. Tim Buckley, so to Paul Oakley. That is so. Look at all the rage comments. Oh, my gosh. Rage. And then Paul Oakley got Tim Buckley. Look at all the rage. Y'all need to calm down. Let's take it easy. Shakedown on Rage Against the Machine. Y'all ready to like start a revolution. That's so to Shakedown. Then Michael. Then Derek. Then Melissa. And then Shakedown got Peter Gabriel. And somehow he managed to get both of those. And then John Lee Hooker, 65. Then Rod. And then Justin. Then Sean. Then Jamie. Then Adam. Then Anthony. Then Rod. And then Michael Rudolph got the movies. Anthony Correa next on Peter Gabriel. And Edwin Movies is already sold. Final call if you want to get a bid on sealed Waylon. Can I bid? $95 on the autographed, signed Willie Nelson, JSA authenticated. And then John Lee Hooker is a final call to Michael Butler for $65. 65 and 95. No bids on Willie. 65 on John Lee Hooker, now 70. Autographed Willie Nelson there for $95. Next 45 that's going to go up for auction right now is a Johnny Cash promo. This is an earlier one. I love this song too. Don't take your guns to town, son. Leave your guns at home, Bill. A 4i Columbia white label promo. I Still Miss Someone's the B-side. A promo, Johnny Cash in the sleeve. $10 start on that. I'm going to keep Willie up just to make sure nobody wants to bid. I'm going to leave him up for like another 60 seconds. Johnny Cash is a $10 start. Don't take your guns to home, son. Leave your guns at home, Bill. Who got Rage? Shakedown got Rage. Thomas, you were 8th in line on Rage Against the Machine. Thomas, you were 8th in line. There was about 40 comments for Rage Against the Machine. That's why I had to pause. What's next? Gene Vincent and the Blue Caps. A 1976 French Mono, just $15. Just $15. And what is next? Wow. Sealed Bonnie Raitt, half off. Now just $13.50. This is one of the few nonsense new sealed stuff you're going to see. $13.50 on Bonnie Raitt. And that is sealed on teal colored vinyl. All right, back up at the top. We got John Lee Hooker at 70. John Lee Hooker at 71. John Lee Hooker at 77. John Lee Hooker at 78. John Lee Hooker at 83. John Lee Hooker at 88. Johnny Cash is at 10. Johnny Cash is at 20. Melissa Bailey got a Bonnie Raitt. Michael Nath got a Bonnie Raitt. Sean Holford was next on Bonnie Raitt. John Lee Hooker, 97. Johnny Cash, 30. There's a bid on Willie Nelson. Sippy has bid $95 on the autographed Willie Nelson. I at least know it's going to sell, but I'm going to go ahead and give it a final call. 95 on that. Lead Belly, sealed, $15. Jethro Tull Live, VG, $5. We have Taj Mahal for $9, and then Jay Giles. Jay Giles is EX, $6.50. Whoa. Here's an update on our auctions. I left off by saying Hooker was at 88. Cash got a bid for 20. We sold Bonnie Raitt, and then there was backup. Hooker 97, another backup on Bonnie. Cash 30. Willie Nelson 95. Johnny Cash 50. Johnny Cash 65. Jamie K was first on Leadbelly. Jamie Krundenball. I know I butcher that every time. Michael Knapp second. Willie Nelson 100. Brent Robley next on Leadbelly. Michael Rudolph first on Jethro Tull. Gary Wellman on Taj Mahal. Michael Butler second. Classy Lonnie Metal next on Jethro Tull. Johnny Cash 75. Anthony Correa first on Jay Giles. Gary Wellman next on Tull. Michael Rudolph was first. Greg next on Live. Is that Willie's signature? Janet next on Leadbelly. Johnny Cash is at 80. All right. I put up 3 auctions a moment ago, and we're still bidding on all of them. Let me give you the rundown first on John Lee Hooker, House of the Blues. This is a 66 U.S. stereo reissue, a strong VG Plus, and Paul left a note, rare pressing. And the last bid on John Lee Hooker, Michael Butler went out. Brent had it for $97. I decided rashly to put up a autographed Willie Nelson album. This has been signed by Willie Nelson. And this has a high bid for $105 with Sippy. It says, Love, Willie Nelson. That is his signature. It's been JSA authenticated. They guarantee it. I guarantee it. That's definitely his signature. $105 on that. Then we got a Johnny Cash promo, Don't Take Your Guns to Town. That is at $80 with Kelly W. That's a battle between Kelly and Shane right now. Willie's at $110. For the price right now, for a signed Willie Nelson album jacket, I think it's at a bargain. And then final call on John Lee Hooker. This was an insane nonsense bin, half off. We're about to run through this one more time. Laura's got another crate up here. We're about to go through this Laura crate. We're about to go through the half off crate first. I've still got 45s to do for buy it nows. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 records here. These are $6.99. These are buy it nows for $6.99. Nina, 99 red balloons, German and in English. This is a flexi cardboard cutout record. Marilyn Chambers, first blue disc. Here, the leading lady of porn, let you have it straight between the ears. Whoa. And then Milli Vanilli, Girl, You Know It's True. We went from a porn record to Milli Vanilli, and then down to Status Quo, Belinda Carlisle, and the Everly Brothers. That's a wide variety of music on the table. You got Nina, some sort of wild pornography record, Milli Vanilli, Status Quo, Belinda Carlisle, and the Everly Brothers. Wow, that's a wide... If somebody just bought all those and you put them on back to back, that would be pretty impressive. Okay, so the first thing we have is John Lee Hooker needs to be sold to Brent, okay? And that was for $97. Brent, it's a gone, and it's to you. Now, the autographed Willie Nelson's at $112, and then she went out on cash, so that sold to Shane for $85. Or was there a new bidder? Did a new bidder get in? No. That is sold to Shane for $85. Okay. Now, I laid down some killer 45s here. And the first claim, Willie 107, Willie 110, cash 85 sold to Shane. Justin Garrett first. He put 99. That sold to Justin Garrett for $6.99. Robert put Benz and then Nina, but he meant Nina. But Justin was first, then Steve Riley. Willie's 115. And then Doug Reeder next. Larry Smith on BC for Belinda Carlisle. Edwin Blom put MC, which was for Marilyn Chambers. What an interesting record here. Does this open up? No. I was going to say, hopefully not. I might have to give that a spin. I wonder what that sounds like. Is that like the message that Elaine left Jerry on his tape recorder? and that sold to Edwin. And then Larry Smith on RB. And RB for Larry Smith was, he put BC and then RB. I'm not for sure. And then Pam on BC, that was Belinda Carlisle. He meant EB for Everly Brothers. So that is sold to Larry. Tim Voldness got Milli Vanilli. And that just leaves Status Quo. Status Quo is a UK German Vertigo. It's German. Status Quo on the Vertigo label for $6.99. The 3 no-bid auctions here are Randy Travis, no holding back, $35. Tori Amos on pink vinyl for $75, an original 94. And Big Mama Thornton, I had priced for $55. I can't do $42, but if you want Big Mama Thornton for $50, I'll sell it to you, okay? Now, Willie Nelson is getting lots more bids, as it should. 115, 117, now 120. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is signed by Philip Bailey. You may know him from this album right here, Chinese Wall, with the hit single Easy Lover with Phil Collins. And it's signed by Philip Bailey. It's JSA authenticated. It is the actual record in here has the original inner sleeve, and it's nice. And it's signed by Philip Bailey. And Philip Bailey is going to go up for a $35 start. And it's autographed, and that's now up for bid. Philip Bailey. Signed by Philip Bailey, JSA authenticated. Now, the next new comment was Willie 120, Willie 120. We have an offer for Randy Travis for $30, but somebody claimed it as sticker. So, Larry, let me know if you want it for $35. If not, I'm going to sell it to Gary Wellman. So, that's pending to either Larry for $35 or Gary. We have an offer on Tori for $55. I'll split it with you and sell it to you for $65. And then Michael Nath wants Big Mama Thornton for $50. Farmer if you don't. So Farmer Redman, if you want that for $50, it's yours. If not, Chris. Same thing on that. And we're good to go. Okay? Let's read through this half-off bin, which I considered a nonsense bin, one more time. But first, I'm going to add at least one new 45 auction. And the next 45 auction is going to be another, and I think the last. So Shane and Kelly knows this is the last Johnny Cash promo, at least in this box. And I know this song too. The one on the left, or the one on the right is the one on the left, or the one on the right is on the left. Johnny Cash promo, it says hit on WTOD FM. I thought that's pretty cool. They wrote that. It was a hit played on the radio station. That's probably a radio station copy. The B-side is Cotton Picking Hands. And Johnny Cash promo is a $5 start. Chris passes on Tori Amos. We have Larry passing on Randy Travis. So Randy Travis is sold for $35 then to Gary Wellman. We have Big Mama Thornton. That's still pending to either Farmer or Michael. Tori Amos was $75. He offered $55. I said I would do it for $65. It's an original 94 pink vinyl. Farmer Redman passes on Big Mama Thornton. That is sold then. That is sold then to Michael Nath for $50. All right, so there's only one unsold auction. Now there's 0. Alyssa, if you want this for $65, let me know. If not, Mason said he would take it. All right, let's run through this half-off bin one more time. I've been trying to get there, but we keep selling all the no bids. Wait till I go through the unsold 45s. There's some great stuff left over here. Ray Thomas, $7.50, gatefold original. And you may know him from the Moody Blues. That's $7.50. Willie Nelson's at $145. We have Nile Rodgers, gold stamp promo. This is called B Movie Matinee. It has the hype sticker, $7.50 on that. Also, the Romans, the last days of the ranch, the Romans is $10. Linda Ronstadt, living in the USA, $5 on Linda Ronstadt. Al Stewart, Year of the Cat, a gatefold, really clean, $10 there on Al Stewart. Survivor, Vital Signs, $11.50. The prices I'm telling you are the half-off prices, by the way. Alyssa said no thanks on Tori Amos, so that is sold, and Tori Amos is $65 to Mason. Quick update. The Philip Bailey does have a bid for $35 to Jason Jones. It's signed, and it's a final call to Jason for $35. Johnny Cash just hit 75 with Kelly. Willie Nelson's at 150. First claim in the recap here was Nile Rodgers to Rod Bryan. That's sold to Rod Bryan. Edwin Blom was second. Michael Rudolph on the Linda Ronstadt Willie Nelson 150, Johnny Cash 75, Edwin Blom on MR. I think he's trying to get Nile Rodgers, but the autocorrect got him twice in a row. Rod Bryan was first on it. Next is Poco under the gun. Poco for $5. Autographed Willie Nelson's at $155. Zappa, Chic Your Booty, $17.50. We have Edwin Riviera on Survivor. That's sold to Edwin Riviera. We got a crate of new arrivals coming up next. Yes, this is a recap of the half off, and then more new arrivals coming up next. The Best of Frank Sinatra, $7.50. Go West, this has their hit song on it, Call Me, $10 on Go West. And Godly and Cream is $12.50. Mary Miles gets Poco. That is sold to Mary Miles. And Johnny Cash is at 75 of Kelly W. Shane, back to you. Brent Robley on the Zappa. And this is sold to Jason Jones for $35. Autograph Philip Bailey. Thank you, Jason. That's sold to you. Great price if I'm starting off a signed anything for $35. Anything for $35 because of the cost of just having it authenticated. So, Jason and whoever's tagging this, make sure to set this aside so I can get him the JSA card for it. This is sold to Jason Jones. Any autograph we've sold tonight, make sure we set it aside. Okay, that's sold to Jason. Very nice. And that's probably about the cheapest you'll see me sell anything we've had JSA authenticated. Because after the cost of that, plus just the value of the item, great deal in my opinion. If you had to have that authenticated yourself, the whole process, you're coming out very much great ahead. Michael Butler on Godly and Cream. Janet Gray got the Frank Sinatra. Fred Morris wants the Ray Thomas. Boy, we might end up having an air horn on this thing. Willie Nelson, 160. Shane's out. Cash is sold to Kelly W. for $75. Next is Carly Simon, $5 on that. Three Dog Night Harmony is $10. And Donovan, can't believe no one's got this. One I don't get as often, and it's only $6.50. Next auction's going up right now. We sold one earlier. Here is a signed Reba McEntire album. The disc itself is in like VG condition. I hadn't even really cleaned it or anything. It's JSA authenticated. I believe it says to Tanya Love Reba McEntire. JSA authenticated. Reba is going to go up for a $35 start. Reba McEntire, $35 start. Javi Soto got Go West. I was waiting for that to happen. Michael Rudolph got Carly Simon. That is sold to Michael Rudolph. And then Michael Rudolph also got Donovan. Michael Butler second. Gary, we've already sold Carly Simon. Willie Nelson's at 170. Y'all are getting closer. Like, if I had to, like, price this for somebody, if somebody's like, Chad, I need a Willie Nelson autograph for a Christmas gift, I'd be like, well, it's going to be more than $170. But we're getting there. That's why I put it up for auction. If it sells for $170, that's fine. We have our next 45 auction. Elvis, this is a picture sleeve. She's Not You. Just tell her Jim said hello. Elvis is actually not bad whatsoever. Very nice. $7 start on that. Anthony Correa wants Three Dog Night. And now another 45 auction. Let's do something a little strange here that I don't know too much about. Where's that record from earlier tonight? There's been a couple over here that got mixed in. I don't know anything about them. Infirma, Happy, Grateful, Aware. Oh, yeah, Infirma. This is 2012. It's made in Japan. Infirma or Epherma. Epherma. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Epherma. $5 start on that. The disc needs a cleaning, okay? There's that. The only two records left in here so far is The Romans and Al Stewart. We got Jethro Tull Benefit, which I think is a great album. Jethro Tull is $10. Johnny Winter was $10, still alive and well, in shrink wrap, no condition notes. And then Edgar Winter Group Shock Treatment is $10. Edgar Winter, Johnny Winter, Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits with the poster, $10. Peace Train, Wild World, Moonshadow, $10 on that. And we have W.C. Fields, $10 on W.C. Fields. Nobody got the Iron Butterfly in the Garden of Eden for $10. Willie Nelson's now hit $200. Elvis is at $7. Michael Rudolph gets the Jethro Tull. And Jamie K was next. Reba is autographed. We're looking for a $35 start. Willie's hit $205. Epherma's a $5 start. George Scherer on CS for Cat Stevens. I was waiting for somebody to claim that. Next is Spirit. This is called the Spirit of 76. And that's Randy California, Ed Cassidy. That's the band Spirit, just FYI. 15 on that. Next is George Scherer on CS. And that was for something I think it's already been claimed. That was Cat Stevens. George, you were second. and then Robert W. on Iron Butterfly, and then Mick Mawson, then Michael Rudolph, and Elvis is the final call. Willie's still getting bids. Eagles left unclaimed. This is $17.50. OG textured cover on the border. Really clean copy for $17.50. Already gone's on here on the border. James Dean, the best of my love. Wow, $17.50 on that. Paul Oakley wants the Romans. That's sold to Paul Oakley. And we have Gene Vincent and the blue caps, not the gaps, the blue caps. Now, that's a reissue. If this was an original, those OG pressings of these albums are highly desirable, especially in high grade. 15 on that. Mary Miles gets the Eagles. Wow. Do y'all remember when I brought this crate over how packed it was? And we have almost cleaned this thing out. There's not much left. Gene Vincent, Spirit, W.C. Fields, Edgar and Johnny Winter. There's an Edgar Winter album and a Johnny Winter album. And then just Al Stewart there. That's it. We're not too far away from a good old-fashioned air horn. Elvis is sold to Regina for $7. Nobody bid on Ephirma. I didn't know if they would or not because I had no idea what it was. So it's a $5 buy it now. Ephirma's a $5 buy it now. Nobody bid on Reba. She is signed to Tanya. She might have made this out to Tanya Tucker. You never know. She might have gave this to Tanya Tucker. That's a speculation. You can only wish, though. 35 on Reba. It's signed, and it's a buy it now if anybody wants it. George, you were second on Cat Stevens. You were second on Cat Stevens. All right. And Reba's a buy it now for $35. JSA authenticated and good to go there. Reba. Okay. Is Blue Jean Bop on Gene Vincent. You got red blue jeans and a ponytail. Hold Me, Hug Me, Rock Me, Unchained Melody. You Hold a Fib, Cat Man, You Better Believe, Cruising. Double Talking Baby, Blue Stay Away From Me, Peak Thunderbird, I Sure Miss You, and Pretty Pretty Baby. I claim Spirit and GV. Really? Gary Wellman he claimed Spirit and GV. Boy, I did miss those, didn't I? What was GV? Oh, he did. Sorry, Gregory. These are actually already sold. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. And Ephirma is sold for $5 to Mark Rendon. And now Willie's at $250. And Reba's a buy it now for $35. Now, wait a minute on the Cat Stevens, because George earlier, who got Cat Stevens? George Scherer, but wait a minute. Gary Wellman. Yeah, you did get Cat Stevens, George. Yeah. Yes, you got Cat Stevens, George. George Scherer, you did get Cat Stevens. Unless I messed that up myself, yes, you did. Wow, can I convince anybody? Before I bring over Laura's new crate, which will be right on the number at 11 o'clock, we're 4 records away from an air horn and this entire bin emptied. W.C. Fields, Edgar Winter, Johnny Winter, Al Stewart. Willie's going up for auction. It's at $252. I have our next 45 auction, Color Me Bad, from 1991, a $5 start. New arrivals bin coming up. Not before I put up another really cool promo, James Taylor. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. It's a double-sided promo. What a classic. About VG Plus or EX. 1972 promo. $5 start on James Taylor. Al Stewart is $10. It was $19.99. It's a gatefold original. Really clean. $10. WC Fields $10. Edgar and Johnny 10 and 10. All right. That's it. I'm taking those off the table. Now, if we happen to sell those last 4, air horn still applies. The air horn rule is still in effect. Let me slide this crate over here that Laura has brought up. And we got all new arrivals here. These have never been shown. And we got Al Stewart sold. And you know what I've got to do? I've got to swap out crates here because this is really full. I'll go ahead and put Al Stewart. In the bin. And this has gotten really full. And this is our 8th full crate of sold records tonight. 8th full crate of sold records tonight. Wow. I'm taking it off the table right now, this crate over here, or off to my side. 8th full crate of sold albums tonight. That's pretty incredible for another Monday. And we're not done. All Here's where we're at. New stuff that Lord just brought to me. Let's start up at the top. Willie Nelson's at $50 with Rob Fordham. $250 with Rob Fordham. Then $252 with Thomas. We sold Al Stewart. Color Me Bad 5, $255, and James Taylor 5. Okay? So Thomas is out. That's more like it. I feel much better now. Signed Willie Nelson, not personalized, on a great cover. Very frameable. Very frameable. There's a lot of appeal to signed albums. Just where the signature's placed, what it is, how nice it is, etc., etc. Just so y'all know. That's a lot of factors. Okay. Let me see what else I have here. I got some other stuff signed here. Stella Parton. Yeah. All right. This is signed by Stella Parton. So far, so good. It includes a photo insert. I think, you know what? I think this is signed too. Or is it? No, I don't think it is. Or is it? It may be. I'd have to look at it. I bet we didn't catch this. I bet this is signed too. I'd have to get my loop to see if that's live on there. It looks like it is, though. But either way, I know the jacket is signed, and I know it's authenticated. And Stella Parton is going to go up for a $35 star. So far, so good. Signed, JSC authenticated, and that photo may be autographed as well. We might have overlooked that. All right, and Color Me Blind, I didn't hear back from Crystal. Crystal, Robert bid first. You're out. And then James Taylor promo just has one bid for $5. All right, what's the first record in here? The Avett Brothers. I and Love and You. New arrivals, The Avett Brothers is $39.99. I and Love and You. We got 2 copies of Boris. Absolute Ego. Boris is sealed. Killer Doom is the note on the back from Laura. $29.99. And we have Theory, and I think that's technically Theory of a Dead Man, right? Wake Up Call. Theory is sealed for $19.99. I got to plug up my phone over here. Let me do that right now. Color Me Blind 6. Color Me Blind 8. James Taylor, just one bid, $5. Thank you, Michael. And now let's sell this big Willie here. That didn't sound good. Let me rephrase that. Let me sell this big Willie Nelson record. Thomas Hujar gets this for $252. You got to be careful saying Willie's name. I get in all kinds of trouble doing that. 35 for all the people is like, he. Chad said something with the word Willie in it. This is sold for $252 to Rob Fordham. Thank you, Rob. Now, I do have it's sold for $255 to Thomas Hujar. $255 to Thomas Hujar. I do have other signed Willie Nelson albums or other Willie Nelson items. I don't think I have any more signed albums that nice. That might be one of the nicest ones I have there. And then Color Me Bad 6, Color Me Bad 8, Melissa Bailey on Theory. That sold to Melissa Bailey. And then Robert Warner on Boris. That sold to Robert Warner. So Melissa got Theory. Robert got Boris. Color Me Bad is at 8 with Robert. That sold. Final call to bid on Stella Parton for $35. Next, 45s. Let me do some sorting over here so I can see what I want to show for buy it now. Let's see here. That'll be a buy it now. We'll make that a buy it now. Wow, I don't get this too often. Erykah Badu. Erykah Badu, On and On, is taken from Baduism. And the B-side's Tyrone. Erykah Badu, a $7 start. $7 start on that. Wow, this might need to go up. I don't recall seeing this single too often. Wow, it's beautiful too. Beautiful single here. The Doors, People Are Strange. $7 start. And I'm sorting some buy it nows right quick. All right, what did I do on the Willie? I messed it up. I messed this up, I think. This is sold to Rob Fordham for $255, not Thomas Hujar. This is sold to Rob Fordham for $255. Make sure it gets set aside so I can find the JSA card for it, okay? $255. So Erica Badu, The Doors, and we're going through new arrivals. Anthony Correa also wants a theory, and The Doors is at $7.77. Erica Badu's is $7. Final call to bid on Stella Parton for $35. Next is Metal Fingers presents Special Herbs, Volume 5 and 6. Metal Fingers. I was about to say this has to be MF Doom. It is. MF Doom, sealed, $29.99. $29.99 for MF Doom. This is really cool here. Gimme Danger, the story of the Stooges on clear vinyl. That's sealed for $34.99. That's like a soundtrack to a film. And one more, we have Young Boy Never Broke Again. Is that AI or AL? AI? Young Boy 2. And that is sealed for $29.99, okay? Robert Ivan R. on MF Doom. There's 3 more left. There's 3 more left. Jim Sedal on MF Doom. Tim Volness on MR. He might have just got auto-corrected. The Doors is at 9 and now 11. Let me pause right there. I'm going to do some 45s. These are $6.99 each. These are buy it nows. We have Stone Ponies with Linda Ronstadt, To the Beat of a Different Drum. The B-side is Long, Long Time, and that's actually a Linda Ronstadt single. The Ventures, Secret Agent Man, and it even says from the CBS TV show Secret Agent. That's pretty cool. And the B-side's Wipeout. The Ventures. Wayne Chung, Everybody Have Fun Tonight. Whitney Houston, So Emotional. Information Society, What's on Your Mind. Cher, We All Sleep Alone. I don't think I've had that one before. Cher. And this is early here for a 45. Roy Rogers and Dale Evans on the green vinyl. RCA was some of the first people to release 45s, or excuse me, RCA was one of the first labels to release commercial 45s, and they did the country stuff like that on green vinyl. That's pretty cool. $6.99. That's got to be late 40s, early 50s there for that one. All righty. So let's figure out where I left off. I remember calling off Doom and Doom. We sold at least 2 to Ivan and Jim. Then Tim Voldis put MR. I was waiting for a correction on that. Doors 9, Doors 11, Doors 12. And then Larry Smith put SO. And that was for Stone Ponies. I bet SP. That sold to Larry for $6.99. Michael Nath got the Ventures for $6.99. Then Robert W. Then Michael Rudolph was third. Travis Wade got the Information Society. Then Ivan R. Then Robert W. Larry Smith on DR. He might have got auto-corrected on that. He meant RR for Roy Rogers. And then Michael Rudolph was second. Then RK Tucker. New bid on the Doors for 14. Alex next on Roy Rogers. Regina got Cher. And that leaves me Whitney Houston and Wayne Chung. Those went unclaimed for $6.99. Also, nobody bid on Erica Badu unless I missed it. So it's a $7 buy now. And now the Doors, People Are Strange. The B-side is Unhappy Girl. It's actually really clean. And Michael has that for 14. That means Doug Reeder, you're out. And then, I almost forgot about Stella back here. She's a buy now for $35. It's autographed and JSA authenticated. Shakedown got Erica Badu for $7. And now, let's continue through this new Laura crate. Not before I put up some new auctions, okay? And the next new auction is... okay, I got some more signed stuff here I'm chipping away. This is Mac Wiseman. It's made out to Paul. Mac Wiseman. He dated it October 1st, 1994. It's called Concert Favorites. Mac Wiseman. It's been JSA authenticated, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. Mac Wiseman, $35 start on that. Next LP is Bon Iver, and this is $22 million. Bon Iver is sealed, $24.99. Shakedown, Information Society is sold. Yes, Information Society is sold. Next is Shania Twain. That's her multi-platinum debut album. Sealed, $24.99. Thanks, Laura. Wow, I love this. Seth loves Shania. That's an awesome sticker on the back. I got to send that to him right now. Sealed, $24.99. Seth loves Shania, $24.99. Y'all got to buy it just for that sticker. That sticker with Seth loves Shania is worth it just by itself. $24.99. That is incredible. I got to send that to him right now. First is we have Larry Smith gets Shania Twain, and then the Doors is sold for $14, and that's sold to Michael Butler. And there's one Shania Twain left, and we have a Wang and Whitney for $10. Sell those to Paul Brothers, both for $10, 5 and 5. Thank you, Paul. And we got 2 copies of the Steven Wilson remix of the Yes album. Wow, Starship Trooper, sea blue colored vinyl. That is $29.99. Final call if you want to bid on Mac Wiseman. I got more 45s to put up for auction here. Let's see here. This is the Record, Starry Eyes. The Records is going to go up for a $5 start. The Record, Starry Eyes on Virgin. $5 start on the Records, Starry Eyes. $5 start on that. Does Seth still work here? Seth worked here today from 6 a.m. He worked here today from 6 a.m. till 5 p.m. doing nothing but keying in records so y'all could have your invoices. So, wow! The Empire Strikes Back. Nice copy, too. 24-page book and record. Yoda, Darth Vader, Empire Strikes Back. Beautiful disc. Let the bidding begin. $10 start. $10 start. Empire Strikes Back. Michael Butler on yes. Rob Fordham on yes. And we have 1, 2. Mitski. The land is inhospitable, and so are we. That is sealed for $24.99. And we have Ives. Praise a Lord who chews but which does not consumes, or simply, boy, this is a long title. $24.99. What a Ives tumor. We'll just leave it at that. That's a very long title. The Records is a $5 start, and Star Wars is at 10 and 10. And Mike Wiseman is a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants a signed Mac Wiseman there, $35. Star Wars, 10, 20. The Records is a $5 start. No bid as of right now. I'm trying to sort through some more so we can do some more buy it now 45s because these will be very popular. Let's see what we have here. I'm going to make that a buy it now. I'll make that a buy it now. Make that a buy it now. I'll make that a buy it now. I'll make that a buy it now. And I've already made that one a buy it now. So there we have it. Here are some more 45s for $6.99. Star Wars is at 30. And we have Michael Jackson, I Just Can't Stop Loving You. Dwight Yoakam, Dangerous Man. And The Heart That You Own from 1990. Dwight. Harmoners Quartet. Green vinyl, another really cool colored vinyl from RCA. Harmoners Quartet. Also, Bruce Hornsby in the Range, Look Out Any Window. Elton John, A Word in Spanish with picture sleeve. And Nina Cherry, Buffalo Stance. And that is double-sided from 1988. Those are all $6.99. Back to the crate. I've got 1, 2, nice, 3 copies on the indie exclusive bone-colored vinyl for Chris Stapleton on bone-colored vinyl, just $34.99. Shakedown on MJ, and that was for Michael Jackson. Robert W. was second. Nobody bid on the Records. That's a $5 buy it now on the Records. $5 buy it now on the Records if anybody wants that. Star Wars is at 32. We have Travis Wade on NC, and that was for Nina Cherry and Robert W. You were second. Let me lay these right over there in case anybody changes their mind. Chris Stapleton, and what do we have here? Whatever it is, we got 4 copies of it. This is Joey Bad A $, and this is sealed for $24.99. I'm going to take our sold pile of 45s. This is the second stack of sold 45s for tonight. Wow, that is pretty cool, plus all the other stuff we've sold tonight. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Been very successful tonight. Appreciate it. There won't be a better feeling than when I tell John tomorrow all the 45s you put together all sold. And he'll be like, "You've got to be kidding me." And I was like, "Nope, we need another 1,000 more. Get them together." One second here. All righty. Where did I leave off? Star Wars 35. Also, Misfits Legacy of Brutality 2002, $29.99. We've only got one Misfits, and Avenged Sevenfold on translucent red vinyl, sealed $39.99. Sealed $39.99. That's on Avenged Sevenfold. $39.99. All right. Next 45 auction. This is really cool. If you're a Brando fan, this is the wild one. This is Marlon Brando, the wild one. EX or plus vinyl. RCA, I was looking for a year. It's probably on the back. It's got to be like 50 something. Really cool there. $10 start on that. Star Wars is a final call to Kelly for 35, and Thomas Clark wants the Misfits. Now, these late night crates like this we've been going through, if they don't sell now, they've definitely been selling when I go back through them the next day, as in the flip video I post, or when I go back through that flip video when I'm tagging them when the show starts. Sorry, my brain is starting, hopefully not to shut down. Adam Bullock wants Avenged Sevenfold. That is sold to Adam Bullock. And Star Wars is still getting bids. And the Marlon Brando Wild One. The music is actually by Shorty Rogers. It's pretty collectible just because it's an original release with Marlon Brando there on the cover, which is really cool. By the way, the Marlon Brando signature I had come back secretarial. So that Marlon Brando signature I found, it wasn't signed by him. It was signed by his secretary. So also I had 7 Clint Eastwood autographs come back as secretarial too. And Johnny Cash and Walt Disney. So as always, when we start heavily selling autographs this week, I'll make sure to let y'all know. Be careful. I've got all the bad stuff and forged stuff to take pictures of to share it with y'all. As always, be careful of autographs, okay? Make sure they're JSA or PSA, or especially JSA, PSA, or Beckett certified, okay? Otherwise, I wouldn't buy them if I was you. Unless it's just something kind of common, you know. Some things are pretty common and no one's going to pay to have them authenticated, and, you know, their chance of that to be unlikely. So, forged. All right, let's read through this one more time if you're getting what I'm trying to say here. Next autograph. I've got a few more. Speaking of autographs, I've got a few more here, and I'm going to have to figure out who signed them right quick, so I've got to look them up. Some of these I know, and some of these I don't know. So here is this, and let me look it up right quick. I still got JSA's website over here. But what y'all got to know is a lot of high-caliber people, they didn't sign their mail. Okay? They had their secretary do it. Guys like Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood, he rarely autographed stuff people requested through the mail. So back when people did have an address and you probably could send them something, he didn't sign it. He had his secretary sign it. Like people would send him photographs like Fred. Fred would get them back in the mail thinking Clint Eastwood actually signed them. Years later, we find out Clint wasn't signing them. His secretary was signing them. This is signed by Sonny Osborne of the Osborne Brothers. This is pretty cool. It's made out to Karen. This is to Karen, Sonny Osborne, signed by Sonny Osborne. It's been JSA authenticated. That's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. But a lot of stuff's like that. So you got to be very careful because people get stuff over the years and they think they've got it from somebody and it's not. So, Marlon Brando was one of those people as well. Michael Butler, $10, especially by the 70s, you know, when he was like totally, you know, at the top. Michael Butler gets that for $10. Thank you. Star Wars is sold for 50 to John Kaiser. Thank you. Time for more 45 auctions. And I've got to read through this crate one more time so we can hit some more stuff tonight, okay? So Sonny Osborne's a $35 start for any Bluegrass fans. That's available. These are going straight on Facebook tomorrow for buy it nows if they don't sell tomorrow or tonight. New order. Here we go. New order is going up for a $7 start. This is True Faith, 1963. I think it's True Faith. Yeah, the B-side's 1963. That's very clean in the picture sleeve. $7 start on that. $7 start on that. And let's sort through some more 45s. It's going to be a 45 kind of night right now, but I'm about to get into some other stuff as well. And let me do some sorting right quick. That's going to be a buy it now. That's a buy it now. That's a buy it now. That will be a buy it now. That's a buy it now. And we'll go ahead and make that a buy it now. Here's our next auction, Prince. Little Red Corvette. New orders of $7. And this is Prince. This one has some condition notes. This one's like VG Plus, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. And that is Little Red Corvette, okay? And then new order 7. Chad, the other day, you did a video of 34 elevators. Was that an OG? We sold 2 of those tonight. We sold Easter Everywhere and Bull the Woods tonight. I don't think we've sold the Psychedelic Sounds yet. We haven't. I don't know if it's an OG, though. We've sold 2 13-4 elevators tonight. We sold Bull the Woods and Easter Everywhere, but we hadn't done the others. Okay, one quick read through here. We have the Avett Brothers, I and Love and You, $39.99. We have Boris sealed for $29.99. Theory is $19.99, as in Theory of a Dead Man is what I'm being told. MF Doom is sealed for $29.99. I think there was another question. Can I see the records 45? What was that, Larry? And then there's a question that just came in, AS price. AS price, and let me figure out what else is going on. The Stooges, Gimme Danger soundtrack, $24.99. This was AI Youngblood 2, $29.99. We still got Bon Iver for $24.99. And then one copy of Shania Twain left. Shania was $24.99. Mitski was $24.99. Ives Tumor, sealed $24.99. Chris Stapleton still available at a great price. Indie exclusive Bone Color, $34.99. Also 2000 by Joey Bad. You know the rest, $24.99. And Avenged Sevenfold is $39. Maybe that's what she was talking about. Avenged Sevenfold, red vinyl, $39.99. The Psychedelic Sounds, I don't think has sold. New order. I am waiting for somebody to bid again. I have not heard back from Ken Foster. Ken bid 7. Alex bid 8. I haven't heard back from Ken. It's on about a 60-second clock. No one's bid on Prince, Little Red Corvette for $5. And the Osmond Brothers, if anybody wants it, signed by Sonny Osborne, is a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on Sonny Osborne, okay? I've got some more 45s here to do for a buy it now. Janet wants Avenged Sevenfold. That's so to Janet. Next is some 45s here for $6.99. Some good ones. Otis Redding, Shake. And it's not bad whatsoever for Otis Redding. $6.99. McDonald's All-American High School Band, as in like Ronald McDonald's, like the burger restaurant. That's $6.99. Count Basie EP. Very cool, from 1959. Count Basie, RCA. Queen, Body Language, and Life is for Real. Sting, We'll Belong Together, or excuse me, We Will Be Together. Sting, and we have Elvis Costello here. And Costello is an EP, $6.99. Prince is at 5, final call. Craig Thomas got Otis Redding for $6.99. That is sold to Craig for $6.99. R.K. Tucker on McDonald's for $6.99. Mark Rendon on Count Basie for $6.99. Kelly put A, and that leaves Queen, Sting, and Elvis Costello. We'll see what her A was for. And now Prince is sold for $5 to R.K. Tucker. New order is sold for $8 for Alex Butler. Got that for $8. And then Kelly put A, which is Q for Queen. That's sold to Kelly for $6.99. R.K. Tucker got Elvis Costello, and that just leaves Sting for $6.99. Okay. Now, a while back, I've already done kind of a condense and recap. We've already done a half-off bin. I want to show some of the biggest new arrivals for tonight just very quickly one more time. Let me move these unsold vintage LPs right over here. And I'm going to put them in this crate, I believe. Yep. Nope, not that crate. That's stuff tagged for tomorrow's auctions, I think. There's that. I'll put them in that crate. And let me swap out this crate and a little bit of these, a little bit of that. And I've got new auctions to put up. And we're going to be doing 45s, okay? I'm going to be putting up 45 auctions. And I'm going to be putting up 45 buy it nows pretty much for the rest of the night as we go through stuff one more time. And I probably will bring over another discount bin. So don't go anywhere. You're still going to be seeing new stuff, okay? Rod the Costello already sold. Alrighty, so that leaves Watt over here. Let me do another sort. I'm going to sort what I want to sell and what we want to put up for auction. That. This is a quick auction. That's a quick auction, okay? First, we got Blaze of Glory by Bon Jovi and Pink Floyd. Another brick in the wall and one of my turns. Bon Jovi and Pink Floyd, $7 starts. And let me sort through a more here for buy it nows. That should probably be auctioned, but I'll do it a buy it now on that. Okay, one of the biggest new pre-orders for tonight is right here. And as you can see, I still got lots of extras. This is Ace Frehley, the Space Ace, Ace Frehley of Kiss. This is a new greatest hits, or AKA now playing. It's on blue vinyl, and those are $28.99. $28.99 for Ace Frehley. Let me make sure nobody else has commented on the pre-order. Usually when I start liking people's comments and I sometimes have to reply to people, it will bump it in the group, and then people start seeing it again. And then people start pre-ordering it, thinking they don't realize it's come in. I seen that earlier with Disturbed. And let me see if anybody else has commented yet. Nope, they're all still good. So if you don't have an Ace Frehley yet, they're on blue vinyl, and they're $28.99. Pink Floyd's at $7, and Pink Floyd's at $7. Bon Jovi is, and by the way, this mentions Young Guns. This is a tougher record to find, 1990. I know that Young Guns soundtrack is really tough to get. Bon Jovi, $7 start, and then Pink Floyd is tied at $7. Here's our next buy it nows for $6.99. First, we got New Edition, Mr. Telephone Man, New Edition. I don't know if I've had that one before, $6.99. John Travolta, Wherever I'm Away From You, Dire Straits, Walk of Life, Jafria, Lonely in Love, double-sided promo for Jafria, and Gunsmoke from the CBS television production starring James Arness, played by the Prairie Chiefs. That's the original Gunsmoke theme, picture sleeve there from RCA, $6.99. Now, we got Pink Floyd at 7, 7, 8. New Edition is sold to Shakedown for $6.99. Pink Floyd's now at 10. Bon Jovi's at 7. R.K. Tucker on JT for John Travolta. R.K. Tucker on G, and that was for Jafria. Michael Ruttman on Dire Straits. We have Felix next on Travolta, and then Rod Bryan on Gunsmoke, and then RK on Gunsmoke, Shane next on Gunsmoke, Kelly next on Travolta, Justin Garrett out on Pink Floyd. So Pink Floyd is a final call to RK Tucker for 10. I got to make sure Ken Foster doesn't want back in. And we have Bon Jovi, one bid, and that is $7 for Felix. And John Kaiser says, Chad, can you give Kelly The Empire Strikes Back for $45 if she wants it? Kelly said she will take it, and we just need to swap around an auction and make sure this goes to Kelly W. for $45 instead of John Kaiser, okay? There we have it. So there's Ace Frehley's, and then this is a new half-speed master, David Bowie, Young Americans. $33.99, comes out Friday. The record was cut on a fully customized Late Newman VMS-80 lathe with recapped electronics from 129 kilohertz restored Masters original record plant master tapes and no additional process and transfer. What does all that mean in layman terms? This record is mastered from the original analog tapes and is going to sound really good, just like the other releases have from his catalog that's been analog. $33.99 for Young Americans. They've done Aladdin Sane, they've done Ziggy, they've done Young Americans, and I think that's the only one. That's the third in the series so far, to my knowledge. That comes out Friday. There was a pre-order, and I have 4 left. Now I have 3 left. Christopher Onzo wants one. Now we have Pink Floyd officially sold for $10 to R.K. Tucker. Bon Jovi is sold to Felix for $7. Let me sort through some more 45s over here. The next 45 is going to be Def Leppard Animal. That's going to go up for a $7 start. That's Animal, and I Want to Be Your Hero, 1987. That is from Hysteria, yeah. And then Alice Cooper, Trash and Poison. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Alice Cooper, Trash and Poison. I need a new handful here to see what I want to do for Buy It Now. And I'll make this picture sleeve a Buy It Now for $6.99. That's a pretty good Stone single. I'll just wait on that. Primal Scream. We need to wait. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Wow. Crazy Train. There's way too many good ones in here. I'll make Tears for Fears. I'm kind of talking out loud and giving some stuff away. Wow, there's too many great ones in here. That's a great one. That's a great one. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to get a whole nother handful. I just got 10 more auctions right then. Here we go. That'll make a good Buy It Now. Wow, there's some great stuff in here. That's a great auction. I'll make that a Buy It Now. That's definitely an auction. Auction. Wow, that's a good one here too. This is insane. There's some really good stuff here. These are all Buy It Nows for $6.99, okay? $6.99. REO Speedwagon, picture sleeve. I don't recall seeing this one too many times. That Ain't Love, Accidents Can Happen. The Rolling Stones, Down in the Hole. Paul McCartney, Spies Like Us. Tears for Fears, Always in the Past. And the A-side is Woman in Chains. And that is 1989. That's from Seeds of Love. And Paul Revere and the Raiders, Do Unto Others. Those are all $6.99 there. Okay, next LP was another new Now Playing. That's on orange vinyl. That's Twisted Sister. Twisted Sister's on orange vinyl, and that's called Now Playing, which is a greatest hits, $28.99. Hinder, Extreme Behavior. Hinder has the hit song Lips of Angel. First time that's been on vinyl. Blackberry colored vinyl. New, comes out Friday. Hinder, $39.99. And then a new Neil Young, an unreleased album he recorded in 1977, Ocean Countryside, analog mastering on clear vinyl, $33.99. $33.99. R.K. Tucker, the only claim in there for McCartney, that sold for $6.99. That leaves REO, the Rolling Stones, Tears for Fears, and Paul Revere, if anybody wants those. Now, Crystal, you're out on Alice Cooper. Chad was the only bidder on Def Leppard, so sell him Def Leppard for $7. And now he's got Alice at 10 for a final call. Motorhead Bomber is $33.99. That's a new anniversary edition on colored vinyl. And Motorhead Ace of Spades is $33.99. And then I've got some more Motorheads, but they have seam splits, okay? That was all essentially new stuff there. That was just a recap of like officially new releases that come out on Friday. And we get a lot of that stuff on Mondays because our distributors have to hold it, and they ship it to us on, I think, Thursday or Friday, and then we get them on Mondays. It's been a routine now for a while. So if you watch a lot of Monday night shows, you'll see a lot of new releases pop up. So there's that. Alice Cooper still getting bids. All these are still available. I'm going to sort through some more over here because I just hit a whole pocket of great-looking auction-type records. Let me do another handful here because I'm curious what's in. This white box, kind of made of plastic, I'm going through, I think it has better records than the first crate we went through. It's definitely looking like it. Here is Loverboy, Heaven in Your Eyes in the Top Gun picture sleeve. Very cool. Loverboy, $7 start in the Top Gun picture sleeve. $7 start on that. All right, now let me go through one more crate of stuff right here, and then we'll find a nice vintage crate to go through. But that was all new and sealed stuff in there. So let me swap these out. And for those that love the MoFi stuff, etc., here's this, okay? Alice Cooper, 10, 11, now 12. Loverboy, $7 start. I just flipped through a whole stack to try to find some for Buy It Nows, and I struck out. They were all too good, literally. Let's see here. Let me get back. Let me get further in the back. Maybe I'll find some different stuff. Here we go. We got this guy. We got them. Let's do that one, and here's some for $6.99, okay? We have Ebony and Ivory, Paul McCartney, Stevie Wonder, Styx, Don't Let It In, Cheap Trick, Don't Be Cruel, and Rick Springfield, Don't Talk to Strangers, and Tonight from Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet. Those are $6.99 each. There's 4 of them there, $6.99. Alice Cooper, 11, 12, 13, now 15, and Loverboy has a bid for 7. First thing I have in here is Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison Blues. That's a 2 LP Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, $64.99 for Johnny Cash. $64.99. Jefferson Airplane, Surlistic Pillow, $64.99. That's a 2 LP mono, 45 RPM. The Cars debut. The Cars is $44.99. Also Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. Carlos Santana's $44.99. We sold one Reservoir Dogs. We have another one, $38.99 on Reservoir Dogs. Next thing in here is Shane Devers gets Sticks for $6.99. Felix Solis gets Ebony and Ivory for $6.99. Shane Devers gets Cheap Trick for $6.99. And Phil Ott gets Rick Springfield for $6.99. Alice Cooper sold to Crystal Newman for $16. Loverboy, one bid, sold to Robert for $7. Robert W., that is. There's that. Next LP in here is Hall & Oates Greatest Hits for $44.99. And The Doors, People Are Strange, Analog Productions, Original Analog Mastering. The other night, we put up one of these. Here's this one, and the Dream Academy, Life in a Northern Town. Danger Zone, $7 with Kenny Loggins. What a song. And Dream Academy, Life in a Northern Town. Those are $7 starts. Next is Black Label Society, Doom Crew Inc. Black Labels on Clear and Black Ice for $38. Black Label Stronger Than Death on Clear Vinyl for $38. And then we have Iommi, as in Tony Iommi with Glenn Hughes. First time ever on vinyl, $33.99. Great stuff there. I like it. Bad Religion, Stranger Than Fiction, $28.99. I mean, you know, you just hear those Black Sabbath riffs in this album. I mean, that's what catches my ear. It's like, wow, sounds like Black Sabbath music. I mean, it's Iommi, those just low dragon, just riffs. Bad Religion, we have Machine Head of Kingdom and Crown, $36.99. Black Label Society's $38.99. And then another Bad Religion. This one's called The Empire Strikes First, $28. One New Marilyn Manson for $29. Danger Danger's $39.99. Suicidal Tendencies $38.99. And Black Label Society Mafia $38. The only Five Finger Death Punch I had left, $33.99. American Capitalist. Final Call, Kenny Loggins. I do that all the time. Kenny Loggins for $7. And technically, nobody has bid on Dream Academy, Life in a Northern Town. Let's get some more $6.99ers sorted here. Auction, that's a buy it now, that's a buy it now. That's a buy it now, that's a buy it now. That one will come later because we have 2 of him back to back. That's a buy it now. And I'll go ahead and make that a buy it now. Okay, let's see what we got here for $6.99. We got Madonna, Material Girl. Madonna, Material Girl. Ashford and Simpson, Solid. Bobby Sherman, Easy Come, Easy Go. And then Georgia Satellites, Keep Your Hands to Yourself. Billy Joel, It's Still Rock and Roll to Me. Phil Collins, Against All Odds. And Bad Company, No Smoke Without a Fire. Those are all $6.99 there. Lots of solid releases in picture sleeves, okay? First thing we have here for $6.99 are the following, which is Georgia Satellites. That's sold to Crystal Newman for $6.99. Rod Bryan was second. Christopher Onzo on Billy Joel for $6.99. That is sold to Christopher Onzo for $6.99. R.K. Tucker wants Madonna for $6.99. And that leaves the following. Bad Company, No Smoke Without a Fire. Phil Collins, Against All Odds. Bobby Sherman, Easy Come, Easy Go. Ashford and Simpson, Solid. Kenny Loggins is officially sold to Robert W. for $7. And the Dream Academy is $6.90 or a $7 buy it now if anybody wants that. Melanie Jennings on the Bobby Sherman. That's sold to Melanie Jennings for $6.99. Easy come, easy go there on that. Next thing we have is we have, let me do the sort first. Let's see here. We'll do that. I'll make that a buy it now. That's a buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it down. Buy it now. Buy it now. Okay, that whole handful we'll do for buy it nows. $6.99. Elton John, I Don't Want to Go On With You Like That. Taylor Dane, Tell It to My Heart. Taylor Dane. Marty Stewart, Honky Tonker. And then Queen, Crazy Little Thing Called Love. We have Bad English, Price of Love, Bad English. We have Ice House Crazy. And we have a live version, Paul McCartney, Coming Up. Paul McCartney, Coming Up. and those are $6.99. Okay, those are all $6.99. First was DA, and I think that was for what was DA, Paul Oakley, and then Taylor Dane. Let's see here. Let me figure out what's going on with. Let me make sure, Paul, before I start tagging. Oh, that was probably Dream Academy. Yeah. Okay, Dream Academy. That's sold to Paul Oakley for $7. And then Larry Smith, first on Taylor Dane. That's sold to Larry Smith for $6.99. R.K. Tucker on Elton John for $6.99. Teresa next on Taylor Dane. Justin next on Taylor Dane. R.K. Tucker got Paul McCartney. Felix Salas got Queen, Crazy Little Thing Called Love. And the B-side was Bicycle. That's sold to Felix Salas. And then Chad King got Ice House. Crazy. And that leaves Marty Stewart, Honky Tonker, which is a double-sided promo, and Bad English, Price of Love. There is that. Okay. Next single is going to go up, or actually, let me grab a new handful here. I'll make that a buy it now. I'll go ahead and make that a buy it now. That needs to be auctioned. That definitely needs to be auctioned. That's a buy it now. I'll make that a buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it now. Here we go. I got quite the auction stack. I got to put another one up for auction right quick. But first, let's do some more buy it nows. New edition, Last on Love. New edition, David Lee Roth, Just a Gigolo, One Night in Bangkok, Murray Head, Robert Palmer, I Didn't Mean to Turn You On, Rick Springfield, Celebrate Youth, Ruby Tuesday in the original company sleeve, and the B-sides, Let's Spend the Night Together, and I Just Want to Dance with Somebody. Whitney Houston. R.K. Tucker wants the Marty Stewart Honky Tonker. That is sold to R.K. Tucker for $6.99. And all these are available for buy it nows. New edition, David Lee Roth, Murray Head, Robert Palmer, Rick Springfield, the Rolling Stones, and Whitney Houston there. Okay? Those are all available. First was, I guess, roll up. We sold Marty. And then Steve Riley on Murray, which was Murray Head. That sold to Steve Riley for $6.99. Larry Smith put T.O. And T.O. was for RP. So RP is Robert Palmer. That sold to Larry Smith. R.K. Tucker second on Murray Head. Christopher Onzo first on David Lee Roth. Teresa second on David Lee Roth. R.K. Tucker first on the Rolling Stones. Justin Garrett next on David Lee Roth. John Gollin next on the Rolling Stones. Teresa on Whitney Houston. Felix next on Robert Palmer. Justin next on Whitney Houston. Chad next on Murray Head. And then Felix first on New Edition. That just leaves Rick Springfield. Unless that's what RK's RS was for. There's one RS, and I'm assuming that was Rolling Stones. I tagged them over Rick Springfield. RK, if your RS was for Rick Springfield, that means John Gollin gets the Stones. But just let me know, okay? Let's go ahead and put some of these up for auction that I've ran across over here. And let's go ahead and do this one. And this is Madonna, Who's That Girl? From the motion picture, the original picture sleeve. Madonna is a $7 start. That's called Who's That Girl? And I'll make that a buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it now. Oh, this is a cool one. I've never seen this. 38 special from Revenge of the Nerds Part 2. That's going to go up for a $7 start. And Hold On Loosely. That's going up. So he wanted Rolling Stones. So the only thing that didn't get claimed there was Rick Springfield, if anybody wants that, okay? I'm doing some more sorting here. I'm going to make that a buy it now. That's a buy it now. And I think everything in here. Nope, I didn't finish sorting through these. We'll make this a buy it now, okay? Ooh, that's a good one. That's cool. All right, let's do this. So those are 7 and 7. And Regina will take the Rick Springfield for $6.99, all right? The B-side of Madonna, it's Who's That Girl? And, well, that's a good question. Let's see here. Maybe no, White Heat. White Heat, and there's 38 special from Revenge of the Nerds. All right, that already has a bid for 7. That being 38 special or AKA Revenge of the Nerds. All right, these are all $6.99. We have True Color, Cyndi Lauper, Billy Joel, Goodnight Saigon, Rick Ocasek from The Cars, Emotion in Motion, Tiffany, Could Have Been, Tiffany, Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark, and Culture Club, Church of the Poison Mind. Cindy, Billy, Rick, Tiffany, Bruce, and Culture Club. Those are all available for $6.99. Final call to get a bid on Madonna, and final call if you want to bid on 38 Special. Felix has that for $7. Just FYI, okay? Should be a lot of claims for these pop up. There they are. I was about to say, the feed's got to be lagging, or these probably would have already been sold out. Let's start tagging them, okay? All these are $6.99. The first one I had was John Reniski on BJ for Billy Joel. That's sold to John Reniski. Next is Kelly W. on CL for Cyndi Lauper. Christopher Onzo next for Billy Joel. Robert next for Cyndi Lauper. R.K. Tucker next on Billy Joel. Then Felix Salas. Larry Smith first on Tiffany. R.K. Tucker next on Cindy. Culture Club is sold to Felix Salas. Chad King next on Culture Club. Then Leslie. So big hit there by Bruce, Dancing in the Dark, and Rico Casing, Emotion. If anybody wants those, $6.99. And we have a new bid on 38 Special for $10. And Regina wants Bruce for $6.99. And Madonna is a buy it now for $7. That was a no bid on Madonna. Buy it now on that for $7. Okay. 38 Special does have a new bid. That means Felix Salas, you've been officially outbid. Let me grab a new handful. Let's keep this show on the road. I can do this for a while. Let's see what we got here. We have this. I'll do that one for a buy it now. Oh, man. I'll make that. Oh, that's a good one. I'll make that a buy it now. That's a buy it now. Buy it now. Okay, let me stop there. Okay, some of these I'm going to end up not auctioning and just making buy it nows, but that's what's going to happen. So, all right, so Felix, let me know on 38 Special. Regina got Bruce. Leslie got Madonna. And that is sold to Leslie for $7. And Rico Kasich got this for $6.99. Emotion. And then our new buyer tonight, he was on early and he's still on here late. David V63 got the 38 Special for $10. Before I show these, let's put up a couple that I elected to do buy it now. Here is one, Sade, Smooth Operator, and Dire Straits, Money for Nothing, and Tricks for Free. I Want My MTV. Dire Straits, $7 start. Sade, Smooth Operator, $7 start. Let's take a closer look at Sade. It's in the original picture sleeve. Very cool. From Diamond Life. There we have it. These are I'm about to lay down are $6.99. Cyndi Lauper, She Bop, $6.99. Hall & Oates, Possession, Obsession, and Dance on Your Knees. Keeping the Faith, Billy Joel. Hello Dolly, Louis Armstrong. Till Tuesday, Voices Carry On. And Fortress, Around Your Heart by who? By Sting. There. Those are all available, $6.99, okay? I've laid down two new auctions. Those are $7 starts. First thing was DS and Justin. That's a auction, of course. He bid 7. Felix put Sade, and then he bid 10. I think at first they maybe thought they were buy it nows. Those are two quick auctions back there. See if anybody else wants them more for just the opening bid. And then the first thing in here was Cyndi Lauper, and that sold to R.K. Tucker for $6.99. He got that. Let me get back in line here. Okay, R.K. got Cyndi Lauper, and then R.K. Tucker got Billy Joel for $6.99. R.K. Tucker on L.A., which was Louis Armstrong for $6.99. And then Christopher next on Billy Joel. Chad King put C, and that was for something possibly already sold. And then R.K. Tucker put TT for Till Tuesday. Felix next on Billy Joel, and Chad next on T for Till Tuesday. So that just leaves Hall & Oates and Sting if anybody wants those, $6.99. Sade's at $10, final call. Dire Straits is at $7, final call. Final calls. All right, let me sort through some more. I'll make that a buy it now. Let me think on that one. I'll make that a buy it now. I'll make that a buy it now. I'll make that a buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it now. All right, here we go. So nobody on Hall & Oates and nobody on Sting. We got Sting again with Russians. Sting, Thompson Twins, Lay Your Hands on Me. Double, I know it looks like double, but I've been informed that it's double. Aha, I've Been Loving You. I've Been Losing You. Genesis, In Too Deep. And Madonna. And this is Live to Tell. And every time I've seen this, it reminds me of GoldenEye, James Bond. Anytime I see that, I think of James Bond GoldenEye. I don't really know why, but that's the first thing that hits my mind. Of course, she was in a Bond movie. Madonna played in Die Another Day. She did the song too, and she was in the movie. All right. Wow, a last second bid on Dire Straits for $8. I was just about to sell that, and somebody's had it for a while for $7. Justin Garrett, you just got outbid. And then Sade, Smooth Operator. This is sold to Felix Solis for $10. Felix, that's sold to you for $10. Now, the first new comment was T for Chad King, and that was Thompson Twins, sold to him for $6.99. Shannon got Madonna. R.K. Tucker was second. Dire Straits 8, then Teresa on Madonna, and then Felix on Madonna. That leaves Genesis In Too Deep. That's a great song. Aha, their stuff usually gets grabbed. I've Been Losing You. Dublé, The Captain of Her Heart, and Sting is still available. All right, let me condense all these 45s that did not get bid. Before I grab any kind of new stack at all, I will show what's in the no bid pile. Here's the only 45s that have not sold. I'll probably need to show those again in just a second. Dire Straits is sold to John Reniski for $8. And the no bids, technically there was none tonight of the advertised stuff. The only stuff that didn't sell was some late night autographs I put up. All these are JSA authenticated. Everything here is JSA authenticated. The Osborne Brothers, signed by Sonny Osborne, $35. Mac Wiseman, signed by Mac Wiseman, $35. Stella Parton is $35. And Reba McEntire. Those are all sold. Anything that was advertised tonight is all gone. So those are the only no bids. Those were some late night autographs I put up. Just FYI, okay? And the first thing I have, let me do a few more new ones before I recap any unsold 45s, okay? Let me do a few more new ones. I still got some stuff over here, not only possibly to auction, but to make buy it now. That's a buy it now, 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 and let's see, where did I leave off? Right here. Okay, these are all $6.99. We have Wayne Chung, To Live and Die in L.A., $6.99 on Wayne Chung. Mickey, You're So Fine. Tony Basil, $6.99. We Are the World, $6.99. Paul McCartney, No More Lonely Nights. Styx, Best of the Times. And Cheap Trick, The Flame. A reel popped up in my Facebook feed yesterday, and it was a Frank Zappa interview. And somebody was interviewing him, looked like a TV interview. And they said, Mr. Zappa, what kind of lyrics in today's music do you not want your kids to hear? And he said, We Are the World. $6.99 on any of these 45s. These are all buy it nows, first come, first serve. Paul McCartney, No More Lonely Nights, with David Gilmour on guitar of Pink Floyd. That is sold to R.K. Tucker. That is sold to R.K. Tucker. Paul McCartney, Shakedown was second. Robert W. on Mickey. Robert W. gets Mickey. Kelly W. First on We Are the World. R.K. Tucker first on Styx. And then we have Chad next on C. I'm assuming that's for Cheap Trick. If not, let me know. And then Felix got Wayne Chung. And then John was next on Cheap Trick and Christopher next on Paul McCartney. So all those are sold. And I need to take this stack in here before I have a disaster with it. Thanks, everybody. Those are all sold. Let me take it in here. That's the third stack like that tonight. Thank you. Tanner's going to come in tomorrow and be like, You've got to be kidding me. I'm going to be like, Not kidding. All those are sold. All right, let's sort through a few more here. I don't think I've finished going through these. I haven't. And let's do some more $6.99s. There's one. That's why we had all this stuff ready tonight. There's a reason we had all this stuff ready, and that's for this reason right here. 3, 4, 5. Here we go. 5 more. These are $6.99. ABBA, Take a Chance on Me. I'm a Marionette. ABBA in the original picture sleeve. New edition. Cool It Now. Dirty Diana. Michael Jackson. Money Changes Everything. Cyndi Lauper. And there he is, the voice of President John F. Kennedy. It's inaugural address highlights and his oath of office. Memorial record, $6.99 for Mr. President Kennedy. $6.99 on that. All right, let me go through this bin here and pull out some more. Let's see, we'll make that a bite now. That's a great bite now. That's a bite now. That's a bite now. That's a bite now. That's a bite now. Even though I've got some in here I would typically auction. But here we go. These are all $6.99. And let me not lay those there because that's the soap pile. Let me go ahead and start tagging these. First thing we have is we had Shakedown. He got ABBA. He was first, $6.99. Shakedown, new soda Shakedown, new edition. Shakedown, MJ. He was first on Michael Jackson. RK first on JFK. And then Kelly next on JFK. Felix Salvas next on Mike. And then RK next on ABBA. And Chad King next on M. That leaves Cyndi Lauper. If no one claimed that one, it is $6.99. I'll leave that right there. Here's the next stack. Amanda, Boston, $6.99. Thompson Twins, Doctor, Bryan Adams, Heaven. Alan Parsons, Don't Answer Me. It was the heat of the moment, Asia, and the greatest American hero, Joey Scarborough. Is that the thing that George Costanza leaves his answer machine to? Dun, 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 dun. Believe it or not, George isn't at home. I think that's the great American hero, isn't it? Monday, Cyndi Lauper sold to R.K. Tucker for $6.99. And then R.K. Tucker first on Boston for $6.99. R.K. Tucker first on AP for Alan Parsons for $6.99. Shakedown on Great American Hero. John Golden, you were second on Boston, but you're first on Asia. Chad King first on Thompson Twins. Kelly next on Asia. Chad King next on Asia. And then Bryan Adams is the only thing left there. Heaven. $6.99 on Bryan Adams. Heaven. $6.99. That's the greatest. I thought so. Believe it or not, George isn't at home. So leave a message after the beat. I must be out or I'd pick up the phone. Where could I be? Oh boy, there it is. I'm getting low. I'm getting low on buy it nows. That whole this whole handful right here is pretty great. Yeah. I am getting pretty low. Let me start from the back and do another sort. Okay, let me start from the front and do another final sort. I'm going to make my final decisions here on what to sort and what possibly is going to go up for auction, okay? This for sure, because that's a Elvis promo. That could be really good. All right, nope, 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 negative. Okay, I'll go ahead. Her stuff hadn't been getting a lot of bids, so I've been making them buy it nows. We got Madonna, True Blue. That's $6.99 for Madonna. Irene Cara, Why Me? Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. Streets of Fire. Streets of Fire. Billy Squire, Rock Me Tonight. And Heart, Never. There's some great options there. I hadn't seen any of those yet. That'll be about now. Definitely no. I'm going to do that one tomorrow. No. Nope. I'll go ahead and do that one. That's such a good one. I'll go ahead and do that one. I've passed on it twice. I'll go ahead and do that one. That's a good one, though. I'll go ahead and do that one. Nope. I'm talking to myself. Great records in here. I don't know what that is, so I better wait. Definitely no. Nope. Negative. And then here's some. I don't know what they are, but I'm willing to put them up for auction. And not that or that. I'm going to put this up for... This looks like New Orleans stuff here that John mixed in a few. Nope. And I know now for sure all those right there will be auctioned, except for maybe a couple of those Elvis, okay? A lot of nope. That means we got great auctions tomorrow. Generator check. Great call. It's not plugged in. Generator is not plugged in. Let me do that right now. Generator is not plugged in. A lot of nope. I'll show y'all some stuff for auction tomorrow. I won't be a total tease because you'll want to make sure you're watching for the rest of this box. And pretty amazing. Okay, and we stopped right here. The songs on Cyndi Lauper, that's already sold, or was it in this pile? Cindy's already sold, and then R.K. Tucker got Madonna for $6.99. Then Felix. R.K. Tucker got Heart. Chad King was next. Wow, nobody on Billy Squire or Streets of Fire or Bruce Springsteen or Irene Carter. I'll put that over here, Bryan Adams. And here is my next handful for $6.99. And then here's our 2 auctions. These are auctions. Hands of Time. Hands of Time. This looks like New Orleans stuff. It's in New Orleans type sleeves. Hands of Time. $5 start. It's on green vinyl, maybe. Rat Race Records. It's on darkish green vinyl. $5 start on Hands of Time. Robert's already in on that. That was fast. And then we have this here. The Jolenes. The Jolenes on pink vinyl. Action Halloween. The Jolenes and Hands of Time. 5 and 5. Those look like New Orleans. And then this here is some more $6.99ers. Whitney Houston, How Will I Know? Nancy Sinatra, Lightning's Girl. Wow, a Nancy Sinatra picture sleeve. Beautiful copy. Fanny, Charity Ball, Human League Human, and Bobby Brown, My Prerogative. Hands has bids for 5 and 7, and the Jolenes has a bid for 7. Looks like pretty cool stuff there to me. 5, 5, and now 7. Robert, you're out on Hands. And that was our last stack of $6.99 buy it nows, I think. Hold on. Let me look right here. One more. 2 more. I've never seen this, though. One more. One more. And then maybe these Elvis tonight for auction. And this little thing here. And then I'm about to recap, okay? The Rolling Stones Harlem Shuffle. The Rolling Stones Harlem Shuffle. Hands has a bid for 8. The Jolenes at 7. Shakedown on BB, which was Bobby Brown. Larry Smith on NS for Nancy Sinatra. Hands has a new bid for 8. So the Rolling Stones, Human League, Fanny Charity Ball, Whitney Houston. R.K. Tucker got Rolling Stones. Excellent. Now, here's the only ones that I have shown tonight. I'm going to take a pile off the bottom here, except for that record, because it was actually less than $6.99. I'm going to get a certain part here, and I'm going to read through these one more time, because they were shown randomly throughout the night sale over the last 7 hours. And so there's a chance a lot of y'all have not seen these. So let me go ahead and read these right now. They're $6.99, and here's some stuff that didn't get claimed from earlier tonight. Porter and Dolly, Please Don't Stop Loving Me. Sam Cooke, That Lucky Old Sun, Canadian Sunset, and You Send Me Lonesome Road. That is a Sam Cooke EP that is exceptionally nice for a Sam Cooke EP. Dolly and Porter, Sam Cooke, Aretha Franklin, Spanish Harlem, in the original company sleeve, and unbelievably nice for Aretha Franklin. James Brown, Get Up, I Feel Like Being a Sex Machine, from Blue Iguana. Baisha, Promises, and another really nice Stevie Wonder, Hey Harmonica Man and This Little Girl. Nancy Sinatra promo, God Only Knows, and the B-side was Just Being Plain Old Me. Bridge Over Troubled Water, Simon & Garfunkel. The B-side is Keep the Customer Satisfied. New Kids on the Block, Didn't I Blow Your Mind, and Rodney Crowell, She's Crazy for Leaving. First is RK, You're Out on Hands. I hadn't heard back from you. The Jolenes, though, was sold to you for 7. The Hands is at 8, or Hands of Time. And then we have Felix getting Sam, which was Sam Cooke for $6.99. Felix getting Aretha for $6.99. And Felix getting Stevie for $6.99. Those are all sold to Felix for $6.99. Also, Bridge Over Troubled Water sold to Felix for $6.99. Shakedown got James Brown for $6.99, and Felix got New Kids on the Block for $6.99. And that leaves Rodney Crowell, Nancy Sinatra, Basia, and Porter and Dolly. All right, those are going right back there. Hands of Time is officially sold to Robert Warner then for $8. Thank you, that's sold. Now let me cut some more off the bottom here, which will be the oldest ones. And let's read through some more here. And the next is Shinehead, Chain Gang Wrap. Hall & Oates, Everything Your Heart Desires. Night Ranger, 4 in the Morning, picture sleeve. The Monkees, As We Go Along, and Porpoise Song, and those are tracked from Head. Joe Jackson, One More Time. Whitney Houston, One Moment in Time from the '88 Summer Olympics. Toto, Rosanna. Sammy Hagar, Give to Live. And Marcy Levy and Robin Gibb doing Times Square. Or they're doing Help Me from the movie Times Square. $6.99 on those. Everything right there is $6.99, okay? You may have missed these earlier tonight. Shannon Mashaka got Hall & Oates. That sold to Shannon for $6.99. John Wernitzky got the Monkees, the singles from Head. And then Joe Jackson is sold to Felix Solis for $6.99. RK second on the Monkees. Felix, though, first to the Sammy Hagar. And those are all gone. And that leaves Shinehead, Night Ranger, Whitney Houston, and Toto, Rosanna. So Help Me, Toto, Whitney Houston, Night Ranger, and Shinehead. Those are going right back there in case anybody changes their mind. And let's grab some right here. Next for $6.99 is REO Speedwagon, That Ain't Love. Sting, We'll Be Together. Those are both in picture sleeves. Also on a picture sleeve is Elton John, A Word in Spanish, and Bruce Hornsby, Look Out Any Window. Harmoners Quartet, an early 50s or maybe even late 40s RCA green vinyl in the company sleeve. Dwight Yoakam, Dangerous Man's, The Records, Starry Eyes, and Status Quo. Tracy Songer wants Help Me, and that was for the Times Square. That's sold to Tracy222 over on YouTube for $6.99. All these other ones here are also $6.99. Felix wants Elton John, and that is A Word in Spanish for $6.99. And that leaves REO, Sting, Bruce Hornsby, the Harmoners Quintet. This was Dwight Yoakam, The Records, and Status Quo. Status Quo was a German press on Vertigo. I'm surprised no one's got that yet. They're right back there, though, if you change your mind. Let's grab some more off the bottom, which will be the next oldest ones that I showed. We'll start right here with Hall & Oates, Possession Obsession, Bad English, Price of Love, Bad Company, No Smoke Without a Fire, Phil Collins, Against All Odds, Ashford and Simpson, Solid, Paul Revere and the Raiders, Do Unto Others, Tears for Fears, Woman in Chains from Seeds of Love, and the Rolling Stones, $6.99. The Records, can I see the front? You asked that earlier. Oh, the Records. That is the Records. That's why you threw me off, Larry, when you asked that earlier tonight. The Records. Records. My pronunciation or maybe even the closed caption is probably not picking up my accent on that. The Records, not the Records, which it probably sounds like that with my accent. Bruce Hornsby is going to Shakedown. And next is the flip side on Tears for Fears. I'll come back to that because Felix Solis wants Phil Collins. And then R.K. Tucker got the Rolling Stones. Felix was second. And the flip side to Tears for Fears was Always in the Past. That is side number 2. That's 1989. So that left Tears for Fears, Paul Revere, Ashford Simpson, Bad Company, Bad English, and then Hall & Oates. And then, let's cut this in half here. And then we had Bryan Adams' Heaven, Sting, Russians, Dublé, The Captain of Her Heart, Aha, I've Been Losing You, Genesis, In Too Deep, and Sting, Fortress Around Your Heart. 2 Stings in that pile. Mark Chesler said he'll take Tears for Fears for $6.99. That is sold to Mark Chesler. So Bryan Adams, Sting, Dublé, Aha, Genesis, and Sting there. There was only one $5 buy now before I showed. That was Mickey Lee Zane for $5. The Zoo and the Senior Class. That's from the New Orleans batch. That was $5. That was a $5 auction, and it ended up being a no bid. Felix Solis got Ashford and Simpson. That was from over here, wasn't it? Yeah. Ashford and Simpson. That sold to Felix for $6.99. Nobody on these. Those are all going right back there. And then we have Billy Squire, Rock Me Tonight, Streets of Fire, A Rock and Roll Fable, Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark, Irene Cara, Right Not Me, Why Not Me, or excuse me, Why Me, Whitney Houston, Fanny, Charity Ball, and Human League Human. All right. The Genesis, In Too Deep. The B-side is I'd Rather Be You. Yeah, sometimes B-sides aren't on albums. That's how Pearl Jam did all their stuff. Brian was telling me about that the other day. He's like, man, people love those Pearl Jam singles because a lot of the stuff, the B-sides, aren't on albums. Metallica did the same thing. You know, if you want like the Prince and Bread Fan and all those singles, you know, it's stuff. The Beatles, the Beatles were kings at doing that. All the singles they put out that's not on albums. So if you think you got all their music, they either later make these bands make compilations. They'll make compilations later, the B-sides, which is stuff they didn't put on albums, or you just got to buy the 45s. And then Whitney Houston on, Felix got Billy Squier for $6.99. Larry Smith got Whitney Houston for $6.99. And then Mark Chesler said he will take the Genesis. All right. Those are all sold. Wow. Excellent. All right. That's amazing. So we had, let me show y'all what's been accomplished doing the 45s tonight. For auction, we had 2 boxes like this. Remember me showing them? We had 2 boxes, and the other box was about this much longer, and they're now empty. They're now empty. So all that is gone, except for the stack like this that I have for auctions tomorrow and for these that didn't sell. Bad Company, Bruce, and Billy Squier. Curtis, 2 of those have already sold. Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I'll do the last 28 for $100 if anybody wants them. I'll do the last 28 for $100 if anybody wants them. And that will sell every 45 that I've actually showed tonight. I'll throw in the one in the back too. I'll throw in the one back there in the back as well. So all those sold for $100 if anybody wants them. Pretty good collection of singles there, all in picture sleeves or company sleeves. I think everything there is either in a picture sleeve or a company sleeve. So from $7 each to what, less than 4 or right at 4, or no, I guess less than 4, right? Less than $4 a piece. Okay, so 12:12. It feels like it's early. How many viewers do we have? We got 87. How many do we have on Facebook? I can't see Facebook count. There's something wrong with my app. I can't see Facebook viewers anymore. I know we got 87 on Facebook. How many we got over on YouTube? And welcome everybody. And I don't feel like the show's really over, but we're definitely maybe within the last 30 minutes, maybe 45, or maybe hour. Maybe. We'll see what's going on with everybody. And there's a lot of 66 that just popped up. Oso got them for 100. Oso got them for 100. Now, there would be only one asterisk next to that. The only asterisk next to that Oso is if Curtis Marachi wants the Bruce Springsteen out of there. I know he had an offer on a bundle, but 2 of them had already sold. But Curtis, if you want the Bruce out of there for the $6.99 price, let me know, and I'll readjust Oso's bundle price, okay? And that means the rest of these are sold for $100 because Oso did say he would take them. So that stack, we'll make that from Rodney Crowell to Human League, also to Oso Adventure for $100. And now, and let me forget, I was going to throw that in too. So I think whatever I counted there plus Mickey Lee Zane, those are also to him. Let me carry this stack in there before it falls over. And let me reshuffle. Those are all nicely stacked until I picked them up bad. There we go. Let me go ahead and take this in here. Now that's the 4th stack like that. So, wow, that's like 2 huge white boxes of 45 sold. And it looks like Paul sold quite a stack last night. I just saw the stack that Paul sold last night. Looks like he sold quite a stack there. It's only 10:14. You must be on the east. You must be on the West Coast, David. You must be on the West Coast. All right. And let me take this stack of sold cassettes in there from earlier tonight as well. That way my table's clear and I don't have anything obstructing my path. Right. So we need to find some more LPs to go through. Sorry there's been such a delay in getting to the next crate, but we got on a roll there, and that was the best way to do that. And the only thing I have left to auction is right here next to me. And let's put up a cassette, and let's try to find some New Orleans. I think the New Orleans buyers are still on. And this is Mazzy Star Among My Swan. Mazzy Star is $5 start. Mazzy Star told me after. Well, yeah, he didn't want it anyway. Well, he had an offer for $3, but he's passing anyway. I was gonna, if he wanted that for $7, I was gonna take $7 off your price and sell them to you for $93. But he didn't pass. He passed anyway. So you got all of them for $100. Mazzy Star cassette Among My Swan is a $5 start. Let's go back over here to the New Orleans pile. We sold every 45 that I shown, except for, of course, the stuff I got reserved for auctions tomorrow. Let's get back to a couple auctions over here. And I don't know where Paul was pulling stuff last night. I wish I would have asked him. He might have been getting stuff out of this tub. Yeah, he was getting stuff out of this tub over here. However, I still have this here. I still got some stuff here. Jackknife. I feel like I've shown that one before. But here it is again. Jackknife. All my blues for sale. And Kai Ray. I want some of that. And Trashman's Blues. $5 start on Jackknife. $5 start on Kai Ray. And let me sort through some more of this that's coming up. Interesting. Here's our next couple after these get bid. So bid or don't bid. If you don't bid, I'll make them buy it nows. If y'all go ahead and bid, I'll do final calls and we'll chip away at all this stuff next, okay? There we have it. And RK's already in on one. Excellent. So, let me see here. Let me step up front, see if I can find a crate. I'll be right back. That's probably the next best thing. Let me try to find a half-off crate while we continue to auction some stuff. And give me a second, and we'll continue 45 auctions. I'm going to swap out my chargers here, and we will be right back. I'm going to go ahead and grab probably a half-off bin from up front. We'll do some older half-off stuff while we continue to auction 45s, and I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, please. I'm back. Give me a second. I don't have the crate yet. I went ahead and grabbed another drink, restream. Got my other charger. And now these two 45s have bids for 5. Well, actually, what's MS5? Mazzy Star. Okay. So Jackknife has a bid. Mazzy Star has a bid. Now let me go get that crate. Or actually, let me see what's in this one right here. I might can do one that's back here already. We can try it. Maybe. I don't think I don't know. Let me go ahead and get another one to do after that one anyway. Maybe. This one up here probably will be better. Okay. I do a lot of moving and sorting to find a good one. And wow, y'all hadn't said a word since I've been gone. All right, Mazzy Star is sold to C Note for $5. Jackknife is sold to RK Tucker for $5. Does anybody want Kai Ray? Does anybody want Kai Ray for $5? If not, it's going to go over here in the no sale pile. All right, let me try to get this crate a little bit closer. I think you're going to like these half off, okay? RK Tucker said sold, and I think that was on Kai Ray, right? Yep. All right, there's that. Good to go. All right. So we have, I put the crate in here backwards. Nope. Yeah, I put the crate in here backwards. Let's do this right here. Okay. Now I think I'm ready, unless these are turned the wrong way. Half off bin, no more, no less. Marshall Tucker band, just us. Marshall Tucker is $7.50. Greg Allman, $13.50. That's half off of $26.99. Greg Allman is $13.50. Moody Blues, every good boy deserves favor. EX, $9. Humble Pie, Eat It. VG Plus, $7.50 for Humble Pie, Eat It. Next single is going to go up for auction right now, and that is right over here. What did I leave off? I left off Green on Red, no free lunch, time ain't nothing, no free brunch. Green on Red. Green on Red is going to go up for a $5 start. And then we have National Lampoon Promo EP, not for sale. National Lampoons. That's also going to go up for a $5 start. I'm a Woman, The Mel Brewer Show, Down the Dial, A History of the Beatles, The Return of Ron Fields, Down to Jamaica, A History of Neil Young. That sounds interesting. $5 start on those. All right, going through this half-off bin, we have Justin Garrett on Marshall Tucker band. That's sold to Justin Garrett for $7.50. David V put MT. If that's for Marshall Tucker, you were second. Paul Oakley got the Moody Blues. That leaves Greg Allman, Humble Pie. James Taylor is now $5, VG condition. We have Jay Giles, Love Stinks, VG condition, $5. Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman. That's EX, $6.50 for Cat Stevens. Leon Russell is VG plus, $7.50. And Adventures in Utopia. Adventures in Utopia is $5. Adventures in Utopia with Todd Rundgren. Elton John is $10. And the Doobie Brothers is $7.50. Jethro Tull, Too Old to Rock and Roll, Too Young to Die. Going through a pretty solid half off bin here. $10, and that is Jethro Tull, Too Old to Rock and Roll, Too Young to Die, or something like that. Now, I went up front to get a V8, and I hadn't a chance to drink it. I don't really need it for the rest of the night show, but I need it for the rest of the night I'm working here. So give me 1 second. You can tell I don't plan on going to bed anytime soon. End of the month. I got end of the month administrative stuff to do here, which is always boring, like writing checks and paying bills. Huge waste of my time. Mary Miles on CS, and that's for Cat Stevens, sold. Mary Miles on LR, and LR was Leon Russell, sold. Farmer, you were second. The name of Elton John is Leather Jackets, $10. What condition is Greg Allman? The vinyl has no condition notes, and the cover's not bad, just a little bit of ring wear, and that is $13.50. These two 45s are sold to R.K. Tucker for $5 and $5. Those are sold to R.K. Tucker for $5 and $5. And then the next 45s over here are the Fabulous Jades. That one's going to need a cleaning. Got like dust on it. It's also got something stuck to the cover. The Fabulous Jades, and All I Need, the Bebops. It says number pressed 1000, 1996. $5 on that. Mary wants Greg Allman, sold. Patrick on Elton John, sold. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Firecat, $7.50. Cat Stevens, $7.50. Teaser and the Firecat. Share the Land, the Guess Who, $10 on the Guess Who. Jefferson Starship, Freedom at .0, $7.50. No condition notes. That has the hit song Jane on it. Also, Seals and Croft, the K-Tel collection. That's their greatest hits for $5. And four-wheel drive, Bachman Turnover Drive, $7.50. Steppenwolf in shrink wrap in the half off bin. No condition notes, $10. RK has both 45s, 5 and 5, going once, going twice. Next is Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. Rod Stewart is $7.50. Seals and Croft Summer Breeze in shrink wrap, no condition notes, $5 on Seals and Croft. We also have the Guess Who flavors, a 1974 OG pressing sealed, now $12.50. Wow. Let me grab a new cassette over here. Let's throw up a random cassette. The Who, Who's Better, Who's Best. Who's Better, Who's Best, which is like a Who's Greatest Hits. $5 start there on The Who. BB5, Jade's 5. Mary on Seals, and she wants both Seals and Croft. She wants the K-Tel and the original studio album. R.K. Tucker wants Bachman Turner Overdrive. That's sold to R.K. Tucker. Thompson Twin, Here's the Future Days. Nice. Original on her sleeve. $12.50. Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart. That's $10 in shrink wrap. Iron Butterfly Ball is $10. Humble Pie Onto a Victory, $10. The Guess Who Road Food for $10. And Charlie McCoy, Harpin' the Blues. Legendary Charlie McCoy there. VG plus $5 on that. These 45s are sold to R.K. Tucker for $5 and $5. Next 45. Let's pull something off the shelf here. Let's see what this one right here is. Dr. Nobody or Mr. Nobody? Does that say Doctor? This is The Dig and The Dig. It's The Dig, Mr. Nobody. $5 start on that. Thompson Twins, sold to Derek Estrada for $12.50. Thank you. Also, Blues and Hollers, Snakers here, Dave Ray, 67 US stereo, VG plus $6. The Paul DeLay Band Teasing, VG plus $10. Lynn County, Till the Break of Dawn, EX 1150, a 1970 U.S. blues rock psych album, 1150. We got 2 of them. There's another one, same condition, same price. Roy Milton and his Solid Cinders, that's EX $8.50. Lee Jackson, Lonely Girl, EX 1450. 1974 Chicago Blues. Got a few blues mixed in here. Blue Blood, Andrew Blue Blood McMahon, VG $10, an original 73 U.S. Chicago Blues. Also, the Alabama State Troopers Roadshow featuring Don Nix, Janie Green, Fury Lewis, and the Mount Zion Band and Choir, VG plus $7.50. Out of the Blue is an 84 U.S. Blues comp, VG plus $5. Farmer Redman wants a Lynn County. I have another one in here if anybody else wants one. Dig has a bid for $5. Final call to R.K. Tucker. Next is Marianne on BB Blue Blood. Michael Butler second on that one. This is a half off bin. This is Wind on the Water with David Crosby and Graham Nash. That is VG plus $5. That's VG plus $5. Mike, Out of the Blue also sold to Marianne. Out of the Blue also sold there to Marianne. Now I need to plug up this phone. There we go. All right, and then we have UK. UK is VG plus $14. Next is Mary Miles on CN for Crosby and Nash. Paul Oakley wants the other Lynn County. It was pretty much the same condition, vinyl and jacket, so let's give him the other Lynn County. Let's make this sold to R.K. Tucker for $5, and let's make the Who a $5 buy it now on that cassette. We have 4th of July, Carl Brommel. That's a 2006 US, $10 on that. And Jadakis, the collector's edition, 2020 blue vinyl sealed, $10 on that. Let me pause there to grab at least 2 more 45s. We got to keep these going. Time, can't waste any time on these, one after another over here. Let's see what we got right here, and let's see here. Let's see, I'll do that one. Here's one here, Rolling Rocks. Let me take a look at it though. Rolling Rocks. I'm sitting on top of the world. Rolling Rocks. Looks like some sort of, okay, let's say, yeah, looks like Japanese rockabilly. $5 on that, and then we have the Electric Flies. The Electric Flies, $5 start on that. Over here, we have next, Michael Butler gets the Who cassette for $5. Derek wanted this, then Justin, then Adam. We have Bloodstone Party. Bloodstone is $12.50. Shrinking Hot contains the hit single Instant Love. Time Bandits, Wildflower. Time Bandits is $5. Ronnie Hawkins, The Hawk and the Rock. A2 Canadian, $10. We have The Petals, 1992 folk rock. The Petals is now $15. Electric Flies have bids for $5 and $5. Flying Saucers, The Rocking, Sandy Ford, and it's signed on the back, and it's a 91 UK. That is $20. Also, we have The Spin. The Spin, 1990 alternate rock, $7.50. Reflection, Audience. That is German Prague for $6.50. Taking Time to Listen, Skaten, 1978 Skaten. S-K, or is that Skalten? Skatin. Either way, a bizarre record here from 78, $17.50 on that. Bobby Marchin, sealed a disco record called Strokin', $7.50. And Melvin L. Rockbottom, that's Lunatic Boogie, 85 Sweden Rockabilly, $10 on that. The Electric Flies is at $5 of R.K. Tucker. Robert, you came in second on that one, by the way. I'm about to sell it to him, and if anybody wants to bet on Rolling Rocks, would appear to be Japanese Rockabilly there, I'm about to make it a buy it now. As soon as I stretch my legs right quick. There we go. Next thing we have is Emmylou Harris Cimarron. That's an 82 pressing from South Korea. $10. Stack Above All. 1997 numbered. That's a garage album. Where's Chris Knapp at? $20 on Stack. Classic Fours, Mamas and Papas. $6.50 on that. Little Johnny Christian, Somebody Called My Baby. Chicago Blues, $8.50. And then Breaking Rocks Again. That's a 92 Holland Rockabilly, $7.50. So Electric Flies has bid for $6, now $7. And Rolling Rocks did get a bid for RK. I'm going to go ahead and sell that for $5. Make sure that and that go in the same sleeve together. That is sold to him. Now, they're bidding out Electric Flies. We have what here? We have Drowning, Gypsies in the Mist. Drowning is a 2007 Korean. That's $10. And then get ready for something else. 1990 German rockabilly, $12.50. The Charles Napier, Square Root of Evil, $10 on the Charles Napiers. And Rockin' Lord Lee and the Outlaws, $12.50. Electric Flies is sold to R.K. Tucker for $7. Here is that band again, The Cold. Now this one has appeared a few times, this artist, but not this single. The Cold, I don't remember that one like that, but there it is for a $5 start. We have the Cad Cats, Rockabilly Trio. Let's put that one up as well for a $5 start. Boy, this is a sleeve inside of a sleeve. And this is the Cad-Ats Rockabilly Trio. And on that sleeve, it said 1,000 pressed. What happened to that? Or is it on this? It's right here. 1,000 pressed, it says. Those are 5 and 5. The Cad Cats and the Cold. Those now have bids. There we have it. All right, finishing up this half-off bin. And the next thing we have in here is the Dominoes. The Dominoes is now $14, 97 Rockabilly. This is $10. Pee Wee Blues Gang. Pee Wee Blues Gang, 1990 German, $10 on that. Rock and Roll Party, 1980 Swedish Press Rockabilly, $10. Blaine Sprouse, Indian Springs with Kenny Baker. Bluegrass, $7.50. Kenny Baker again, $7.50. Donovan in Concert, a UK press, and $7.50. David Bowie is $15. That's a compilation, Historia del Musica Rock. $10 on The Circle, Neon, and John Mooney, Telephone King, $7.50. Wow, a Bowie record in there. Well, that crate started out like a lot of classic rock and well-known titles, blues, and then like rockabilly and oddities with a couple well-known records there at the end. I think I might have to read through those at least one more time just to see, make sure everybody was paying attention, especially back here in the beginning with a lot of like well-known kind of titles, and then there's several blues still left. I might pull out the blues and bundle them. We might do that as well. So Cad Cats just got one bid, right? Yeah, RK gets that for $5, and the code is now 6 and now 7 with RK Tucker. Actually, I might do that right now. First, Adam Bullock on the Bowie. And, you know, usually this bin had been shown before. So that's why, like, it's like we've gone through it once. Let's go ahead and try to knock out some more of it. I think I can tell from Paul's writing what came from the blues collection. All those did for sure. That did. That didn't. And I think that's where they stopped. Those for sure did. Okay. Yeah, those are all Paul's writing. They were all put out the same day. And that's all from that blues collection. Let me make sure there's nothing else. So these are all from the blues collection. VG Plus, VG Plus, VG Plus, VG Plus, EX, and EX. And the half-off prices were $7.50 and $5, and $6 and $10, and $8.50 and $14. So 6 and 5 and $7.50. So if we do 6, 5 and 5, 10, and 5 on that's 15, and then 10, 7, 22, 8.50, another 7, 29, and if we do 10 on that, 39, 40. That'd be another few dollars off on that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 records for $40. And that's taken off more of the half off. And those are all from the blues collection. So we'll say $40. And that's Lee Jackson, Roy Milton, the Paul DeLay Band, Dave Ray, Charlie McCoy, and the Alabama State Troopers. And Mary Ann says she'll take those for $40. That's even a further discount, but that clears out all those. And now I'm going to read through the half band. Was the audience the English band? We'll go find it because I'm really not for sure. And that was audience. This right here. This is on Charisma. It probably is, right? It's called, it says Reflection Dash Audience Nostalgia. Charisma label from Germany, or German press and on the Charisma label. And I believe so on that. It says German Prague, $6.50. I'm going to read through the last half of the bin, but not before I sell RK Tucker, the Cold, for $7. And let me see what that's at over here. Here's a Johnny Cash promo. We did really well for those earlier. Ghost Riders in the Sky, and I'm going to sit on a porch and pick on my old guitar. Let's start Johnny for $7. And this is Sucked In Records presents Bolero's Peep Show. and Rancho Daddy. Let's put that up for a $5 start, okay? And there's a couple I'll do next. So Johnny Cash, a $7 start, and the Rancho Deluxe, I think that's the artist, $5 start. And then Paul Oakley said he did want audience, which was right here, and that's $6.50. Okay. Next, in the half off bin, Humble Pie, Eat It. This is a gatefold 2 LP with book, and it has the book in the middle. I'll pull it out right here to show it to you. And it has the really cool Humble Pie book. Humble Pie is $7.50. Also, we have James Taylor, Mudslide Slim. James Taylor, VG Condition, $5. James Taylor, VG Condition, $5. Jay Giles, Love Stinks. Jay Giles, VG Condition, $5. Utopia with Todd Rundgren, Adventures in Utopia, VG Plus, $5. The Doobie Brothers Stampede. The Doobie Brothers is $7.50. Jethro Tull, Too Old to Rock and Roll, Too Young to Die, $10 on Jethro Tull. And Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Fire Cat, no condition notes, a gatefold textured cover original with the original company sleeve, $7.50. That has Moon Shadow and Peace Train on it. Mary Miles on DB for Doobie Brothers. That's sold to Mary Miles. They're bidding out Johnny Cash. It's now $15. Riders in the Sky promo. Rancho Deluxe just got one bid, though, for RK Tucker for $5. Next is the Shaken Pyramids. Just a memory. The Shaken Pyramids is going to go up for a $5 start. The Shaken Pyramids, it's going up for a $5 start, okay? Johnny Cash is at 15. RK's out, so it's between Robert. It looks like, and Robert's out, and that's a final call then, all right? There's that, and we have Cat Stevens sold to Mary Miles. Humble Pie sold to Farmer Redman. John Gollin's not done, though, on Johnny Cash. He's in at 16. Next was Share the Land, the Guess Who, $10. Jefferson Starship, just $7.50. No condition notes. Hit song on that, Jane. Steppenwolf is $10. We have Rod Stewart for $7.50, A Night on the Town. That has the song First Cut is the Deepest, which was written by Cat Stevens, and The Killing of Georgie, Part 1 and 2, $7.50 on that. The Guess Who was an original sealed for $12.50. Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, $10. Iron Butterfly, no condition notes in the original Unipack sleeve. Surprised no one got this. Iron Butterfly Ball, $10. That's available. Now Cash 16. Now Cash 20. Now Cash 22. And Donna on RS, and that was for Rod Stewart. The Shaken Pyramids is a $5 start. Humble Pie onto a Victory for $10. The Guess Who Road Food for $10. And UK was VG Plus, $14. Donna on the Guess Who. Now, Donna, I'm assuming you wanted the sealed flavors. Is that right? And then there's another one in there as well. Now, let me go ahead and show this. 4th of July, that was Carl Brommel, $10. Bloodstone was $12.50. Time Bandits for $5. Ronnie Hawkins, an A2 Canadian. That's live Ronnie Hawkins, $10. This was a folk rock album from '92, $15. And then I'm going to pause right here, okay? I'm going to try to get some of these together. Let me see if I can do it. Let's see here. Let me make them, see if I can do this. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Let me get these. I'm going to set these out right here, okay? I'm going to try another a bundle. Trying to keep the genres the same. Right quick. That actually is kind of borderline blues, I think. John Mooney, $7.50. I'm going to put him back here. Donovan, that's bluegrass. That was rockabilly. This was just kind of bizarre. That's definitely rockabilly, that is. I'll leave that in there. I'm not real for sure. And then I'm not for sure on that. I know that's borderline blues. And then that was disco. Okay. So regardless of the price, and I'll read you the original sticker, 20, 40, 15, 25, 20, 25, 28, and 20. These were marked back last September. This is from that New Orleans collection. It's all rockabilly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 for $45. 8 for $45. That's a rockabilly bundle. 8 for $45 there. Johnny Cash is sold to Shane Devers for $30. And the Rock and Pyramids, if anybody wants it, is $5. It's a no bid. Rockabilly Lot, 45. 8 albums there. One of those is signed by Sandy Ford, and it was $40 by itself. It was autographed on the back. Next is the Stolen Hearts. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And this is really bizarre here. This sleeve looks like it's hand-drawn. Aaron Ruth, To a Distant Sun, Flying on Silver Wings. $5 start on that. Okay. Leslie wants the Rockabilly bundle. So these 8 records sold to Leslie for $45. Thank you, Leslie. That's sold to you. And then what is the Bizarre Pee-wee? And then ASH has a bid. Nobody on Shaken Pyramids, right? $5 on that. And then Aaron Ruth, A-R-A-N. Paul, you were second on the Rockabilly bundle. And what's the Bizarre Pee-wee? Did I say Bizarre Pee-wee? Let me figure out what I said was a Bizarre Pee-wee. Oh, this here? This was, yeah, this here. I was trying to keep all the genres together. This is Pee-wee Blues Gang, live in Jovale for $10. And I really, well, unless we do just like, unless we just do like classic rock and pop together, which I'll try. Let me get all the classic rock and pop together. Let me lose technically country, I guess. And we'll consider those. I don't know really. That's like 80s, and I'll leave those in there. I don't really know what Carl Brommel is. 30 Tigers. I think it's something newer. But I'm going to just do like the older classic rock. So, Time Bandits, Bloodstone. Man, I went through 2 full charge, or yeah, I guess I went through a whole charge tonight. That never happens. Okay, where was I? I was about to create another bundle, but first, Mary wants the Ronnie Hawkins. That's sold to Mary Miles for $10. And I had bundled what was left, what I considered rock and pop. I'm trying to do bundles by genre. And we had, I've already read them off, and then I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 there. And that's the remaining like pop, rock, bundle, etc. And I'll do those for $70, which is right at just a tad over $4 a piece. $4 a piece, all cleaned and sleeved. $70 for those 17 albums. Okay, the Stolen Hearts just got 1 bid for $5 of R.K. Tucker, and then Aaron Ruth is a buy now for $5 on that. Okay, and then next was want to pull the audience. I did pull audience for you. Farmer wants Pee-wee Blues Gang. This is sold to Farmer Redman. Pee-wee Blues Gang. This one right here. What happened to it? It's in the very front. That is sold to Farmer for $10. And then how much for Bobby Marcorin? Derek Estrada, that was right here. It was sealed, now half off for $7.50. Y'all would make my night if I can convince somebody on this bundle here. Time Bandits, Bloodstone, UK, Classic 4, The Guess Who, The Circle, Donovan, Humble Pie, Iron Butterfly, Boyce and Hart, Steppenwolf, Jefferson Starship, The Guess Who, Jethro Tull, Utopia, Jay Giles, and James Taylor. Those remaining records, which is 17 there, $70. And if you want the exact math, that is $4.11 a piece. $4.11. And I'm going to try the rest of the crate, which before Derek gives me a yes or no, the rest of the crate will be a really eclectic mix. I think it's bluegrass. I don't know. Maybe some blues. What was this classified as? Garage, country, very bizarre record there. This was alternate rock, folk, John Mooney, and then the Carl Brommel. So that's some really interesting stuff there. And the remaining count on these was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I believe. Let me count those one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think it's 11. Let me put them back in the crate, though. I'm having trouble counting here, doing it that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 11 there. 11 there for $50. And some of these were, man, from Discogs Comps. This 97 Garage, it was $39.99. And there was another one here that was pricier too, I believe. Well, the Folk Rock for $29.99. So those for $50. That's $50. And then the remaining there for $70. Two more quick 45s here. Surfing Wombats from 1990, $5 start. And the Ballroomers. The Ballroomers. $5 start on that. Okay. Is anybody interested in those bundles? I mean, the one in the back would be very interesting. If you're like, well, give me a wide variety of something to listen to. One on the back is probably going to have a little bit of everything, which was 11 albums for $50. And then there's 17. What'd I say there? 17 for 70. 70 and 45, or excuse me, 70 and 50 is 120. John says he'll do them for 110. Sold. All right, so let me put a sticky note because now we're getting really into some big bundles. I don't have my sticky notes up here, though, or do I? Nope, they always disappear. And my pen. I'm like, how does that happen? Because nobody else is getting it. Well, I guess I'll blame it on Paul. All right, so sell these to John Kaiser. How about I do this? Let me see if what will fit left in the bin. Let me just put all these together. Yeah. We'll just put all those together. And I'll make that we'll just keep those in the crate together. We'll make it easy for them. All those are sold to John Kaiser in this green crate for $110. Wow. And that just leaves Derek. Are you sure you don't want this? It was the only thing I pulled out because I thought you might buy it for $750. It was the sealed disco record. Okay, and if anybody doesn't bid on these very soon, I'm going to start doing my final call for any kind of request or questions. Now's a great night. Earlier tonight, man, I was live and we had questions about invoices and how all the process works here. A lot of new buyers. This is a great time. Not only is it at the pretty much the end of the show, but it's a great time to actually ask me some questions before I start wrapping up. I started the show at like a little after 1, so there's about a half hour left on the Facebook timer, but we're getting near the end for our show and records. Bobby Markin is sold to Derek Estrada. And of course, John Kaiser got this. Surfing Wombats and the Ballroomers is $5. Does anybody want these for $5 buy it nows? Aaron Ruth and the Shaken Pyramids. Those are all $5 buy it nows. Tomorrow, John, Paul, and Laura are all here again tomorrow. No, Paul's not. Laura and John are in here tomorrow. John and Laura here tomorrow. They will be doing auctions. Laura will be getting auctions ready. She might have already sent me pictures. Let me see if she already sent me pictures. She may have. She usually does before she leaves. She did. She's already sent me pictures for tomorrow's auctions. The Buzzcocks, the Smiths, the Grateful Dead, Sublimes, Dylan, The Cure, John Prine, Funkadelic, The Cult, Hendrix, DRI, Beatles, Mo-Fi, Green Bulldog. Who is this here? Brownie McGee, Captain Beefheart, George Clinton, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Blink-182, Charles Manson, The Clash, Butthole Surfers, Roger Waters, Pink Floyd, Buckingham Nicks. I don't know who that is. Is that the Smashing Pumpkins? I forgot who that was. Ooh, 13-4 Elevators. There it is. New Order, Purple Rain, Melvins, Neil Young. Boy, Sex Pistols, Nina Simone. Looks like a heck of a lineup tomorrow. Heck of a lineup tomorrow for auctions. I've got this entire stack of 45s over here that was left behind We got autographed albums. JSA just authenticated. 475 autographs for us. 475 autographs. 475 autographs. A third of those are autographed albums. Actually, no, half. We had about 260 autographed albums. Half were autographed albums. And I got everything from Kiss to B.B. King to metal bands. I don't know who they are. And big names and lesser known names. But it was all stuff worth having authenticated. So that's an OG 13.4 elevators. Yep. And we sold Bull of the Woods tonight. We sold a promo Bull of the Woods tonight. And we sold Easter Everywhere tonight. We sold their 2 other albums, which are just as tough to get tonight. And the only thing that didn't sell that was offered for auction was Reba for $35, autographed Reba McEntire. Now, like I said, these are pretty much final prices on JSA autographs. I mean, we have to pay to have these authenticated, but if somebody wants all 4 of these, I would do another $5 off if anybody wants all 4. But if not, they're $35 a piece. Reba says to Tanya, love Reba McEntire. Love ya, Stella Parton. Mac Wiseman, signed to Paul Mac Wiseman, and the Osmond brothers, signed by Sonny Osborne. Yeah, Charles Manson has some music. He hung out with the Beach Boys, and he recorded some music, and that's one of his records. It's like a bootleg. It's pretty desirable. It's a weird record, but y'all know how weird stuff is. Everybody wants the weird stuff. It'll be probably a hot auction item tomorrow. And then Jim B, you missed 2 half-off bins tonight. I don't have any signed Dan Fogelberg to my knowledge. Jim B, you missed 2 half-off bins. We had a nonsense bin earlier tonight. It was completely full, and there was only 3 records left. And then we just went through a half-off bin right here, and I literally sold everything in here. I guess that's an air horn worthy, right? Not really air horn worthy. We had a bundle deal. But anybody else? Avalon, Cream City, Santana Amigos, Candy Cookbook. I probably can. Those may pop up, David. So I know you're relatively new. Here's how we do vintage stuff. Vintage stuff, I really can't take requests unless I know exactly where it's at. So if not, then the vintage stuff is just whenever it may pop up. So I have to explain that to people because we have such a massive new vintage inventory here, aka pre-owned stuff, and I really don't know where anything is unless it's recent on my mind. So for example, if there was a canned heat tonight, or maybe if this was like a Thursday night and I showed one last night and I know where it is, I can go right to it. Otherwise, there's about 10,000 priced LPs, and I don't know where anything is. So I always tell people, vintage request, you just kind of have to wait for them to pop up. You may be watching, you may not. You may miss it, you may get it. And then, now new vinyl, I'll do requests for because I can order it. I can let you know it's easy. I can log into some websites, etc., etc. Mary Miles, that poster is right here next to me. Mary, that poster is right here next to me where I put it on the shelf. I hadn't touched it since that night. It's still on my to-do list, okay? I'll leave it out. Actually, let me leave it out. That way I don't forget tonight, okay? But if we're done, if y'all are done, I'm done. Any other questions, concerns? Great 45s tomorrow for auction. I'll try to do some cassettes. I'm going to try my best to start at 5. At the latest, the show will be rolling by 5:30. I would try to get on at 5 if I'm live by 5 because I'll immediately start putting up auctions as soon as everything's shared. $7 unlimited shipping. We do this every night. Vintage LPs. You never know what we're going to put out. They're in the back. I have 3 record pricers that work for me. Paul, John, and Laura. They show up, they pick out records, and they price them. Okay? That's what they do. So, I don't know what they're putting out. I actually don't buy the stuff either. Paul does all the buying. He does a lot of the pricing. John does most of the pricing as far as volume. Laura gets our auctions ready. And so I always sound like I don't know what's going on because sometimes I don't. And that's what kind of makes this show the element of surprise. I show up usually like right at whenever I get here to get the show rolling. I usually scarf down some food and I go live. And I really don't know what we're about to do. And I think that's why everybody likes watching. It's not cookie cutter. We do have a kind of a system, but who knows what I'm about to show because I usually don't know and everybody watching doesn't know. I don't know what I'm about to put up for auction technically next or what could be auctioned or et cetera, et cetera. And then this late at night, you never know. We could show records or I could be doing posters or autographs. Who knows? Derek Clark, that Trivial Pursuit game, the Rolling Stones Trivial Pursuit sold. Somebody came in and bought that in person in the store. So it just disappeared off the shelf, which means somebody came inside the store, a walk-in customer, and bought that. So that's why it disappeared. We went back and looked. Somebody came in the store and bought that. I do have X Factor. X Factor and Virtual 11. X Factor is $64.99. Virtual 11 is $54.99. And I'm excited about the autographs. I really hadn't got to see what passed. I looked through the bad stuff, the stuff that they knocked back, because I was very curious. I had a letter that I thought was signed by Walt Disney, but it wasn't. It was a print. It was a pre-printed letterhead. It looked so good too, but it was very disappointing. A Walt Disney autograph is like $5,000, by the way, especially on a really cool letter. It's like very expensive autograph. So when I found a letter signed by Walt Disney, I was like, holy moly. And then it's not live ink, it's just printed. So I've looked at the bad stuff, but there is a ton of good autographs that's passed that we'll have for auction this week. So, all right, I'm done. I was going to stop tonight at 1, regardless of what was happening, and it's 1. I wish I could have started at 5 so we could have went a whole 8 hours, but we've accomplished an amazing feat tonight. In counting this crate and bundle, we've sold 10 crates of records tonight, which is insane. And I guess the 45s are like, we've probably sold this many 45s. If I could visualize it, if they were lined up right here, this many 45s, it's expensive. Adam, those later Iron Maiden records are pricey. I think they're imports. So they're imports. And they've just always, Dance of Death, those two, and that other one with the tank on the front, they've always been over $50. So I've never listened to either one, but I've sold a ton. That's why I always order them. People always want the X Factor and Virtual 11, especially the X Factor. I have sold a ton of X Factors, probably since I've been doing this, hundreds of them. And anytime they're in stock, I usually buy them all, but I haven't back ordered. I don't know. I've listened to Iron Maiden's early stuff. I don't know if I've ever listened to those later albums before. So, but I've never listened to those. So, I think the Iron Maiden collectors, they want them just to have them. There's a lot of completists when it comes to discographies, but also the fact is they're an import, and stuff that's imported from the UK, it's a lot more because you got to pay customs fees, and then they tack that cost into our cost, and then unfortunately it gets rolled into y'all. But those aren't really pressed in the United States, so they're pressed or they're imported. It's weird how they do that. A lot of stuff is pressed overseas, but it's not really imports. Don't ask me how all that works. I just price them accordingly. So, yeah, I've heard other people say that. I don't know a lot about them, though. I've never sat down. I've listened to, of course, Number of the Beast and all that other stuff, but not those. Okay. I think we're done. Thanks, everybody. Good night. And this is by the way, anytime during the sale, I'll try to answer any questions I can. This time of night, especially near the end, I know most people probably not wanting or not watching right now, but this is the best time to ask me questions. And then the next thing is oh man, what was I about to say? Because Oso just reminded me. Yeah, let me give these to Ed right now, or I'll leave them on his desk. Oh yeah, speaking of Ed, that's what I was going to say. Make sure you message. If you have any questions during the sale, always message Ed because he knows what's going on and I don't. Okay. Yep. These got, there they are. Oso, Craig Honeycutt, and Chad Waite. Yep, we got stickers on them for y'all. And I paid for that at no additional cost. JSA, they stickered those and they're authentic. We pre-sold these for $75, and I said I would get them certified and I would pay for it. So here they are, and they're certified now, and there's no additional cost. Now, if anybody interested in a Shirley Eaton autograph, if anybody else is interested in a Shirley Eaton autograph, we probably have 20 different varieties. I've got signed Goldfinger posters. I've got signed photos of her. I've got a lot of different ways of those to get her autograph. I'm about to start sorting them hopefully tonight. But, yep, $75 included the certification that we paid for. And that's a great price for a signature of hers on a soundtrack. So I do have posters and photos, and those should be very popular. Going to try to get those together soon. All right, that's the last thing I'll leave y'all with. Anything else? I'll be awake for a while. You can or I'll be here for a long time, actually. You can message the page. Ed to take care of you tomorrow, or I'll try to take care of you tonight. Thanks, everybody. I've got vinyl to order. I've got autographs to go through. I've got autographs to research. I have to also find something to eat. So thanks, good night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.